Welcome to Harry Reality Bender. Today we bring you an unforgettable story. What if Harry Potter fell in love with Luna the Lovegood? Loving our content? Smash that like button and join our family by subscribing. We truly appreciate each and every one of you. Now, let the story begin. Chapter 1, The Spaces Between Stars. Harry Potter woke with a start, his heart hammering against his ribs. The sheets tangled around his legs like devil's snare, damp with cold sweat. For a moment, he was back in the Forbidden Forest, Voldemort's wand aimed at his chest, death rushing toward him in a flash of green. But he wasn't there. He was in his flat in London, 3 years after the Battle of Hogwarts, and the only light came from the street lamps outside his window, casting long shadows across his bedroom floor. "Lumos," he whispered, and his wand ignited on the bedside table. The familiar glow chased away the remnants of his nightmare, but not the hollow feeling in his chest. Harry checked his watch, 4:17 a.m. Too early to be up, too late to hope for any meaningful sleep. With a sigh, he swung his legs over the side of the bed and padded to the kitchen. The flat was small but comfortable, nothing like the grandiose accommodations the ministry had initially offered him. Harry had wanted something anonymous, somewhere he could simply be himself rather than the boy who lived twice, the savior of the wizarding world, or whatever title the Daily Prophet had bestowed upon him this week. As the kettle boiled, Harry glanced at the stack of unopened mail on his counter. Fan letters, interview requests, invitations to galas and fundraisers, all demanding pieces of him he wasn't sure he had to give anymore. At the top sat an official ministry envelope that had arrived yesterday, marked with the Department of Magical Law Enforcement seal. His new assignment, no doubt. After 3 years as an Auror, Harry had built a reputation for solving the cases no one else could crack. Ironically, his fame had made him the department's go-to for situations requiring discretion. People were so stunned to see Harry Potter in person that they often forgot to ask why he was investigating in the first place. The kettle whistled, and Harry poured hot water over a tea bag, watching as the color bloomed and spread. Outside, the sky was beginning to lighten, the stars fading one by one. Another day of being Harry Potter was about to begin. The Ministry of Magic hummed with its usual morning activity as Harry stepped out of one of the gilded fireplaces in the atrium. Despite the early hour, witches and wizards hurried in all directions, clutching briefcases and coffee cups, their robes swishing as they moved toward the golden gates. Harry Potter. Harry suppressed a wince as a young wizard with a camera hurried toward him. 3 years, and still the photographers hadn't tired of him. Just one photo for the Magical Times. "We're doing a feature on young ministry professionals, sorry," Harry said, already moving past him. "Late for a meeting." He kept his head down as he made his way to the security desk, where a wizard with a peacock feather quill was checking wands. The man's eyes widened as Harry approached. "Mr. Potter. No need to check your wand, sir, go right through." Harry handed his wand over anyway. "Standard procedure, right? Wouldn't want anyone to think I'm getting special treatment." The security wizard looked flustered but ran Harry's wand through the usual checks before returning it with a reverent nod. Harry offered a tight smile in return and continued toward the lifts. Inside, he found himself squeezed between a witch levitating a stack of parchment and a wizard whose briefcase kept trying to snap at Harry's ankles. The lift clanged and banged its way down to level 2, where Harry stepped out into the corridor leading to Auror headquarters. The space had been renovated since the war, transformed from the cramped cubicles Harry remembered from his first visit into a more open, collaborative environment. Magical windows showed a bright summer day, though Harry knew it was drizzling outside in reality. At the far end, a large map of Britain dominated the wall, dotted with glowing pins marking ongoing investigations. "Potter," called a voice, and Harry turned to see Gawain Robards, head of the Auror office, beckoning from his office doorway. "Got a minute?" Harry nodded and followed Robards into his office, where he was surprised to find Minister for Magic Kingsley Shacklebolt already seated, along with an unfamiliar wizard in elegant navy robes. "Minister," Harry said with a nod of respect. Harry, Kingsley replied, his deep voice as reassuring as ever. Good to see you. This is Damien Crouch, recently transferred to the Department of Mysteries. The unfamiliar wizard rose and extended a hand. He was tall and thin, with sharp features and calculating eyes that reminded Harry uncomfortably of the late Bartemius Crouch. An honor to meet you properly, Mr. Potter, Crouch said, his grip firm. I believe we may have crossed paths during the reconstruction, though we weren't formally introduced. Harry searched his memory but couldn't recall the man. Crouch, any relation to Bartemius? Distant cousin, Damien replied with a tight smile. Though I assure you, our similarities end at the surname. Robards cleared his throat. Have a seat, Potter. We've got something unusual for you. Harry took the remaining chair, noting the tension in the room. Kingsley and Robards exchanged a glance before the minister spoke. What we're about to discuss is classified, level 9 clearance. It doesn't leave this room. Kingsley paused. For the past month, we've been tracking a series of magical anomalies across Britain. Unexplained phenomena that don't match any known spell signatures. What kind of anomalies? Harry asked. Robards slid a file across the desk. Reports vary. Objects appearing and disappearing. Time running at different speeds in localized areas. Magical creatures no one's ever seen before. And most concerning, areas where magic itself behaves, unpredictably. Harry flipped through the file, scanning reports from witnesses describing everything from floating teacups to windows that opened onto unfamiliar landscapes. And you think these incidents are connected? They share a magical signature, Crouch explained, leaning forward. The unspeakables have identified a pattern. These aren't random occurrences, they're tears in the fabric of magical reality. Tears, Harry repeated, thinking of the veil in the Department of Mysteries. Like portals. More like wounds, Kingsley said gravely. And they're getting worse. 3 days ago, something came through one of these tears near Aberdeen. It killed 2 Muggle hikers before Obliviators could secure the area. Harry felt a chill run down his spine. Do we know what it was? No, Robards said. By the time our team arrived, it had retreated back through the tear. But we need to understand what we're dealing with before more of these things appear. So you want me to investigate, Harry concluded. It wasn't a question. Kingsley nodded. This requires someone who can handle unusual magical situations and work independently. Your experiences make you uniquely qualified. Harry knew what that meant. His encounters with Voldemort, the Horcruxes, death itself, the Ministry believed these gave him insights others lacked. Perhaps they were right. I'll need a team, Harry said. This is too sensitive for a standard Auror team, Robards replied. Too many departments involved, too much potential for panic if word gets out. We need to keep this quiet until we understand what we're dealing with. So I'm investigating alone. Not entirely, Kingsley said. We've selected a specialist to assist you. Someone with experience in theoretical magic and unconventional phenomena. Harry raised an eyebrow. Who? Miss Lovegood, Crouch said, his tone carefully neutral. Luna Lovegood. Harry blinked in surprise. Luna? He hadn't seen her in months, not since Christmas at the Burrow. Last he'd heard, she was working as a magical naturalist, searching for creatures most wizards didn't believe existed. Miss Lovegood has been consulting with the Department of Mysteries on theoretical magical boundaries, Crouch explained. Her perspective has proven surprisingly valuable. Harry caught the slight hesitation and felt a flash of defensiveness on Luna's behalf. Luna sees things others miss, he said firmly. If these anomalies are as unusual as you say, she's exactly who I'd want working on this. Kingsley smiled, the first sign of warmth since the meeting began. I thought you might say that. She's waiting in the department for the regulation and control of magical creatures. Apparently, she had some theories to discuss with them before your briefing. Harry nodded, already mentally preparing for the investigation. What's our first location? Robards pointed to the file. A new tier appeared last night near Godric's Hollow. We've secured the area, but we need you to examine it before it potentially closes or expands. Godric's Hollow. Harry felt that familiar twist in his gut at the mention of the village where his parents had died. Yes, Crouch said, studying Harry's reaction. An interesting coincidence, wouldn't you say? Harry met the man's gaze, unsettled by the calculating look in his eyes. In my experience, there's rarely such a thing as coincidence in the magical world. Kingsley stood, signaling the end of the meeting. Report directly to me on this, Harry. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement and the Department of Mysteries will provide whatever resources you need, but keep your circle of confidence small. We don't need panic. Harry rose as well, tucking the file under his arm. I'll head down to find Luna now. We'll leave for Godric's Hollow immediately. As Harry turned to leave, Crouch spoke again. Mr. Potter, he said smoothly, do be careful. These tears, they seem to respond to magical power. Someone of your caliber might trigger unexpected reactions. Harry paused at the door, looking back at the thin man. I'll keep that in mind, Mr. Crouch. Something in Crouch's smile didn't reach his eyes. I'm sure we'll be seeing more of each other as this investigation progresses. Harry nodded curtly and left, unable to shake the feeling that Damien Crouch knew more about these anomalies than he was sharing. The lift rattled downward to level 4, where the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures occupied a sprawling section of the ministry. Unlike the sleek efficiency of Auror headquarters, this department had a more chaotic energy, desks cluttered with specimens, cages containing various small creatures, and walls plastered with identification charts for everything from bowtruckles to blast-ended scroats. Harry didn't have to search long for Luna. Her silvery blonde hair was visible across the room, where she stood before a bemused-looking wizard, gesturing animatedly at what appeared to be a jar of glowing blue specks. Clearly displaying non-corporeal sentience patterns, Luna was saying in her dreamy voice, which suggests they might be related to Raxburts, though their luminosity indicates a possible connection to moon frogs as well. Yes, well, Miss Lovegood, the wizard replied, looking relieved as he spotted Harry approaching, perhaps you can continue this fascinating discussion with Auror Potter. I believe you have an assignment together. Luna turned, her protuberant eyes finding Harry's. A smile bloomed across her face, the same genuine, unguarded smile Harry remembered. In a world of people who treated him differently after the war, Luna's straightforward acceptance had always been refreshing. Hello, Harry, she said, as if they'd seen each other yesterday instead of months ago. You've got fewer Raxburts than the last time I saw you. That's good. Harry couldn't help but smile back. Thanks, Luna. It's good to see you too. Luna carefully placed the jar of blue specks into her bag, an enormous patchwork affair that seemed to contain an improbable number of items, and approached him. At 21, she had the same ethereal quality she'd always possessed, though there was something more grounded about her now. Her radish earrings had been replaced with what looked like tiny silver telescopes, and her wand was tucked behind her ear as usual. We're investigating tears in magical reality, she said matter-of-factly. Daddy wrote about the possibility years ago, but no one believed him then. Harry wasn't surprised she already knew about their assignment. Luna had always had an uncanny way of knowing things. Have you seen the file? No need, she replied, tapping her temple. I've been tracking the pattern for weeks. The Department of Mysteries consulted me after the third anomaly appeared in Devon. I told them more would follow. As they walked toward the lifts, Harry lowered his voice. What do you make of Damien Crouch? Luna considered this, her head tilting slightly. His aura has interesting patterns. Very controlled, very contained. Like someone who keeps most of himself hidden. Harry nodded, having had the same impression. He seems very interested in our investigation. The unspeakables usually are, Luna replied. They believe these tears might connect to the death chamber. She said this casually, as if discussing the weather, but Harry felt the weight of her words. The death chamber housed the veil through which Sirius had fallen, the boundary between life and death. The lift arrived, and they stepped inside. Harry waited until they were alone before asking, "Do you think that's what these tears are?" "Openings to whatever's beyond the veil." Luna gazed at him with her unusual clarity. "Not exactly. I think they're openings to the spaces between places. The borders where different types of magic meet and overlap." She smiled suddenly. "Like the spaces between stars, they look empty, but they're actually full of things we can't quite see." The lift jerked to a stop at the atrium, and they made their way toward the fireplaces. Harry was conscious of the stares they attracted, the famous Harry Potter and the notoriously eccentric Luna Lovegood, an unlikely pair on what was clearly official business. "We're going to Godric's Hollow," Harry said as they reached an empty fireplace. "There's a new tier there that appeared last night." Luna nodded, her expression growing more serious. Significant locations seem to be more vulnerable. Places with historical magical importance or strong emotional resonance. Harry thought of Godric's Hollow, the place where his parents had died, where Voldemort had first been defeated, where magic and tragedy had forever altered the course of wizarding history. "That makes sense." Luna placed a gentle hand on his arm. "Are you ready to go back there?" The question caught Harry off guard. Most people tiptoed around his connection to Godric's Hollow, but Luna addressed it directly, without pity or awkwardness. "I've been back before," he said. "After the war." "It's fine." Luna studied him for a moment longer, then nodded, apparently satisfied. "We should bring protection against blibbering humdingers. Tears in reality tend to attract them." Harry found himself smiling despite the seriousness of their mission. "I'll leave that to you. I'm not even sure what a blibbering humdinger looks like." "That's because they're invisible to most people," Luna said seriously, rummaging in her bag and pulling out what looked like 2 necklaces made of butterbeer corks. "Here, wear this. It helps." Harry accepted the necklace without argument and slipped it over his head, earning several curious glances from passing ministry employees. "Ready?" Luna nodded, stepping into the fireplace. With a flash of green flames, she vanished, calling out, "Godric's Hollow." Harry followed moments later, spinning through the Fleur network until he stumbled out into a small wizarding pub on the outskirts of the village. The Witch's Brew was nearly empty at this hour, with only an ancient wizard dozing in the corner and a bored-looking bartender polishing glasses. The bartender straightened when he saw Harry, recognition flashing across his face. "Mr. Potter," he said with a respectful nod. "Ministry sent word you'd be coming through. Your colleague arrived just before you." Luna was waiting by the door, her wand now in her hand and her large eyes scanning the pub with interest. "There's a slight vibration in the magical field here," she observed. "Can you feel it?" Harry concentrated and realized she was right. There was a subtle hum in the air, a barely perceptible disturbance that made his skin prickle. "Which way to the anomaly?" he asked the bartender. "North edge of the village, past the cemetery," the man replied, lowering his voice. "Ministry folk set up wards this morning, telling folks it's an unexploded muggle bomb from the old war. No one's allowed close." Harry thanked him, and they stepped outside into the cool morning air. Godric's Hollow looked peaceful in the early light, its stone cottages and winding lanes showing no sign of the magical disturbance they'd come to investigate. As they walked through the village, Harry felt the familiar mixture of emotions the place always evoked in him: connection, loss, a sense of what might have been. They passed the statue in the village square, which transformed from a war memorial to a representation of James, Lily, and baby Harry as they approached. Luna paused, studying it thoughtfully. "They captured your mother's kindness," she said softly. "But your father looks too serious." "From what I've heard," he laughed more. Harry looked at the statue with fresh eyes. You're right. He was supposed to be the prankster, always joking around with Sirius. They continued past the cemetery where Harry's parents were buried, but Harry kept his eyes forward. He'd visited their graves enough times, today he was here as an Auror, not a son. The disturbance in the magical field grew stronger as they approached the northern edge of the village, where the houses gave way to open countryside. Ahead, Harry could see the shimmering barrier of ministry wards cordoning off an area about 50 yards in diameter. 2 wizards in ministry robes stood guard, straightening as Harry and Luna approached. Auror Potter, one said, recognizing him immediately. We've maintained the perimeter as ordered. No one's approached the anomaly since we arrived. Has anything come through? Harry asked, drawing his wand. The guards exchanged glances. Nothing we've seen, sir, but, well, there are sounds sometimes. Like whispers, or scratching. Luna was already examining the wards, her head tilted as if listening to something only she could hear. The tear is growing, she said, her voice losing some of its dreaminess. We should proceed quickly. Harry nodded to the guards. Lower the wards and let us through. Be ready to seal them behind us if necessary. Yes, sir, the wizard replied, though he looked nervous. Should we send for backup? Not yet, Harry said. We need to assess what we're dealing with first. The guards raised their wands in unison, creating an opening in the wards just large enough for Harry and Luna to pass through. As soon as they were inside, the barrier sealed behind them with a soft hiss. The anomaly was immediately visible, a jagged crack hovering in the air about 6 feet off the ground, perhaps 3 feet in length. It reminded Harry of a lightning bolt, eerily similar to his scar, glowing with a pulsing silver-blue light. The air around it rippled and distorted, as if viewed through heat waves. Fascinating, Luna breathed, approaching it with cautious wonder. It's exactly as I theorized. A fracture in the in-between spaces. Harry moved carefully around the tear, casting detection spells. Any idea what caused it? Luna circled in the opposite direction, her wand making complex patterns in the air. Not what, but who, she said. This was created deliberately. Someone is trying to access the spaces between realities. Harry frowned. Why would anyone do that? Power, Luna said simply. The in-between spaces contain types of magic we can't normally access. Or perhaps knowledge. Or beings with abilities beyond our understanding. Harry was reminded uncomfortably of Voldemort's relentless pursuit of power, his willingness to tear apart his own soul to achieve immortality. Can we close it? Luna was now only a few feet from the tier, her eyes reflecting its silvery light. Possibly, but first we should, she never finished her sentence. With a sound like tearing fabric, the crack suddenly widened, extending another foot in length. A gust of cold air rushed out, carrying with it a chorus of whispering voices too faint to understand. Harry grabbed Luna's arm, pulling her back. I think we should. This time it was Harry who was interrupted as something pushed through the tear, a long, skeletal limb, ghostly white and semi-transparent, ending in razor-sharp claws. It groped blindly in the air, as if searching for something to grasp. Stupefy! Harry shouted, his spell shooting toward the limb. The red light passed straight through it with no effect. Luna pulled free of Harry's grip and stepped forward, her movements decisive. Physical magic won't affect it, she called to Harry. It's not fully in our reality yet. The limb was followed by another, and then a head began to emerge, a nightmarish thing with no eyes and too many teeth, its form shifting and wavering as if it couldn't decide what shape to take. Harry cast shield charms around them both, though he doubted they would be effective against this creature from between worlds. Luna, get back. But Luna was raising her wand in an intricate pattern, her voice clear as she spoke words in a language Harry didn't recognize. The air around her seemed to vibrate, and the silvery light from the tear responded, pulsing in rhythm with her incantation. The creature hissed as it pushed further through the opening, its body elongating unnaturally as it squeezed into their reality. More limbs appeared, 5, 6, 7 of them, all grasping and clawing at the air. "Harry!" Luna called, still weaving her complex spell. "I need you to cast Lumos Maxima, but visualize the light as a net, not a beam." Without hesitation, Harry trusted her instruction. "Lumos Maxima," he shouted, focusing his magic into the shape she described, imagining a web of light spreading out from his wand. To his amazement, the light did exactly that, forming a glowing mesh that hung in the air between them and the creature. Luna's spell connected with his light net, and the entire structure began to pulse with a combination of their magic. "Now push it toward the tear," Luna directed, her voice strained with concentration. Together, they forced the net of light toward the creature and the tear. The being shrieked, a sound that seemed to bypass their ears and vibrate directly in their minds, as the net made contact. Instead of passing through its semi-corporeal form, the light net seemed to catch it, tangling around its many limbs. "It's working!" Harry called, advancing step by step, forcing the creature back toward the tear. Luna moved with him, their wands acting in perfect synchronization. "The net exists in both realities simultaneously," she explained through gritted teeth. "Just like the creature does." The being thrashed and fought, its form fluctuating wildly as it was pushed back. One razor-sharp claw broke free of the net and slashed toward Harry, missing his face by inches. He didn't flinch, keeping his focus on maintaining the spell. With a final push of magical energy, they forced the creature back through the tear. As soon as it was gone, Luna changed her incantation, her wand now moving in tight spirals. The edges of the tear began to pull together, like a wound being stitched closed. Harry felt her magic guiding his, and he instinctively adapted his spell to assist, the light net now serving as thread to bind the edges of reality back together. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he poured his power into the spell, working in concert with Luna's magic in a way he'd never experienced before, not even with Ron and Hermione during their years of fighting side by side. With a sound like a sigh, the tear sealed itself, leaving only a faint silver line hanging in the air, which slowly faded to nothing. The sudden silence was deafening. Harry lowered his wand, his arm trembling slightly from magical exertion. Beside him, Luna swayed on her feet, and he quickly caught her elbow to steady her. "Are you all right?" he asked, concerned by the pallor of her face. Luna nodded, though she leaned against him for a moment. "Reality mending takes a lot of magical energy," she said. "I've only theorized about it before, never actually attempted it." Harry looked at the spot where the tear had been, now just empty air. "What was that thing?" "A guardian, I think," Luna replied, straightening up but not moving away from Harry's support. "A being that patrols the boundaries between realities. It wasn't trying to enter our world so much as respond to the tear. Like magical antibodies fighting an infection?" Harry suggested. Luna's face lit up. "Exactly. What a lovely analogy, Harry." She looked back at the empty space. "The tear is temporarily sealed, but not healed. It will reopen, probably stronger next time." Harry frowned. "So we haven't solved the problem." "No, but we've learned valuable information." Luna pulled a small notebook from her bag and began jotting down observations. "The tears can be mended with combined magical approaches. Conventional spells alone don't work, but when adapted through conceptual visualization." She trailed off, writing rapidly. Harry watched her work, impressed by how quickly she'd moved from theoretical understanding to practical application. In the heat of the moment, Luna had been focused, decisive, and remarkably effective, qualities many people missed when they dismissed her as merely eccentric. "We should report back," Harry said finally. "Kingsley will want to know what we found." Luna nodded, tucking her notebook away. As they turned to leave, Harry noticed something on the ground where the tear had been, a small object glinting in the grass. He approached cautiously, casting detection spells before picking it up. It was a coin of some sort, but unlike any currency Harry recognized. Made of a silvery metal that seemed to shift colors in the light, it was etched with symbols that moved and changed as he watched. "Luna, take a look at this," he called, holding it out for her to see. Luna's eyes widened as she examined the coin. "It must have come through the tear," she said, her fingers hovering over it without touching. "The markings are similar to ancient runic systems, but they're alive. Is it safe to take with us?" Luna tilted her head, considering. "I think so, as long as we contain it properly." She reached into her seemingly bottomless bag and pulled out a small crystal box. "This should shield its magical signature until we can study it properly." Harry carefully placed the coin in the box, which Luna sealed with a tap of her wand. The ministry guards were visibly relieved when they emerged safely from the cordoned area, though they looked curiously at the crystal box Luna now carried. "The anomaly has been temporarily contained," Harry informed them. "Maintain the wards for now, but it should be stable." As they walked back through the village, Luna's usual dreaminess returned, though she remained thoughtful. "The coin is significant, Harry. It suggests these aren't just random tears but connections to a specific somewhere else." Harry nodded, thinking through the implications. "And if they're deliberate, as you said, then someone is creating these tears for a reason." "Yes, and they're likely to create more," Luna confirmed. "We should investigate the pattern of locations. Godric's Hollow is significant to you personally, and to wizarding history. I wonder if the other sites have similar significance." They reached the pub and prepared to flee back to the ministry, but Harry hesitated. "Luna," he said quietly, "what you did back there was brilliant. I've never seen spell work like that." Luna smiled, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. "You adapted quite quickly yourself. Most wizards are too rigid in their magical thinking to visualize spells in new forms." She tilted her head, studying him. "You've always been more flexible than most, Harry Potter. It's one of the things I've always liked about you." Before Harry could respond, she stepped into the fireplace and vanished in a flash of green flames, leaving him with a strange warmth that had nothing to do with the morning sun now streaming through the pub windows. The ministry was fully awake and buzzing with activity when they returned. Harry led the way to the Auror offices, where he intended to file their initial report before briefing Kingsley. As they crossed the atrium, however, they were intercepted by Damien Crouch, who seemed to materialize from the crowd with uncanny timing. "Auror Potter, Miss Lovegood," he greeted them smoothly. "I understand you've just returned from Godric's Hollow. Successful, I hope." Harry exchanged a quick glance with Luna before answering. "We've temporarily secured the anomaly. We were just heading up to file our report." Crouch's eyes fixed on the crystal box in Luna's hands. "And what have we here? A souvenir from beyond the veil?" Luna met his gaze steadily. "A artifact of unknown origin that requires careful study," she replied, her dreamy voice giving nothing away. "The Department of Mysteries will be quite interested, I'm sure." "Indeed we will," Crouch said, reaching for the box. "Perhaps I should take it directly to the unspeakables for analysis." Harry stepped slightly between them. "We need to document it first as evidence in an ongoing Auror investigation," he said firmly. "Proper channels, Mr. Crouch." Something flickered in Crouch's eyes, annoyance, perhaps, or something harder to define. But his smooth smile returned quickly. "Of course, Auror Potter. Protocols must be observed." He inclined his head. "I'll expect a copy of your findings on my desk by end of day." As Crouch walked away, Luna leaned closer to Harry. "He has a particular interest in the coin," she observed quietly. "Yeah, I noticed," Harry replied, watching Crouch's retreating back. "A bit too eager, wasn't he?" They continued to the lifts, both lost in thought. When they reached Auror headquarters, Ron Weasley was just emerging from the break room, a cup of tea in hand. His face broke into a wide grin when he spotted them. "Harry. Luna. What brings you two together?" He looked between them curiously. Don't tell me you're finally taking some time off for a social call. Harry smiled at his best friend. After the war, Ron had joined him in Auror training, and they'd worked together for 2 years before Ron had left to help George run Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. The joke shop had become so successful that it now had locations in Hogsmeade, Diagon Alley, and Paris. Official business, actually, Harry replied. Luna's consulting on a case. Ron raised his eyebrows. Must be an unusual one if they've called in Luna. No offense, he added quickly to her. None taken, Luna said serenely. It is unusual. Tears in the fabric of magical reality. Ron blinked. Right. Well, good luck with, whatever that means. He turned to Harry. We still on for the Cannons match Friday night? Hermione says she'll come if she can get away from the law library before midnight. Wouldn't miss it, Harry assured him. He'd learned the importance of maintaining these connections, these moments of normality amid the constant demands of his work. Tell Hermione I said hello. After Ron left, Harry led Luna to his office, a small but private space he'd been granted after his promotion to senior Auror last year. He closed the door and cast privacy charms before turning to the matter at hand. We need to document everything before we brief Kingsley, he said, pulling out a form for magical artifacts. And I want to secure that coin before Crouch finds a reason to confiscate it. Luna placed the crystal box on his desk and sat in the visitor's chair, pulling out her notebook. The coin is key to understanding the nature of these tiers, she said. I believe it's a token of passage, something that allows safe travel between realities. Harry looked up from the form. You think someone's not just creating these tiers but actually traveling through them? It would explain why they keep appearing in significant magical locations, Luna reasoned. The person creating them is looking for something specific. Harry leaned back in his chair, processing this theory. If that's true, then our mysterious tier creator has been to at least 7 locations already, according to the file Robards gave me. Luna nodded, flipping through her notes. The pattern suggests increasing confidence. The tiers are getting larger, staying open longer. Which means more of those guardian creatures could come through, Harry concluded grimly. Or worse, Luna said, her usual dreamy tone giving way to rare seriousness. The spaces between realities contain things far more dangerous than what we encounter today. Harry ran a hand through his already messy hair, a habit from his school days that he'd never quite broken. We need more information. Robards mentioned other anomalies, objects appearing and disappearing, time distortions. Could those be side effects of these tiers? Definitely, Luna confirmed. Reality becomes thin around the tiers, causing magical bleed-through. Like ripples in a pond. Harry pulled out a map of Britain and marked the locations of the known anomalies. Let's see if we can predict where the next one might appear. For the next hour, they worked together, analyzing reports and plotting magical signatures. Harry was impressed by Luna's methodical approach beneath her eccentric exterior. She had an intuitive understanding of magical theory that rivaled Hermione's, though it followed its own unique logic. As they worked, Harry found himself watching Luna when she wasn't looking, the way she twirled her wand absently between her fingers as she thought, how she'd occasionally hum a tune under her breath, the serious concentration in her usually dreamy eyes. He'd always appreciated Luna's friendship, her unfailing loyalty and honesty, but he was seeing new dimensions to her now, depth, brilliance, and a quiet confidence that had matured since their Hogwarts days. Harry, Luna said suddenly, looking up from her notes. I think I see it now. She pointed to their map, where the anomalies formed what appeared to be a random scatter across Britain. They're not random at all. They're following ley lines, ancient paths of magical energy that crisscross the country. Harry leaned closer, seeing the pattern emerge as Luna traced invisible lines connecting the sites. And they intersect, here. His finger landed on a spot in the countryside near the border between England and Wales. The Forest of Dean, Luna confirmed. A place of significant magical convergence, and personal significance to you as well, if I remember correctly. Harry nodded, remembering the weeks he, Ron, and Hermione had spent hiding there during the Horcrux hunt. That's where I found the Sword of Gryffindor in the frozen pool. Where Ron came back and saved me. Powerful magical objects, acts of loyalty and courage, these create lasting imprints on magical landscapes, Luna explained. If I'm right, the next tier will appear there. Harry checked his watch. We need to tell Kingsley, get a team ready to secure the area before it happens. Luna carefully packed away their notes. We should bring the coin. If it is a token of passage, it might help us understand how to properly seal the tiers. Harry nodded, reaching for the crystal box, only to find it empty. Luna, he said slowly, where's the coin? Luna looked up, her eyes widening as she saw the empty box. It was there when we started working. Harry immediately cast detection spells around his office, searching for any trace of the artifact or signs of intrusion. His privacy charms were still intact, the door still locked. Impossible, he muttered. No one could have entered without us noticing. Luna was examining the crystal box, her wand hovering over it. The coin itself might have properties we don't understand, she suggested. Perhaps it can move between spaces just as its owner moves between realities. A chill ran down Harry's spine. Or someone summoned it, he said quietly. Someone who knew exactly what it was and how to call it back. Their eyes met, the same name in both their minds, Crouch. We need to move quickly, Harry said, gathering their materials. If Crouch is involved somehow, we can't trust that our investigation will remain secure for long. Luna nodded, her usual dreaminess replaced by determination. The Forest of Dean, then. Before someone else gets there first. Harry felt a surge of the old familiar tension, the coiling energy that preceded danger, the clarity that came with having a clear target. But mixed with it was something new, a growing awareness of Luna beside him, her quiet strength and unexpected competence, the way their magic had worked in perfect harmony against the creature. As they prepared to leave for the Forest of Dean, Harry realized this case might be leading him into uncharted territory in more ways than one. Kingsley Shacklebolt listened gravely as Harry and Luna reported their findings and suspicions. The minister's office was a calm space amidst the ministry's bustle, its walls lined with artifacts from Kingsley's travels and books on magical governance. You believe Crouch may be involved? Kingsley asked, his deep voice thoughtful. I can't prove it yet, Harry admitted, but he was far too interested in the coin, and its disappearance is too convenient to be coincidence. And you think the next tier will appear in the Forest of Dean? Luna nodded. The pattern of ley line intersections suggests it's the most likely location. Based on the increasing frequency, I'd estimate it will happen within the next 24 to 48 hours. Kingsley stood and moved to the window, looking out at the magical view of London. Damien Crouch has an impeccable record in the Department of Mysteries. He was instrumental in rebuilding their archives after the war. That would have given him access to all sorts of restricted information, Harry pointed out. True, Kingsley conceded. But accusing an unspeakable of magical sabotage is serious, Harry. The Department of Mysteries operates with more autonomy than most ministry departments. We're not making accusations yet, Harry clarified. Just noting suspicious behavior related to an ongoing investigation. Kingsley turned back to them, his expression resolute. Proceed to the Forest of Dean. Secure the area and monitor for any anomalies. I'll assign a team of trusted Aurors for backup, but keep them at a perimeter until needed. And Crouch? Harry asked. I'll keep him occupied here, Kingsley said. Official review of unspeakable protocols. It should buy you some time. As they turned to leave, Kingsley added, be careful, both of you. If these tiers are being created deliberately, you may be walking into a trap. Harry nodded grimly. It wouldn't be the first time. The Forest of Dean was eerily quiet as Harry and Luna apparat to its edge. Late afternoon sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled shadows across the forest floor. For Harry, the place held complex memories, desperation and hope intertwined, the icy water of the pool, the silver doe Patronus, Ron's return. "It feels different," Luna observed, her wand already out. "The magical resonance has shifted since the last time I was here." Harry raised an eyebrow. "You've been here before." "During my research on Thestrals," she explained. "There's a small herd that lives in the western section. They're attracted to places with thin boundaries between life and death." The implication wasn't lost on Harry. "You think that's why these tiers are forming? Because the boundary is already thin here?" Luna nodded, her eyes scanning the trees. "Just as you were drawn to the veil in the Department of Mysteries, these tiers are drawn to places where realities already touch." They moved deeper into the forest, Harry casting perimeter alerts as they went. After about 20 minutes of walking, Luna stopped abruptly, her head tilted as if listening. "Here," she said softly. "It hasn't formed yet, but the air is preparing." Harry felt it too, a subtle vibration, like the moment before a thunderclap. The area around them seemed strangely muted, colors slightly dulled, sounds slightly dampened. "How long do we have?" he asked, already casting protective charms around the clearing. Luna closed her eyes, sensing the magical currents. "Hours, not days. The sun will set soon. Transitions between day and night tend to weaken reality's fabric." Harry nodded, continuing his spell work. "We should establish a base camp, set up early warning systems." They worked efficiently together, Harry focusing on security while Luna created magical sensors to monitor the growing disturbance. As the light began to fade, Harry conjured bluebell flames in glass jars, a spell Hermione had taught him years ago, and set them floating around their small camp. Luna was kneeling at the spot where she predicted the tier would form, carefully arranging small crystals in a pattern around it. Her silver blonde hair caught the blue light, creating a halo effect that made her look almost ethereal. "What are those for?" Harry asked, sitting beside her. "Crystallized magical resonance," she explained. "They'll help us track the tier's energy signature and might stabilize it long enough for us to study it properly." She glanced at him. "We should take shifts sleeping. The tear could form at any time, but I suspect it will be around midnight." Harry nodded, conjuring 2 comfortable chairs. "You rest first. I'll wake you in a few hours." Luna looked like she might protest, but a yawn betrayed her fatigue. The spellcasting at Godric's Hollow had clearly drained her more than she'd admitted. "All right, but promise you'll wake me if anything changes." "I promise," Harry said, smiling as she curled up in one of the chairs, tucking her feet beneath her like a cat. Within minutes, Luna was asleep, her chest rising and falling gently. Harry found himself watching her, struck by how peaceful she looked. In sleep, the dreamy distance in her expression was replaced by a serene vulnerability that made something protective stir in his chest. As he kept vigil, Harry's thoughts drifted to their conversation about the Forest of Dean, about thin places between life and death. He'd walked willingly to his death once, in the Forbidden Forest. Had faced Voldemort with the resurrection stone clutched in his hand, the spirits of his loved ones around him. That experience had changed him in ways he was still discovering, had perhaps left its own tear in his understanding of reality. Luna understood that, he realized. Without him having to explain, she simply accepted that his relationship with death was complicated, just as she accepted her own ability to see Thestrals when others couldn't. The hours passed quietly. Harry maintained the protective charms and checked the perimeter regularly, but nothing disturbed the forest's peace. The Aurors Kingsley had assigned were stationed at a distance, ready to respond if needed but far enough away to avoid triggering the tear prematurely. Around 11, Luna stirred, her eyes blinking open. "Harry," she murmured. "Has it started?" "Not yet," he replied. "But the feeling's getting stronger." Luna sat up, immediately alert. "Yes, it's close now." She looked around the darkened forest, then directly at Harry. You should have woken me earlier. You need rest too. I'm fine, Harry assured her, though exhaustion was beginning to pull at him. Not the first time I've gone without sleep. Luna gave him a knowing look. The nightmares are still bad, aren't they? That's why you were awake so early this morning. Harry stared at her, startled by her perception. How did you know I was up early? The pattern of rackspurts around you, she said simply, as if it were obvious. They cluster differently when you're sleep-deprived. She reached out and touched his hand lightly. It's nothing to be ashamed of, Harry. We all carry scars from the war, visible or not. Her touch was warm, her fingers slender but strong. Harry found himself turning his hand to clasp hers briefly. Some days are better than others, he admitted. Last night was, not great. Luna nodded, understanding in her eyes. The dead visit us in dreams because the veil is thinner there. They're not trying to harm you, you know. Just to be remembered. It was such a Luna thing to say, strange and comforting at once, carrying a truth Harry couldn't quite dismiss. Before he could respond, a sharp crackling sound cut through the night. They both turned to see sparks of silver-blue light appearing in the air where Luna had placed her crystals. It's beginning, she whispered, getting to her feet. Harry stood as well, drawing his wand. The sparks were multiplying, connecting like a constellation taking form. The crystals Luna had arranged were glowing brightly now, vibrating with increasing intensity. Should we try to stop it? Harry asked, moving closer to Luna. She shook her head. We need to understand what's happening first. Who's creating these tears and why? The air began to ripple and distort, reality bending like fabric under pressure. The clearing grew colder, their breath fogging in the suddenly frigid air. Harry could hear whispers now, the same faint, unintelligible voices they'd heard at Godric's hollow. With a sound like breaking glass, a tear formed, smaller than the one they'd seen earlier, but growing rapidly. This one was different, though. Instead of the jagged lightning shape, it was a perfect circle, its edges smooth and controlled. That's not a natural formation, Luna said, her voice tense. Someone's controlling it from the other side. As if in response to her words, the tear stabilized, neither growing nor shrinking. The whispers grew louder, and Harry felt a prickling sensation along his spine, the feeling of being watched. Show yourself, he called, his wand raised toward the tear. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a figure stepped through the circular opening, not the monstrous guardian creature they'd encountered before, but a human form, wrapped in a cloak of shifting shadows. In one gloved hand, they held what Harry recognized as the coin from Godric's hollow, now glowing with the same silver-blue light as the tear. Harry Potter, said a voice from within the shadowed hood. And Luna Lovegood. Right on schedule. Harry tensed, stepping slightly in front of Luna. Who are you? The figure raised its free hand and lowered its hood, revealing the face of Damien Crouch, his thin features illuminated by the eerie light of the tear. Unspeakable Crouch, Luna said calmly, though Harry felt her shift closer to him, their shoulders almost touching. I suspected you might be involved. Crouch smiled, a cold expression that didn't reach his eyes. Clever girl. Always seeing what others miss. He looked around the clearing, noting the protective charms Harry had cast. Quite the setup you've prepared. But unnecessary. I'm not here to fight. Then why are you here? Harry demanded, his wand still trained on Crouch. What are you doing with these tears? Research, of course, Crouch replied, as if it were obvious. The Department of Mysteries exists to explore the boundaries of magical knowledge. These tears are simply doors to new understanding. Doors that let dangerous creatures into our world, Harry countered. 2 muggles are already dead. Crouch waved a dismissive hand. Unfortunate collateral damage in the pursuit of greater knowledge. The Guardians only attack when provoked. You're creating these tears deliberately, Luna said, her dreamy voice hardening. Against ministry protocol and without oversight. Oversight, Crouch scoffed. From whom? The minister, who understands nothing of dimensional magic. The Aurors, who can barely grasp the theory behind what I'm doing. He fixed his gaze on Harry. Even you, the great Harry Potter, needed Miss Lovegood to explain the basics of reality manipulation. Harry felt a flash of anger but kept his voice level. Whatever you think you're accomplishing, it stops now. The tears are dangerous, unpredictable. On the contrary, Crouch said, holding up the coin, with the right tools, they're perfectly controllable. This token allows safe passage through the spaces between realities. He smiled again, that same cold expression. I've visited worlds you can't imagine, Potter. Seen magics that would revolutionize our understanding of reality. At what cost? Luna asked quietly. The boundaries exist for a reason. Weakening them threatens the stability of both sides. For the first time, Crouch looked directly at Luna with genuine interest. You understand more than most, Miss Lovegood. Perhaps you'd appreciate what lies beyond more than Potter would. He extended his hand, the coin glinting in his palm. I could show you. The knowledge you seek about creatures no one believes in, many of them exist in the in-between spaces. Your father's lifetime of research could be validated in a single journey. Harry felt Luna tense beside him, and for a heart-stopping moment, he thought she might be tempted. But then she raised her wand higher. Knowledge without wisdom is dangerous, she said simply. You're damaging the fabric of reality itself. Crouch's expression hardened. A pity. I had hoped for more vision from you, at least. He closed his fist around the coin. No matter. My work continues with or without your approval. Harry had heard enough. Expelliarmus, he shouted, the spell shooting toward Crouch. But the unspeakable was prepared. With a flick of his wand, he deflected Harry's spell into the trees. Really, Potter? Your signature move. How predictable. Luna moved in perfect synchronization with Harry, her own spell flying toward Crouch from a different angle. Immobilis. Crouch twisted away, but Luna's spell grazed his shoulder, momentarily slowing his movement. Harry pressed the advantage, casting a rapid series of binding spells that forced Crouch back toward the tear. You can't stop what's already begun, Crouch snarled, his composed demeanor cracking. The boundaries are weakening. Soon, the tiers will form on their own, without my assistance. Then we'll close them, Harry replied grimly, advancing step by step. All of them. Crouch laughed, a harsh sound that echoed strangely in the clearing. You don't have the power or the knowledge. Only I can control them now. As they dueled, the tier behind Crouch began to pulse erratically, expanding and contracting like a heart beating too fast. Luna noticed first, her eyes widening. Harry. The tear is destabilizing. Harry risked a glance and saw she was right. The smooth circle was becoming jagged, its edges fraying like torn fabric. Beyond it, shadows moved, not human shapes, but the many-limbed guardians they'd encountered before. Crouch seemed to realize the danger too late. As he turned to look at the destabilizing tear, Harry's stunning spell caught him squarely in the chest, sending him crumpling to the forest floor. The coin flew from his hand, landing in the leaves between them. Luna, the coin. Harry called, moving to secure Crouch's unconscious form. Luna darted forward, snatching up the token just as the tear gave a violent shudder. A guardian's limb thrust through the opening, its claws slashing the air where Luna had been moments before. We need to close it, Harry shouted over the rising chorus of whispers from beyond the tear. Like we did at Godric's Hollow. Luna was already examining the coin, her expression intense. This controls the tears, she called back. But I need time to understand how it works. More limbs were pushing through now, the guardians sensing the vulnerability in the barrier between worlds. Harry finished binding Crouch with magical restraints and moved to stand between Luna and the encroaching creatures. "I'll hold them off," he said, raising his wand. "Do what you need to do." Drawing on their earlier success, Harry cast his Lumos Maxima again, focusing the light into a net pattern. Without Luna's complementary spell, it wasn't as effective, but it slowed the Guardians' advance, tangling around their reaching limbs. Behind him, Luna was working with the coin, her wand touching it as she murmured incantations. Her face was lit by its glow, her expression one of intense concentration. "Harry," she called, "I think I understand. The coin needs to be charged with our intent, our combined magical signature." A bit busy at the moment, Harry replied through gritted teeth, maintaining his light net against the increasingly aggressive Guardians. "I need you to focus part of your magic on the coin while holding them back," Luna explained, moving to stand beside him. "Can you do both?" It was an almost impossible task, dividing his magical focus while maintaining a complex defensive spell. But Harry had faced impossible odds before. "I'll try." Luna held the coin between them, her left hand extended toward Harry. "Take my hand. Channel some of your magic through me to the coin while keeping your primary focus on your light net." Harry gripped her hand, feeling an immediate connection as their magic recognized each other. It was an extraordinary sensation, different from when they'd worked together, Godric's hollow, more intimate somehow. He could feel Luna's magical signature, bright and complex, intertwining with his own more powerful but less nuanced energy. "That's it," Luna encouraged, her voice steady despite the chaos around them. "Now think of sealing the tear, of healing the boundary between worlds." Harry focused his intent, visualizing the tear closing like a wound healing, while maintaining his defensive spell against the Guardians. Sweat beaded on his forehead with the effort of the split magical focus. Luna began to chant, words in that same strange language she'd used before. The coin between them grew brighter, pulsing in rhythm with her words. Harry felt his magic being drawn through their joined hands, channeled through Luna and into the coin, which was now glowing so brightly it hurt to look at directly. The Guardians sensed what they were attempting. Their attacks grew more frenzied, claws slashing at Harry's light net, creating tears that he struggled to repair. One broke through, its limb slashing across Harry's shoulder, drawing blood. Luna didn't falter, her chanting growing more intense as the coin's light reached a blinding peak. With a final word that seemed to echo through the clearing, she thrust the coin toward the tear. A shockwave of silver-blue energy exploded outward from the token, throwing Harry and Luna backwards. The light engulfed the tear and the Guardians, who shrieked in that mind-piercing way. When Harry's vision cleared, he saw the tear shrinking rapidly, the Guardians being pulled back through it like water down a drain. With a sound like a thunderclap, the tear sealed completely, leaving nothing but empty air where it had been. The coin fell to the forest floor, now just a dull metal disc without its former luster. Silence fell over the clearing. Harry pushed himself to his feet, wincing at the pain in his shoulder. "Luna? Are you all right?" She was already standing, leaves in her hair but seemingly unharmed. "I'm fine," she assured him, moving quickly to his side. "You're hurt." "It's nothing," Harry said, though the wound stung fiercely. "What did you do with the coin?" Luna bent to pick it up. "I reversed its function. Instead of opening tears, it sealed this one. But I think I burned out its magic in the process." Harry looked to where Crouch lay, still unconscious and bound. "And him? Will he be able to create more tears without it?" "Eventually, perhaps," Luna said thoughtfully. "But not easily, and not without creating more coins, which would require significant magical resources." She examined the now ordinary coin. This one had been infused with power from multiple reality crossings. It would take him time to create another like it. Harry nodded, the adrenaline of the confrontation beginning to fade. "We should signal the Auror team, get Crouch into custody." As Luna moved to do so, Harry looked around the clearing. The night was peaceful again, the forest returned to its natural state. Yet he couldn't shake the feeling that they'd only addressed a symptom, not the underlying problem. "Luna," he said slowly, Crouch said the boundaries were already weakening, that tears would start forming on their own. Was he telling the truth? Luna paused, her expression unusually grave. "I think he might have been, Harry. Something has changed in the magical substrate of our reality. These tears are like cracks in a dam." Crouch accelerated the process, but the pressure was already building. "So this isn't over?" "No," Luna said softly, looking up at the stars visible through the canopy. "I think it's just beginning." In the distance, they could hear the approaching Auror team. Crouch would be taken into ministry custody, the coin secured as evidence, reports filed and debriefings conducted. The official machinery would turn, processing this incident like any other magical crime. But as Harry watched Luna gazing at the stars, her face peaceful despite what they'd just endured, he knew that whatever came next, he wanted her beside him to face it. Something had changed between them in the past 24 hours, a connection formed through shared danger and complementary magic, yes, but something more personal as well. A recognition, perhaps, of how well they fit together, her insight balancing his power, his decisiveness complementing her vision. "Luna," he said, drawing her attention back from the stars. "Whatever's coming next. I'm glad you're part of this investigation." She smiled, that genuinely warm smile that transformed her face. "So am I, Harry Potter. So am I." As the Aurors arrived and the formal procedures began, Harry found himself watching Luna more often than not, struck by the feeling that this case might lead him places he'd never expected to go, not just between realities, but perhaps to a future he hadn't known he wanted until now. Chapter 2, Unseen Patterns. The Wizengamot chambers buzzed with tense conversation as Harry stepped through the heavy oak doors. 3 days had passed since their confrontation with Damien Crouch in the Forest of Dean, and the Ministry had wasted no time in convening an emergency session to address the threat of the reality tears. Harry spotted familiar faces among the purple-robed members, elderly witches and wizards who had survived 2 wizarding wars, now facing something entirely new. Kingsley Shacklebolt stood at the center of the chamber, his commanding presence drawing all eyes as Harry made his way to the witness seat. The minister nodded in acknowledgement before turning back to address the gathered officials. "The suspect, unspeakable Damien Crouch, remains in ministry custody," Kingsley was saying, his deep voice carrying effortlessly through the chamber. "However, he has invoked ancient unspeakable privileges that limit our ability to question him regarding Department of Mysteries research." A white-haired witch with a monocle leaned forward. "Surely attempted murder of an Auror supersedes departmental privileges?" "One would think," Kingsley replied with barely concealed frustration. "But the unspeakable charter of 1743 contains certain protections that even I, as minister, cannot override without unanimous Wizengamot approval." Harry listened, his jaw tightening. 3 days of bureaucratic maneuvering while Crouch sat in a comfortable ministry holding cell, refusing to reveal what he knew about the tears. Meanwhile, Luna was monitoring the magical sensors they'd placed at previous anomaly sites, watching for new tears forming. "Auror Potter," Kingsley called, interrupting Harry's thoughts. "Please share your first-hand account of the Forest of Dean incident." Harry stood, acutely aware of every eye in the chamber fixed on him. Even after years in the public eye, the scrutiny never became comfortable. 3 nights ago, Ms. Lovegood and I tracked a pattern of magical anomalies to the Forest of Dean, he began, keeping his voice level and professional. "We anticipated the formation of another reality tear based on the established pattern. Unspeakable Crouch appeared through the tear, confirming our suspicion that he was deliberately creating these breaches between worlds." Harry described the confrontation in detail, Crouch's coin, his claims about exploring other realities, the destabilization of the tear, and the guardians that attempted to cross over. He carefully emphasized the danger these tears posed to both magical and muggle communities. "In your professional assessment, Auror Potter," asked an elderly wizard with a long silver beard, "what are the chances of more tears forming without Crouch's direct involvement?" "According to Ms. Lovegood's analysis, very high," Harry replied. The magical boundaries between realities have been weakened by Crouch's repeated crossings. We believe new tiers may form naturally at sites of significant magical activity or historical importance. Murmurs swept through the chamber at this news. Kingsley raised a hand for silence. What is being done to predict and contain these potential tiers? Asked a which Harry recognized as the head of magical accidents and catastrophes. Ms. Lovegood has developed a detection system based on the magical signature of previous tiers, Harry explained. We've placed monitoring charms at likely locations throughout Britain. Additionally, we're researching methods to strengthen the weakened boundaries. The questions continued for nearly an hour, each member of the Wisengamot seeking reassurance that the situation was under control. Harry answered as honestly as he could, though in truth, they were barely keeping pace with the growing threat. When finally dismissed, he felt drained from the political maneuvering and undercurrents of fear permeating the chamber. Kingsley caught up with him in the corridor outside. You did well in there, Harry. Not well enough, Harry replied, running a hand through his perpetually messy hair. They're more concerned with protocol than preparation. We need action, not committees. The minister sighed, the weight of his position evident in the lines around his eyes. Politics moves slowly, even in crisis. But I've authorized your request for full access to the Department of Mysteries archives. You'll find the authorization in your office. Harry's expression brightened. That will help enormously. Luna believes the unspeakables may have historical records of similar boundary weaknesses. Speaking of Ms. Lovegood, Kingsley said with the faintest hint of a smile, she's waiting for you in your office. Arrived an hour ago with what she described as essential research materials. Harry nodded, already turning toward the lifts. Thank you, Minister. For the archive access and, for trusting us with this. Kingsley's hand landed briefly on Harry's shoulder. If anyone can unravel this mystery, it's you two. His expression grew more serious. But watch your back, Harry. Crouch has supporters in the ministry, people who believe his research is too valuable to abandon, regardless of the risks. I noticed, Harry replied grimly. Several Wisengamot members had seemed more interested in the potential applications of Crouch's discoveries than in the dangers they posed. We'll be careful. As the lift carried him up to the Auror department, Harry reflected on the past 3 days. Despite the bureaucratic frustrations, working with Luna had been surprisingly effortless. Her unconventional approach to magic complemented his more direct methods, and her calm in the face of chaos was steadying. Not for the first time, Harry wondered how he'd overlooked these qualities in her for so long. When he reached his office, the door was ajar, soft humming coming from within. He paused in the doorway, taking in the transformed space. Every available surface was now covered with books, parchments, and curious objects. In the center of it all sat Luna, cross-legged on his desk, surrounded by floating globes of colored light as she studied an ancient-looking journal. I hope you don't mind the rearrangement, she said without looking up. Your office had terrible feng shui for research on interdimensional magic. Harry stepped inside, closing the door behind him. It's fine. Find anything useful? Luna finally looked up, her protuberant silver eyes meeting his. There were smudges of ink on her cheek and her wand was tucked behind her ear as usual, but there was a sharpness to her gaze that told Harry she'd made a breakthrough. Several things, she said, sliding gracefully off his desk. First, we're not the first to encounter tears in reality. She handed him the journal she'd been reading. This is my great-grandmother's research diary. She documented similar phenomena in 1897. Harry carefully opened the fragile journal, its pages covered in delicate handwriting and intricate diagrams. Your family has been studying this for generations. The Lovegoods have always explored the boundaries of conventional magic, Luna said, a hint of pride in her dreamy voice. Great-grandmother Celine was particularly interested in places where our reality touches others. She leaned closer, turning to a specific page. Look here. The page showed a detailed drawing of what was unmistakably a reality tear, though this one appeared as a spiral rather than the jagged or circular shapes they'd encountered. She called them windows to the beyond, Luna explained. They appeared for several months, then stopped as suddenly as they began. Her theory was that they were natural phenomena, occurring in cycles like magical equinoxes. Harry frowned, scanning the notes beside the illustration. But Crouch was creating them deliberately. Could someone have been doing the same in 1897? Possibly, Luna acknowledged. But what's important is that she developed a method for tracking their formation. She picked up another book, this one bound in what looked like silvery fish scales. Using a combination of astronomy and ley line mapping, she predicted where the next windows would appear with remarkable accuracy. Can we use her methods to predict the tiers now? Luna nodded, her expression brightening. I've already started adapting her calculations. The stars have shifted since her time, of course, and the magical ley lines have been disrupted by modern developments, but the fundamental principles remain sound. Harry moved to the small window, gazing out at the magical view of London while processing this new information. What else have you found? The authorization came through for the Department of Mysteries archives, Luna said, setting down the journal. I've identified several records we should examine immediately. She hesitated, then added, there's something else, Harry. Something personal. He turned back to face her, curiosity piqued by her suddenly serious tone. What is it? Luna reached into her bag, that seemingly bottomless patchwork creation, and carefully removed a rectangular package wrapped in silk. I went to my father's house last night. He's in Sweden investigating ice sprites, so I had to find this myself. She unwrapped the silk to reveal a weathered wooden box carved with runes. It belonged to my mother. Harry moved closer as Luna opened the box. Inside lay a delicate silver device resembling a cross between a pocket watch and an astrolabe, its face marked with symbols Harry didn't recognize. My mother was an experimental spell creator, Luna explained softly, her fingers hovering over the device without touching it. She was working on a method to observe other realities without crossing over, a window without a door, she called it. Understanding dawned on Harry. The experiment that killed her. Luna nodded, her usual dreamy expression momentarily replaced by an old sadness. She was trying to observe what lies beyond the veil. The spell backfired. She looked up at Harry. I believe Crouch may have adapted her research. There are elements in his approach that mirror her theoretical work. Harry felt a surge of protective anger on Luna's behalf. You think he stole her research? Used it to create these tiers? Not directly, Luna said. Her notes were never published. But after she died, the Ministry confiscated her experimental materials for safety reasons. They would have gone to the Department of Mysteries. Where Crouch would have had access to them, Harry concluded, the pieces falling into place. Luna, I'm so sorry. She shook her head slightly. Don't be. My mother believed in pushing the boundaries of knowledge. She just understood the importance of doing so responsibly. Luna carefully lifted the silver device from its box. This is her prototype observation instrument. It's incomplete, but with some adjustments, it might help us monitor the tiers more effectively than our current sensors. Harry watched her handle the device with such care, recognizing the weight of what she was sharing with him. Luna rarely spoke about her mother's death, but here she was, offering this deeply personal connection to help their investigation. Are you sure you want to use it? He asked gently. Luna met his gaze with surprising steadiness. Yes. My mother would want her work to protect people, not endanger them. She placed the device carefully on his desk. Besides, I've always felt closer to her through her research. This feels right. Before Harry could respond, a paper airplane memo zoomed through the gap under his office door, circling their heads insistently. He plucked it from the air and unfolded it, scanning the message quickly. There's been a breach in the evidence lockup, he said, already reaching for his cloak. The coin from the Forest of Dean is missing. Luna was immediately alert. When? Within the last hour. The magical signature matches unauthorized portkey activation. Harry's expression darkened. Someone took the coin and left the ministry. They moved quickly, Harry securing the journals and materials in his office while Luna tucked her mother's device safely back into its box. In the corridor outside, the Auror department had erupted into activity, with senior Aurors barking orders and junior staff hurrying to comply. Ron Weasley intercepted them before they reached the lifts, his red hair disheveled and his expression grim. "Harry. I just heard. Who would be mad enough to break into Auror evidence storage?" "Someone with inside help," Harry replied. "The security wards on the evidence room are tied to Auror magical signatures. It would take a current or former Auror to bypass them without triggering an immediate alarm." Ron's eyes widened. "You think one of ours is working with Crouch?" "Maybe not directly with him, but certainly for the same cause," Harry said, lowering his voice as a group of junior Aurors hurried past. "Kingsley warned me Crouch has supporters in the ministry." "The coin is a portal key," Luna added, her voice soft but clear. "In the wrong hands, it could be used to create new tiers, even without Crouch's direct involvement." Ron shook his head, disgust evident on his face. "Bloody hell. What do you need from me?" Harry considered for a moment. Ron had left the Aurors to help George with the joke shop, but he was still one of the few people Harry trusted implicitly. "Keep your ears open. The shop gets all sorts of visitors. If you hear anything about unusual magical activity or people talking about windows or doors to other places, let me know immediately." "Consider it done," Ron promised. "And Harry? Be careful, mate. Both of you." He glanced at Luna with genuine concern. "This sounds even dodgier than our usual messes." Harry managed a grim smile. "We've handled worse." "Have we, though?" Ron muttered, but he clasped Harry's shoulder supportively before heading off to coordinate with the other Aurors assisting in the investigation. The lift arrived, and Harry and Luna stepped inside. "Where to first?" Luna asked as the doors clanged shut. "Department of Mysteries," Harry decided. "We need those historical records now more than ever. If someone's trying to replicate Crouch's work, we need to know everything we can about these tiers." The lift descended into the depths of the ministry, past the usual departmental floors and down to level 9. Harry had avoided the Department of Mysteries since the battle there in his 5th year at Hogwarts. Too many painful memories lingered in its mysterious corridors, Sirius falling through the veil, his friends endangered because of his actions, the prophecy that had shaped his entire life revealed. Luna seemed to sense his discomfort as they stepped into the black-tiled corridor. "The department has been completely redesigned since the battle," she said. "Nothing is where it was before." Harry nodded, grateful for her understanding. "Let's find the archives quickly. I don't want to spend any more time down here than necessary." The plain black door at the end of the corridor opened as they approached, revealing not the circular room Harry remembered, but a reception area staffed by a single witch with steel-gray hair pulled into a severe bun. She looked up as they entered, her expression carefully neutral. "Auror Potter. Ms. Lovegood. We were informed you would be requiring access to the historical archives." Her tone made it clear she disapproved of outsiders in her department, authorization or not. Harry produced Kingsley's authorization parchment. Section 7b, Records pertaining to interdimensional phenomena and reality breaches. The witch examined the document with narrowed eyes before reluctantly standing. "Follow me. And touch nothing without express permission." She led them through a series of corridors that seemed to bend and shift subtly as they walked, making it impossible to create a reliable mental map of their route. Harry kept close to Luna, noting how she observed everything with keen interest rather than the apprehension most visitors showed. "You've been here before," he murmured as they turned yet another identical corner. "Several times," Luna confirmed quietly. The Unspeakables consulted me about Thestrals last year. They're quite interested in creatures that exist partially in other planes of reality. The revelation that Luna had been working with the Department of Mysteries surprised Harry, though perhaps it shouldn't have. Her unique perspective on magical theory and her willingness to explore concepts others dismissed would make her valuable to researchers pushing the boundaries of magical understanding. They arrived at a vast circular room lined with shelves that stretched upward beyond sight. Books, scrolls, and stranger recording devices filled every available space, organized according to some system Harry couldn't immediately discern. Section 7B, their guide announced, gesturing to an area near the center of the room. Materials may not be removed from the department. You have 3 hours. With that, she turned and left, her footsteps echoing until a door closed somewhere out of sight. Friendly sort, Harry muttered. Luna was already approaching the indicated shelves, her eyes scanning the labels. Unspeakables value secrecy above social niceties. It's actually quite refreshing sometimes. She pulled out a thick ledger bound in what appeared to be dark blue leather. Here, the incident logs from 1700 to 1900. This should include my great-grandmother's time period. They settled at a nearby table and began their research, falling into a comfortable rhythm. Luna focused on the historical accounts while Harry examined more recent records, looking for patterns or insights that might help them predict the next tier formation. After an hour of intensive reading, Harry sat back, rubbing his eyes beneath his glasses. There's a mention here of a major tear that formed in 1943 in a place called Wookiee Hole Caves. Apparently, it stayed open for nearly a week before closing naturally. Luna looked up from her own research. That's significant. The caves have been a site of magical activity since ancient times. The longest tear we've documented so far lasted less than 12 hours. It says here that the department sent a team to investigate, but by the time they arrived, the tear had sealed itself. Harry frowned at the yellowing parchment. They found evidence of unauthorized exploratory activity but couldn't identify who was responsible. 1943, Luna mused. That's when Tom Riddle was still at Hogwarts. The implication hung in the air between them. Had Voldemort, in his endless quest for power, also explored the spaces between realities? It wouldn't surprise Harry, the Dark Lord had delved into the darkest corners of magic in his pursuit of immortality. There's more, Harry continued, turning the page. They recovered an artifact from the cave floor, a silver coin inscribed with moving symbols. Luna's eyes widened. Just like the one Crouch had. The report says it was placed in secure storage, Vault 13 in the Department of Mysteries Artifact Repository. Harry closed the file. Want to bet that's where Crouch found it? If he discovered records of previous tiers, it would explain how he knew to create the coin, Luna said thoughtfully. He wasn't inventing the method, he was replicating it. Harry stood, too restless to remain seated. So we're dealing with magical knowledge that's been rediscovered repeatedly throughout history. The question is, why do these tiers seem to appear in cycles? What triggers them? Luna was silent for a moment, her fingers tracing patterns on the ancient text before her. I think, they're responses to imbalance, she said finally. When the magical equilibrium between realities shifts too dramatically, the boundaries become permeable. What would cause that kind of imbalance? Major magical events. Wars. The creation of powerful magical artifacts. Luna looked up at him. Death on a significant scale. Harry paced the length of the table, connecting the dots. The 1897 occurrences followed the Goblin rebellions in Eastern Europe. The 1943 tear happened during Grindelwald's rise to power and the Muggle World War. And now, Luna continued, we're still feeling the magical aftereffects of Voldemort's reign and the Battle of Hogwarts. So many deaths, so much powerful magic unleashed in such a short time. So these tiers would have formed naturally, even without Crouch's intervention, Harry concluded. He just accelerated the process and found a way to control where they appear. Luna nodded, her expression serious despite her normally dreamy demeanor. Which means stopping crouch isn't enough. The tears will continue to form until the magical balance is restored. Harry sat back down across from her. How do we restore balance to something as vast as interdimensional magic? Before Luna could answer, a shimmering silver fox Patronus bounded into the room, speaking with Kingsley's voice, "Potter, Lovegood, sensors detecting major tear formation at Stonehenge. International Magical Cooperation Team already on site. Proceed with caution." The Patronus dissolved into silvery mist as Harry and Luna exchanged alarmed glances. Stonehenge is one of the most powerful magical convergence points in Britain, Luna said, already gathering their notes. A tear there could be catastrophically unstable. And what did he mean by International Magical Cooperation Team? Harry added, a sense of foreboding settling over him. Nobody mentioned involving foreign magical authorities. They hurried from the archive room, navigating the confusing corridors with Luna in the lead. As they reached the lift, Harry's mind was already racing through potential scenarios. Stonehenge was a major tourist attraction for both wizards and muggles. If a tear formed there, containing it without breaking the statute of secrecy would be nearly impossible. "We need to apparate from the atrium," Harry said as the lift began its ascent. "It's faster than going through official channels for a port key." Luna nodded, her expression unusually focused. "I know a suitable apparition point near the stones. My father took me there for the summer solstice celebrations as a child." The atrium was bustling with end-of-day activity as ministry employees headed home. Harry and Luna wove through the crowd toward the apparition points, ignoring curious glances from those who recognized them. "Ready?" Harry asked, taking Luna's offered hand. Her fingers were cool and slender in his grip, steadying despite the urgency of their mission. "Yes," she replied simply, and with a sharp crack, they disappeared. They reappeared on a windswept plain, the famous stone circle of Stonehenge visible about a quarter-mile ahead. Even from this distance, Harry could see that something was wrong. A shimmering dome of magical energy encased the entire monument, and within it, flashes of spellfire indicated conflict. "Someone's fighting inside the containment shield," Harry said, drawing his wand. "We need to get closer." They ran toward the stone circle, the wind whipping Luna's long blonde hair around her face. As they approached, they could make out figures moving among the ancient stones, at least a dozen wizards, divided into two distinct groups exchanging spells across the central altar stone. At the heart of Stonehenge, hovering about 10 feet above the altar, was the largest tear they had yet encountered, a swirling vortex of silver-blue energy, its edges jagged and pulsing erratically. "The tear is destabilizing," Luna called over the rising wind. "Those fools are dueling directly beneath it." They reached the edge of the containment dome, where two Aurors in British ministry robes stood guard. Harry recognized Susan Bones, who had been 2 years behind him in Auror training. "Harry!" Susan exclaimed, relief evident in her voice. "Thank Merlin you're here. It's a complete mess inside." "What's happening?" Harry demanded, eyeing the shimmering barrier that prevented them from entering. "International incident," Susan replied grimly. "The Department of International Magical Cooperation authorized a team of foreign researchers to study the anomaly when it first appeared 2 hours ago. But then a second group arrived, claimed to be from the Russian Ministry of Magic, but their credentials are suspicious at best." "Let me guess," Harry said. "They tried to access the tier, and things went south." Susan nodded. "The containment team established this dome to prevent Muggle interference, but they can't lower it now without risking exposure if that thing expands." She gestured to the tier. "Our people are trapped inside with them." Luna was examining the barrier, her wand moving in small, precise patterns. "This containment spell is actually making the tear more unstable," she observed. "It's creating magical pressure with nowhere to disperse." "Can you get us through?" Harry asked. Luna nodded. "I think so. The barrier is keyed to keep magic in, not out." She raised her wand and began a complex incantation, her voice melodic and assured. The barrier rippled where her spell touched it, creating what appeared to be a thin vertical seam. Luna reached out and gently parted the magical energy like a curtain, opening a space just wide enough for them to slip through. Quickly, she whispered. I can only hold it for a few seconds. Harry went first, squeezing through the opening and immediately feeling the difference in the air inside the dome, heavy with magical energy, crackling with tension. Luna followed, allowing the barrier to seal behind them. Inside Stonehenge, the situation was even more chaotic than it had appeared from outside. A team of wizards in official international magical cooperation robes were pinned down behind several of the massive standing stones, exchanging spells with another group dressed in dark crimson robes. Above them all, the tear was growing visibly larger by the minute, its edges fraying like torn fabric. We need to stop the fighting and stabilize that tear, Harry said, assessing the situation rapidly. I'll deal with the dueling wizards. Can you start working on the tear? Luna nodded, already removing her mother's silver device from her bag. Be careful, Harry. The tear's influence will make all magic more unpredictable in here. When am I not careful? Harry replied with a quick grin that belied the seriousness of their situation. Luna gave him a knowing look that clearly said, always, but she was already moving toward the edge of the stone circle, seeking a position from which to observe and influence the tear. Harry cast a disillusionment charm on himself and moved swiftly between the stones, approaching the center of the conflict. He recognized Padma Patil among the international cooperation team, her face set in concentration as she maintained a shield charm against the barrage of spells from the crimson-robed wizards. Crouching behind a fallen stone fragment, Harry took careful aim at the apparent leader of the crimson-robed group, a tall, broad-shouldered wizard directing the others with sharp hand gestures. With precise timing, Harry fired a non-verbal stunning spell that caught the man square in the back, dropping him instantly. The crimson-robed wizards faltered in confusion, giving Harry the opening he needed. He cancelled his disillusionment charm and stepped into view, his wand raised. Auror Department, he called, his voice carrying with authority. Lower your wands immediately. There was a moment of startled recognition, even foreign wizards knew Harry Potter's face, before one of the crimson-robed figures shouted something in what sounded like Russian and sent a blasting curse directly at Harry. Harry deflected it with a shield charm, but the spell ricocheted off his protection and struck one of the standing stones, sending cracked spiderwebbing across its ancient surface. Above them, the tear pulsed violently in response to the magical discharge. Stop! Harry shouted. You're destabilizing the anomaly. Either they didn't understand or didn't care. 3 more attack spells flew toward Harry in quick succession, forcing him to dive behind a stone for cover. He caught Padma's eye across the circle and signaled a flanking maneuver they'd practiced in training. She nodded and relayed the plan to her team through quick hand gestures. In a coordinated movement, Harry and the international cooperation wizards cast simultaneous disarming charms from different angles. The combined spells caught the crimson-robed wizards in a crossfire of magical energy, sending wands flying in all directions. But the magical discharge had consequences. The tear above the altar stone convulsed, expanding dramatically as waves of silver-blue energy pulsed outward. A deafening crack split the air, and one of the massive trilithons, the iconic structures formed by 2 standing stones topped by a lintel, shifted ominously. Everyone out of the circle. Harry ordered, gesturing urgently toward the perimeter. The international team didn't need telling twice, retreating with their disarmed prisoners. But as they moved, the tear expanded again, and a familiar ghostly limb thrust through the opening, followed by another, and another. The guardian creatures were coming through in force. Harry looked desperately for Luna and spotted her on the far side of the circle, the silver device in her hands glowing brightly as she worked to stabilize the tear. He started toward her, only to be cut off as a section of stone crashed to the ground between them, narrowly missing him. Luna, he called over the increasingly violent wind now swirling around the stone circle. I need more time, she shouted back, her hands steady on her mother's device despite the chaos. The tear is too unstable for a quick closure. Harry nodded, understanding what he needed to do. He turned to face the guardian creatures now emerging fully from the tear, 3 of them, each with multiple limbs ending in razor-sharp claws, their eyeless heads swiveling as they sensed the magical energy around them. Drawing on his experience from the Forest of Dean, Harry cast his light net spell, the luminous mesh expanding to entangle the nearest guardian. The creature shrieked that mind-piercing cry, thrashing against the magical restraint. But Harry was only one wizard, and there were 3 guardians. The other 2 moved with surprising speed, one heading directly for the retreating ministry team, the other toward Luna. "Padma!" Harry shouted. "Light spells only. Nothing offensive." To her credit, Padma grasped the instruction immediately, casting her own Lumos Maxima and directing her team to do the same. Their combined lights formed an improvised barrier that slowed the approaching guardian, though it wouldn't hold for long. Harry couldn't see the 3rd guardian or Luna from his position, and fear clutched at his heart. He redoubled his efforts against the creature he was containing, forcing it back toward the tear inch by painful inch. A sudden flash of silver light erupted from where Luna had been standing, followed by a pulse of magic so powerful it knocked Harry off his feet. When he scrambled up again, he saw Luna still standing, her mother's device held above her head with both hands. It was spinning rapidly, emitting pulses of silver light that matched the rhythm of the tear's fluctuations. The guardians reacted immediately, all 3 creatures twisting toward Luna as if drawn by an irresistible force. They moved against their will, pulled by whatever magic she was channeling through the device. "Harry!" Luna called, her voice strained with effort. "I need your power." "Like in the forest." Understanding instantly, Harry directed his magic toward Luna and her device, not with a specific spell but with raw intent, trusting their proven magical compatibility. He felt the connection form immediately, stronger than before, a resonance between his magical core and hers that felt both foreign and strangely familiar. Luna began to chant, her voice carrying clearly despite the magical storm around them. The words weren't in any language Harry recognized, but they seemed to affect the tear directly, causing its chaotic pulsing to slow and stabilize into a steady rhythm. The guardians were now directly beneath the tear, still being drawn upward by Luna's magic. With a final surge of power that Harry felt deep in his magical core, Luna thrust the device toward the tear. A beam of concentrated silver light shot from it into the heart of the anomaly, causing it to contract violently. The guardians were sucked back through the narrowing opening, their unearthly shrieks fading as they disappeared. The tear itself began to fold inward, collapsing like a star imploding, until with a final pulse of light, it vanished completely. The sudden silence was almost as shocking as the previous chaos. Harry lowered his wand, feeling the drain of magical exertion. Across the now quiet stone circle, Luna slowly lowered her arms, her mother's device still clutched in her hands but no longer glowing. "Is everyone all right?" Harry called, looking around at the shocked faces of the international cooperation team. Padma approached, keeping a wary eye on the crimson-robed wizards who were now being secured by her colleagues. "No casualties on our side. 2 of them are injured, but nothing life-threatening." She glanced up at where the tear had been. "What did you and Lovegood just do? I've never seen magic like that." Luna stabilized the tear long enough to close it properly, Harry explained, already moving toward where Luna stood. "We need to debrief everyone involved and find out exactly what these wizards were trying to accomplish." Luna met him halfway, her step slightly unsteady. Without thinking, Harry wrapped an arm around her waist to support her, concerned by the pallor of her skin. "That was extraordinary," he said quietly, just for her ears. "Are you all right?" Luna nodded, leaning into his support. "My mother's device worked better than I'd hoped. It harmonized with the tear's frequency." She looked up at him, a tired smile touching her lips. "And your magic, it amplifies mine in the most remarkable way." Something in her tone made Harry's heart beat a little faster, but before he could respond, Padma was beside them again. "Harry, we have a problem," she said urgently. "The containment dome won't disperse. Something about the magical discharge from the tier has locked it in place. We're trapped inside." Harry looked at the shimmering barrier that still surrounded Stonehenge. Beyond it, he could see more ministry officials arriving, their spells harmlessly absorbed by the dome. "How long until they can break through from the outside?" he asked. Padma shook her head. "The containment specialists say at least 12 hours. The dome was designed to withstand significant magical force. It would take too much power to break through without risking damage to the stones themselves. Which would be catastrophic for the ley line configuration," Luna added. "Stonehenge is a linchpin in Britain's magical geography." Harry sighed, running a hand through his hair. "So we're stuck here overnight. Wonderful." He turned to Luna. "Any chance you could create another opening like you did when we entered?" She shook her head. "Not without destabilizing the entire structure, which could trigger another tear. The magical resonance is too fragile right now." "Right," Harry said, decision made. "Padma, establish a secure area for the prisoners. I want guards in rotation, no one gets complacent. And have someone signal to the outside team that we're all right but contained for now." As Padma moved to carry out his instructions, Harry guided Luna to a relatively sheltered spot between two of the intact standing stones. The sun was beginning to set, casting long shadows across the ancient monument. "You need to rest," he told her, conjuring a comfortable bench with a wave of his wand. That was an enormous amount of magical output. Luna didn't argue, sinking onto the bench with a grace that belied her exhaustion. "The tears are getting stronger," she said, carefully placing her mother's device back in its box. This one was at least twice as powerful as the one in the Forest of Dean. Harry sat beside her, feeling his own fatigue settling in. And those wizards, they came prepared to access it. They must have known it was forming. "The coin," Luna said simply. "If someone has recreated Crouch's coin, they could be tracking tier formations and even influencing where they appear." Harry nodded grimly. "Which means we're not just dealing with Crouch and his ministry supporters, but an international element as well." He glanced toward where Padma's team was processing the prisoners. "I'll question them once they're secured, see what I can learn." The next few hours passed in organized activity. Harry interviewed each of the crimson-robed wizards, though they revealed little beyond their obvious interest in the tear. They claimed to be independent researchers from Eastern Europe, but their credentials were sophisticated forgeries. Without Veritaserum, which couldn't be used without proper authorization, Harry could only detain them for illegal entry and magical assault. As night fell, the temperature dropped dramatically. The ministry officials outside the dome arranged to send in supplies, food, water, and warming blankets, through a carefully controlled transfer point in the barrier. Padma organized her team into shifts, ensuring the prisoners were guarded while allowing everyone else to rest. Harry found Luna where he had left her, now wrapped in one of the blankets, her gaze fixed on the stars visible through the transparent dome above. "You should get some sleep," he said, sitting beside her again. "We've done all we can for now." "The stars look different from in here," Luna observed, seemingly ignoring his suggestion. "The dome is refracting the light, creating subtle shifts in how we perceive celestial magic." Harry looked up, trying to see what she saw. The night sky was indeed beautiful, the stars unusually bright and clear, as if the dome somehow enhanced their visibility. "My mother used to bring me stargazing," Luna continued softly. "She said the spaces between stars hold as much magic as the stars themselves, the vast, unknown expanses where anything might exist." She turned to look at Harry. "I think that's what drew her to study the spaces between realities." Harry was struck by how the starlight reflected in Luna's silvery eyes, making them seem to contain universes of their own. "She sounds remarkable." "She was," Luna agreed. "She would have liked you, I think. You both share a certain disregard for impossibility." Harry smiled at that. "Is that a polite way of saying I'm stubborn?" Determined, Luna corrected, returning his smile. It's one of your better qualities. They sat in comfortable silence for a while, watching the stars. Harry found himself acutely aware of Luna beside him, the subtle lavender scent that clung to her hair, the gentle rhythm of her breathing, the way her shoulder occasionally brushed against his when she shifted position. "Harry," she said eventually, her voice quieter than usual. "The magical connection we formed today, and in the Forest of Dean, it's unusual. Magical resonance that strong typically only occurs between people with significant compatibility." Harry turned to look at her, something in her tone capturing his full attention. "What kind of compatibility?" "In magical theory, it's called sympathetic harmonic resonance," Luna explained. "When two magical cores can align their frequencies to amplify each other." She hesitated, then added, "It's rare outside of twin siblings or lifelong partners." The implication hung in the cool night air between them. Harry felt a strange fluttering sensation in his chest that had nothing to do with magical exhaustion. "Is that why our combined spellwork is so effective against the tears?" he asked, his voice sounding strangely rough to his own ears. Luna nodded. "Partly. But it's more than that." She met his gaze directly, a rare seriousness in her expression. "I've always felt a connection to you, Harry. Even back at Hogwarts. You saw me when most people looked through me." The simple honesty of her statement touched something deep within Harry. Luna had always been unfailingly direct, free of the pretense and expectation that so often complicated his interactions with others. "You've always seen me too," he said quietly. "Not the boy who lived or the chosen one. Just Harry." Luna smiled, a genuine smile that transformed her face. "Well, just Harry is rather exceptional on his own, without all those hyphenated titles." Something shifted between them in that moment, a recognition of a connection that had always been there, quietly growing beneath the surface of their friendship. Harry found himself leaning closer to her, drawn by an impulse he hadn't fully acknowledged until now. Luna met him halfway, her lips soft and warm against his in a kiss that felt both surprising and inevitable. Her hand came up to rest against his cheek, cool fingers gentle against his skin. The contact sparked a subtle magical resonance between them, not the powerful surge they'd experienced during spellcasting, but a gentler harmony, like complementary notes in a chord. When they broke apart, Harry found himself slightly breathless. Luna was looking at him with wonder, as if she'd discovered a new magical species. "Well," she said softly, "that explains quite a lot about our magical compatibility." Harry couldn't help but laugh, the tension of the day dissolving in the face of her characteristic directness. "Leave it to you to analyze a kiss in terms of magical theory." "It's an apt framework," Luna replied with perfect seriousness, though her eyes danced with amusement. "Though I believe more research is warranted. A thorough investigation," Harry suggested, finding himself smiling more genuinely than he had in months. "Precisely," Luna agreed, leaning toward him again. Their second kiss deepened quickly, Luna's fingers threading through his perpetually messy hair as Harry's arms encircled her waist. The magical resonance between them hummed just beneath the surface, enhancing every point of contact. When they finally parted, both were breathing unevenly. Luna rested her forehead against his, her eyes closed. "Your mind is quieter now," she murmured. "Less crowded with Raxburts." Harry stroked her hair, marveling at its silky texture. "Is that good?" "Very," she said, opening her eyes to meet his gaze. "It means you're fully present. Not lost in worries or regrets." He realized she was right. For the first time in longer than he could remember, he wasn't dwelling on the past or anxious about the future. He was simply here, in this moment, with her. "I should have kissed you years ago," he said, the words surprising him even as he spoke them. Luna tilted her head thoughtfully. "Perhaps. But we might not have been ready then. Sometimes paths need to converge at precisely the right moment." A comfortable silence fell between them, broken only by the soft sounds of the night and the distant murmur of voices from the ministry team across the stone circle. Eventually, Luna stifled a yawn, the day's magical exertion clearly catching up with her. "You should rest," Harry said, reluctantly loosening his hold on her. "Tomorrow will bring its own challenges." Luna nodded, but instead of moving away, she shifted position to lean against his side, her head coming to rest on his shoulder. "Is this all right?" she asked, her voice already growing drowsy. "More than all right," Harry assured her, adjusting the warming blanket to cover them both. He wrapped an arm around her shoulders, holding her securely against him. As Luna's breathing deepened into sleep, Harry gazed up at the stars, feeling a peace he hadn't known in years. Whatever complications tomorrow might bring, international magical incidents, reality tears, mysterious adversaries, right now, in this ancient stone circle under the vast night sky, something new and precious was taking root. With that comforting thought, Harry closed his eyes, allowing himself to drift into sleep beside Luna, their magical resonance a gentle pulse between them, keeping the nightmares at bay. Morning arrived with golden light filtering through the containment dome, casting honeyed patterns across the ancient stones. Harry woke slowly, momentarily disoriented until he felt Luna stirring against his side. They had slept the night through in their sheltered corner of Stonehenge, the warming blanket and their shared body heat keeping the chill at bay. "Good morning," Luna murmured, blinking up at him with sleepy silver eyes. Her hair was tousled from sleep, catching the early light like a halo. "Morning," Harry replied, struck by how natural it felt to wake beside her. "Sleep well?" Luna nodded, sitting up and stretching her arms above her head. "Better than I have in ages. Your presence keeps the blibbering humdingers away." She touched his cheek gently. "And you didn't have any nightmares?" Harry realized with surprise that she was right. For the first time in months, perhaps years, his sleep had been undisturbed by dreams of the war, of Voldemort, of those he had lost. Before he could comment on this minor miracle, Padma approached, looking tired but alert. "Harry, the containment specialists think they can safely dissipate the dome now. They're ready to begin when you give the word." Harry nodded, standing and offering a hand to help Luna up. "Any issues with the prisoners overnight?" "No, they've been quiet," Padma replied. "Though one of them keeps asking to speak with you specifically. Says he has information about Crouch." Harry's attention sharpened. "I'll talk to him before we leave." "Luna, would you work with the containment team to make sure the dome's dispersion doesn't trigger any magical instability?" Luna nodded, already gathering her things. "I should check the ley line configurations as well. The tier's energy may have altered local magical currents." They parted ways, Harry following Padma to where the prisoners were being held while Luna headed toward the perimeter of the dome where ministry specialists were gathered. The crimson-robed wizards sat in a row on conjured benches, magical restraints binding their wrists. Their leader, the broad-shouldered man Harry had stunned first, looked up as he approached. "Mr. Potter," the man said in heavily accented English. "I was hoping for a private word." Harry studied him carefully. Up close, the man was older than he had initially appeared, perhaps in his 50s, with streaks of gray in his dark hair and lines of experience around his eyes. "Your name?" Harry asked, keeping his tone professionally neutral. "Mikhail Petrov," the man replied. "Former head of experimental magic research at the Moscow Magical Institute." Harry glanced at Padma, who nodded confirmation. His credentials in that capacity appeared genuine, unlike the ministry identification they presented yesterday. "Why attack a diplomatic team at a protected heritage site, Professor Petrov?" Harry asked, focusing back on the prisoner. Petrov's expression remained impassive. "We did not come to attack. We came to prevent catastrophe." He leaned forward slightly. "Your ministry is playing with forces they do not understand. Damien Crouch is not the first to attempt control of the tiers." Interest piqued, Harry conjured a chair and sat facing Petrov. "Explain." In 1943, Soviet wizards detected a major tear forming in what you call Wookiee hole caves, Petrov said. A research team was dispatched, but they arrived too late. Someone had already accessed the tear and returned with artifacts. Knowledge. This aligned with the records Harry had found in the Department of Mysteries archives. You believe Tom Riddle, Voldemort, was responsible? Petrov shook his head. Not Riddle. A British unspeakable named Arcturus Black. The name sent a jolt through Harry. Arcturus Black, a member of Sirius's family. Go on. Black discovered how to create coins that could stabilize and even direct the tears, Petrov continued. He conducted experiments for years in secret, gathering power and knowledge from between realities. The Soviet magical authorities monitored his activities but could not interfere directly during the Cold War. What happened to him? Harry asked, though he had a sinking feeling he already knew. He disappeared in 1976, Petrov said grimly. Presumed to have been lost between realities when a tear collapsed prematurely. But before his disappearance, he trained an apprentice. Crouch, Harry concluded. Petrov nodded. Damien Crouch was a promising young unspeakable when Black recruited him. After Black's disappearance, Crouch abandoned the research, publicly, at least. We believe he continued in secret, waiting for the right conditions. And those conditions came after Voldemort's defeat, Harry said, the pieces falling into place. The massive magical disruption created the perfect environment for the tears to form naturally. Precisely. Petrov leaned back, regarding Harry intently. We came to contain the tear at Stonehenge, not exploit it. Your diplomatic team mistook our intentions. Harry wasn't entirely convinced. Why not approach the British ministry officially? Would they have listened? Petrov countered. Or would they have dismissed our concerns as foreign interference? The coins Black created, and that Crouch has now recreated, are artifacts of immense power. They allow the bearer to walk between realities, to access knowledge and abilities beyond normal magical understanding. We've seen the consequences, Harry acknowledged, thinking of the guardian creatures and the instability the tears created. But that still doesn't explain why you tried to access the tear yourselves rather than helping close it. For the first time, Petrov looked uncomfortable. We have our own interests in containing this situation. There are certain artifacts that Black removed from Soviet magical territory during his experiments. We seek their return. And there it was, the real motivation. Not altruism but recovery of magical items they considered rightfully theirs. Harry stood, having heard enough. You'll be transferred to ministry custody and charged with illegal entry and magical assault, he said firmly. Your information about Black and Crouch will be taken into consideration, but I can't simply release you. Petrov accepted this with a dignified nod. One more thing, Mr. Potter. The coin you recovered from Crouch, it is one of 7 that Black created. The others remain unaccounted for. Harry kept his expression neutral, but internally, his mind was racing with the implications. 7 coins, like 7 Horcruxes, the magical significance of the number was not lost on him. Thank you for your cooperation, he said formally, then turned to Padma. Prepare them for transport as soon as the containment dome is down. Walking away from the prisoners, Harry spotted Luna near the center of the stone circle. She was kneeling beside one of the fallen stone fragments, her wand moving in delicate patterns over its surface. As he approached, he saw that she was repairing the damage caused during yesterday's conflict, carefully mending the ancient stone without altering its magical properties. How goes the containment dispersion? He asked, crouching beside her. Nearly ready, Luna replied, not looking up from her work. The magical resonance has stabilized sufficiently. They'll begin the process in about 10 minutes. She completed her spell with a final flick of her wand, then turned to face him. What did you learn from the prisoner? Harry quickly related Petrov's information about Arcturus Black, Crouch's connection to him, and the existence of 7 reality-crossing coins. Luna listened attentively, her expression growing increasingly concerned. 7 coins would create a complete circuit, she said when he finished. A magical network connecting 7 different points of reality. The potential power of such a configuration. She shook her head. It's beyond anything modern magical theory has explored. Do you think Crouch is trying to recreate this network? Harry asked. Luna considered for a moment. Not recreate, complete. If Black disappeared while the network was still unfinished, Crouch may believe he can succeed where his mentor failed. She looked up at Harry, unusual urgency in her voice. We need to return to London immediately. There's something in my great-grandmother's journal I need to verify. Before Harry could respond, a shout came from the perimeter. The containment specialists had begun the dispersion process, the shimmering dome flickering as they systematically dismantled the magical barriers. We'll leave as soon as it's down, Harry promised, offering Luna a hand up. As they stood together in the ancient stone circle, Harry felt a renewed sense of purpose. With Luna's theoretical knowledge and his practical experience, they had a chance to stop Crouch before he completed whatever dangerous scheme he was pursuing. And beyond the mission, there was the undeniable connection growing between them, a partnership that felt both professionally powerful and personally profound. Luna seemed to read his thoughts, her hand finding his and squeezing gently. Together, then, she said simply. Together, Harry agreed, returning the pressure of her fingers. Whatever lay ahead, interdimensional threats, ancient magical conspiracies, or the simple challenge of exploring this new relationship, they would face it side by side. The containment dome flickered one final time and dissolved into mist, letting the full morning sunlight spill unfiltered across Stonehenge. As ministry officials rushed in and the organized chaos of cleanup operations began, Harry and Luna stood a moment longer, hands linked, preparing for their next move in a game whose rules were only just becoming clear. Chapter 3, Heartstrings and Lifelines. The morning light slanted through the dusty windows of Luna's cottage, casting golden patterns across the crowded workspace. Harry watched as Luna moved methodically through stacks of journals and magical instruments, her silver blonde hair catching the sunlight as she searched. They had Auror directly here from Stonehenge, stopping only briefly at the ministry to file preliminary reports on the incident. Luna's home was exactly what Harry might have imagined, if he'd ever taken the time to imagine it before. Tucked away in the rolling hills outside Ottery St. Catchpole, not far from the borough, the cottage was a riot of organized chaos. Magical plants spilled from hanging pots, their blossoms turning to follow Luna as she passed. Shelves lined every wall, filled with specimens in jars, ancient texts, and curious devices that hummed and spun of their own accord. Paintings of fantastical creatures, some Harry recognized, others he didn't, adorned what little wall space remained, many in Luna's own distinctive style. It should have felt cluttered, but instead, it felt alive, each object placed with purpose, each oddity contributing to the whole. Like Luna herself, the space was unapologetically unique and strangely harmonious. Here it is, Luna announced, pulling a weather-beaten journal bound in iridescent leather from beneath a pile of star charts. Great-grandmother Celine's final research journal. The last entries detail her theory about the 7-point junction. She cleared a space at the kitchen table, gently placing the journal on its worn wooden surface. Harry joined her, their shoulders touching as they bent over the delicate pages. The proximity sent a subtle warmth through him, a reminder of their night beneath the stars at Stonehenge and the kiss they had shared. What exactly are we looking for? Harry asked, carefully focusing on the journal rather than the distracting scent of lavender that seemed to cling to Luna's hair. Great-grandmother believed the tears, she called them celestial apertures, formed a pattern when mapped against both physical geography and astronomical alignments. Luna turned several pages, revealing intricate diagrams where star positions overlapped with what appeared to be a map of Britain. She identified 7 major magical convergence points where the barriers between realities are naturally thinner. Harry studied the diagrams, recognizing several locations. Stonehenge is one. And here, This looks like the Forest of Dean. Luna nodded. And Godric's hollow makes 3. Her finger traced the pattern connecting the points. If someone created 7 coins, each attuned to one of these convergence points, they could create a network of controlled tiers. Harry finished, the implications dawning on him. But for what purpose? Luna turned another page, where her great-grandmother's elegant script filled the margins around a drawing of a circular device resembling the coin they had recovered from Crouch. According to her research, when all 7 points are activated simultaneously, they create a resonance field, a space where the rules of our reality and the spaces between can be negotiated. Harry frowned. Negotiated how? That's what worried her. Luna's voice grew softer. She believed such a field could be used to alter the fundamental boundary between life and death. The words hung in the air between them, heavy with implication. Harry thought of the veil in the Department of Mysteries, of Sirius falling beyond reach, of his own parents long lost to him. The possibility of such a boundary being altered sent a chill down his spine, and yet, a small, treacherous part of him couldn't help but wonder. "You're thinking about your parents," Luna said gently, not a question but a simple observation. Harry met her gaze, finding no judgment in her silvery eyes. "How did you know?" "It's the most natural thing in the world," she replied. "To want to see those we've lost again. To speak with them one more time." A shadow passed across her face. "I think about my mother every day." There was such honesty in her voice, such quiet understanding, that Harry found himself reaching for her hand without conscious thought. Their fingers intertwined on the weathered pages of her great-grandmother's journal. "Is that what Crouch wants?" he asked. "To bring someone back?" Luna tilted her head thoughtfully. "Perhaps. Or perhaps he seeks knowledge only the dead can provide." She turned another page in the journal. Great-grandmother's last entry warns that such a resonance field would be inherently unstable. The more the boundary is altered, the greater the risk of complete collapse. Meaning what, exactly? Meaning the distinction between life and death would dissolve entirely. Luna's voice was solemn. Not just for those someone might wish to return, but for everyone. Everywhere. Harry sat back, processing the magnitude of the threat. So Crouch is either ignorant of the consequences, or he believes he can control them, Luna finished. Either way, we need to find the remaining coins and stop him from activating the full network. A sudden flash of silver light interrupted them as a Patronus materialized in the center of the cottage, a lynx that spoke with Kingsley Shacklebolt's deep voice, "Potter, Lovegood, emergency at the Ministry. Multiple anomalies detected across Britain. Return immediately." The Patronus dissolved, leaving them staring at each other in alarm. "He's accelerating his timeline," Harry said, already standing. "Crouch must know we're getting close." Luna gathered her great-grandmother's journal and several other items, tucking them into her patchwork bag. "We'll need these. And I should bring my mother's device, it was effective at Stonehenge." They apparat directly to the Ministry atrium, arriving amid a scene of controlled chaos. Witches and wizards hurried in all directions, many carrying detection instruments or unfurling maps. At the center of it all stood Kingsley, directing operations with the calm authority that had made him such an effective leader during the war. "Harry, Luna," he acknowledged as they approached. "The situation has escalated dramatically. We're detecting 5 active tiers forming simultaneously." 5? Harry repeated, alarmed. "Where?" Kingsley led them to a large magical map of Britain suspended in mid-air. Glowing red points pulsed at 5 locations across the country. Godric's Hollow, the Forest of Dean, and Stonehenge are active again. Plus 2 new locations, Wookey Hole Caves in Somerset and the ruins of Lindisfarne Priory in Northumberland. "The pattern from great-grandmother's journal," Luna murmured to Harry. "The 7 convergence points. We're deploying containment teams to each location," Kingsley continued, "but we're stretched thin. The Russian wizards you encountered at Stonehenge were part of a larger group, we've had reports of similar teams appearing near each anomaly site. They're after the coins, Harry concluded. The Russians believe Black stole artifacts from their territory during his original experiments. That's not our only problem. Kingsley's expression was grim. Crouch escaped custody 30 minutes ago. We believe he had inside help. Harry cursed under his breath. He'd known Crouch had supporters within the ministry, but for someone to facilitate his escape during a crisis of this magnitude was unconscionable. What's worse, Kingsley added, reports indicate he's headed for the final convergence point, Glastonbury Tor. Luna gasped softly. The 7th point. The keystone of the entire network. We're mobilizing an Auror team to intercept him, Kingsley said, but given the sensitivity of the situation, I want you two there as well. Your experience with these tiers is unmatched. Harry nodded grimly. We'll go immediately. But Luna should check the Department of Mysteries archives first. There might be information about Arcturus Black's research that could help us understand exactly what Crouch is planning. I've already authorized full access, Kingsley assured them. Go quickly. I fear we have very little time. They moved swiftly to the lifts, descending to level 9 in tense silence. The corridors of the Department of Mysteries seemed to shift around them as they made their way to the archives, guided by Luna's previous knowledge of the layout. The archive room was dimly lit and deserted, the Ministry's unspeakables presumably occupied with the current crisis. Luna moved purposefully toward a section of shelving labeled Personnel Records, Classified. If Black was training Crouch, there would be records, she explained, scanning the shelves. Even in the Department of Mysteries, mentorships are documented. Harry kept watch by the door, uneasy in these subterranean chambers that held so many difficult memories. After several minutes, Luna gave a soft sound of triumph. Found it. She pulled a thin folder from the shelf. Arcturus Black, unspeakable first class, assigned to the death chamber from 1932 to 1976. Harry joined her as she opened the folder on a nearby table. Inside were sparse official records, performance evaluations, project assignments, security clearances, and a single photograph of a stern-faced wizard with the distinctive Black family features, aristocratic bone structure, dark hair, penetrating eyes. Look at this, Luna said, pointing to a note in his file. Special dispensation granted for private research initiative, 1942. Subject, interdimensional thresholds and mortality transcendence. Mortality transcendence, Harry repeated. He was researching ways to overcome death. Like so many before him, Luna murmured, turning a page. Including Voldemort, though their methods differed. She continued scanning the documents until she reached a final entry dated June 1976, subject declared missing in field accident. Research materials sealed by order of department head. Apprentice D. Crouch debriefed and reassigned to Temporal Division. Beneath this entry was a sealed envelope marked Eyes Only, Level 10 Authorization. Luna glanced at Harry, then carefully broke the seal, revealing a single page written in a precise, angular hand. Black's final research notes, she breathed, eyes widening as she read. Harry, this confirms everything. The 7 coins, the convergence points, the resonance field. But there's more. Black believed the field could be used to retrieve specific individuals from beyond the veil. Harry leaned closer, reading over her shoulder. It says the retrieval requires a powerful magical anchor, someone with a strong connection to the deceased. A blood relative would be ideal, Luna continued reading, but a strong emotional bond could suffice if the anchor's magical ability is exceptional. Harry felt a chill run through him. That's why Crouch approached me in the Forest of Dean, he wanted to see if I could serve as an anchor. For whom? Luna wondered, still scanning the document. Then she gasped, pointing to a name near the bottom of the page. Harry, look. Written in Black's meticulous script was a list of potential retrieval candidates. At the top of the list, Orion Black, son, Walburga Black, daughter-in-law, and Regulus Black, grandson. He was trying to bring back his own family members, Harry said, the pieces falling into place. But he disappeared before he could complete the network. And now Crouch is finishing what his mentor started, Luna concluded. But who is he trying to retrieve? He doesn't have a known connection to the Black family. Harry turned the page, finding a final note that made his blood run cold. Secondary anchor candidates identified through department surveillance, L. Evans and J. Potter, exceptional magical signatures, emotional resonance with multiple deceased subjects. My parents, Harry whispered. Black was monitoring my parents before they died. He considered them potential anchors. Luna's hand found his, squeezing gently. Black disappeared in 1976, long before your parents were killed. Crouch must have continued the surveillance independently. Harry's mind raced through the implications. So Crouch might be planning to use me as an anchor to retrieve someone from beyond the veil. But who? And why now, after all these years? Luna was silent for a moment, her gaze distant as she processed the information. The timing, she said finally. You defeated Voldemort 3 years ago. The magical aftermath of that battle, so many deaths, so much powerful magic unleashed, it created the perfect conditions for the tears to form naturally. Crouch has been waiting for this opportunity. We need to get to Glastonbury Tor, Harry decided, gathering the documents. That's where we'll find our answers. They hurried from the archives, taking the lifts back to the atrium where emergency port keys were being distributed to ministry response teams. An Auror Harry recognized from training handed them a tarnished brass key. Activates in 30 seconds, the Auror explained. It'll take you to the base of the Tor. Be careful, our advanced team reports unusual magical activity throughout the area. Harry and Luna grasped the port key together, and seconds later felt the familiar hook behind the navel as they were whisked away from the ministry. They landed on damp grass, the late afternoon sun breaking through scattered clouds to illuminate the iconic hill before them. Glastonbury Tor rose dramatically from the Somerset landscape, its solitary tower silhouetted against the sky. The St. Michael ley line runs directly through here, Luna explained as they began the ascent. It's one of the most powerful magical currents in Britain, connecting all 7 convergence points. Harry nodded, keeping his wand ready as they climbed. Any sign of Crouch or his supporters? Luna pointed toward the tower at the summit. There's a magical distortion around the tower. It's subtle, but similar to the containment dome at Stonehenge. They proceeded more cautiously, using the terraced path that spiraled around the hill. As they neared the summit, Harry felt a familiar prickling sensation along his spine, the feeling of powerful magic being worked nearby. Wait, he whispered, holding out an arm to stop Luna. Someone's coming. They ducked behind one of the ancient hawthorn trees that dotted the hillside. Moments later, 2 wizards in ministry robes appeared around the curve of the path, deep in conversation. Said it needs to be precisely at sunset, one was saying. The alignment of the ley lines reaches maximum conductivity then. And the anchor? Is Potter coming? Asked the second. Shacklebolt sent him. Crouch said it's essential he be here for the final phase. Harry tensed, his suspicions confirmed. These weren't Aurors but Crouch's supporters within the ministry, helping to orchestrate whatever ritual was planned for sunset. Beside him, Luna was already moving, her wand describing a complex pattern in the air. A shimmer of magic rippled outward, completely silent but effective. Both wizards stopped mid-step, frozen in place. Modified Petrificus totalis, Luna explained softly. It mimics a natural pause in time rather than creating an obvious magical effect. They won't be discovered immediately. Harry couldn't help but be impressed. Where did you learn that? Created it myself, Luna replied with a slight smile. For approaching sensitive magical creatures without disturbing them. They moved past the immobilized wizards, continuing their ascent with heightened caution. As they neared the summit, the magical distortion Luna had detected became visible even to Harry's less sensitive perception, a subtle warping of the air around the ancient tower. From their position just below the summit, they could see that the tower was now the center of intense activity. A dozen robed figures moved purposefully around a central altar that had been erected before the tower's entrance. Upon it sat 6 coins arranged in a circle, each glowing with the now familiar silver-blue light. And standing beside the altar, directing the preparations, was Damien Crouch. Harry and Luna crouched behind the last curve of the path, observing the scene. Several of the robed figures were placing crystalline devices at precise intervals around the summit, magical amplifiers, Harry guessed, designed to enhance whatever ritual Crouch was planning. 6 coins, Luna whispered. He's collected them from all the other sites. Which means the tiers at those locations are no longer controlled, Harry realized. They could be expanding unchecked. Not yet, Luna replied, studying the coins through narrowed eyes. The network is still partly active, the coins are linked. But once he places the 7th coin and activates the resonance field. She didn't need to finish the thought. Harry surveyed the summit, counting figures and assessing their options. There are 12 of them, plus Crouch. Too many to take directly, especially if they've prepared defensive measures. We need to disrupt the ritual itself, Luna suggested. Remove even 1 coin from the arrangement, and the network will collapse. Harry nodded, a plan forming. I'll create a diversion on the far side of the tower. You circle around and get to the altar. On my signal, grab whatever coins you can and disapparate. They'll have anti-disapparition jinxes in place, Luna pointed out. Then run, Harry said grimly. I'll cover you and meet you at the base of the hill. Luna caught his hand before he could move. Harry, she said softly, her silver eyes holding his. Be careful. Crouch has been planning this for decades. He'll have contingencies. Harry felt a surge of emotion at her concern. Without thinking, he leaned forward and kissed her quickly. You too, he murmured against her lips. See you soon. They separated, Luna circling left while Harry moved right, using the natural features of the hilltop for cover. As he approached the opposite side of the tower, he could hear Crouch speaking to his assembled supporters. Culmination of Arcturus Black's life's work, the unspeakable was saying, his voice carrying on the evening breeze. Tonight, we rewrite the fundamental laws of magic itself. Tonight, we open the way for those unjustly taken from us to return. Harry positioned himself behind a jutting stone, waiting for Luna to get into position. He could see her now, a flash of silver blonde hair as she crept closer to the altar. Drawing his wand, he aimed at one of the crystalline amplifiers on the far side of the circle. Confringo, he whispered. The amplifier exploded in a shower of crystal fragments, sending the nearby robed figures diving for cover. Instantly, the summit erupted into chaos, wands drawn as Crouch's supporters searched for the source of the attack. Find them. Crouch shouted, his composure cracking. The sun sets in 20 minutes. Nothing can stop the ritual now. Harry fired a series of spells in rapid succession, targeting the remaining amplifiers to maximize confusion. In the chaos, he saw Luna dart forward toward the altar, her movements graceful and precise. Just a few more seconds. Potter. Crouch's voice cut through the confusion, and Harry turned to see the unspeakable staring directly at him, a 7th coin gleaming in his outstretched palm. I knew you would come. You're an essential part of this evening's work. Harry stepped out from his hiding place, wand aimed at Crouch. From the corner of his eye, he could see Luna freeze just short of the altar as all attention turned to him. It's over, Crouch, Harry called. The Ministry knows about Black's research, about the network. Teams are containing the tiers at all the other sites. Crouch smiled, an expression devoid of warmth. Containing, perhaps, but not closing. The network is already active, the resonance building. All that remains is the final key. He held up the 7th coin. And you, of course. Me. Harry kept his wand steady, watching as Crouch's supporters formed a loose circle around them. You need an anchor. Someone with a connection to whoever you're trying to bring back. Very good, Potter. You've done your research. Crouch took a step closer. But you misunderstand my intentions. I don't seek to bring back a single individual, but to create a permanent bridge, a door that remains open between the world of the living and the realm beyond the veil. That's insane, Harry said. You'd collapse the boundary completely. Everyone who's ever died could potentially return. Not everyone, Crouch corrected. Only those with someone on this side who truly wishes for their return. A perfect balance, desire and possibility in harmonious alignment. Luna had begun moving again, inching closer to the altar while attention remained focused on Harry and Crouch. Harry needed to keep the unspeakable talking. And what about the Guardians, he demanded. The creatures that protect the spaces between realities? They've already killed people who came too close to the tears. A natural immune response, Crouch dismissed. Once the resonance field is established, they'll no longer perceive our world as a threat. You can't possibly know that, Harry argued. No one has ever successfully created a stable field. Black tried and disappeared. What makes you think you'll succeed where he failed? For the first time, uncertainty flickered across Crouch's face. Arcturus made a miscalculation. He attempted to force the field to retrieve specific individuals without proper anchors. I've corrected his approach. By using me as an anchor, Harry concluded. For whom, Crouch? Who are you so desperate to bring back that you'd risk reality itself? Crouch's expression hardened. Everyone has lost someone, Potter. You, me, all of wizard kind. I offer not just personal redemption but universal justice, a world where death is no longer the cruel, arbitrary force that tears families apart. Harry recognized the dangerous zealotry in Crouch's eyes, the same fanatical certainty he'd seen in Voldemort, in Bellatrix Lestrange, in all those who convinced themselves their cause justified any action, no matter how destructive. You're playing with forces you can't control, Harry said firmly. Whatever personal loss drives you, this isn't the answer. You, of all people, lecture me about loss. Crouch's voice rose in anger. You, who lost your parents before you knew them. Tell me, Potter, if this works, if my resonance field allows your parents to return to you, will you still stand against me then? The question struck Harry like a physical blow. The possibility, so long impossible, so completely beyond hope, that he might see his parents again, not as ghostly echoes but in the flesh. For a moment, his resolve wavered. Don't listen to him, Harry, Luna's voice called clearly from beside the altar. All heads turned to see her standing with her wand pointed at the arranged coins. He's offering an illusion. Whatever comes back through that veil won't be what was lost. Death isn't something to be bargained with or overcome, it's a transition, a transformation. Crouch spun toward her, alarm replacing his confident expression. Step away from the altar, Miss Lovegood. Luna stood her ground. Your mentor discovered this the hard way, didn't he? He tried to bring back his family and instead retrieved something wrong. Something that only looked like those he'd lost. Silence. Crouch's voice shook with emotion. You know nothing of Black's work. I know more than you realize, Luna replied, her dreamy tone replaced by unwavering certainty. My mother studied the veil before her death. The boundary between life and death exists for a reason. Those who pass beyond are transformed. Bringing them back doesn't restore what was lost, it creates a perversion of what once was. Harry saw his opportunity in Crouch's distraction. With a quick, non-verbal spell, he summoned the seventh coin directly from the unspeakable's hand. Crouch made a desperate grab, but the coin was already flying through the air toward Harry. Stop him! Crouch screamed, and his supporters began firing spells in Harry's direction. Harry dove to the side, still tracking the coin as it arced through the air. His fingers closed around it just as a stunning spell grazed his shoulder, sending him tumbling across the uneven ground. Pain shot through his arm, but he maintained his grip on the crucial seventh key. Chaos erupted on the summit. Luna seized the moment to grab 2 of the coins from the altar, disrupting the careful arrangement. Immediately, the remaining 4 began to pulse erratically, the network destabilizing. No! Crouch's anguished cry cut through the noise of battle. The sun is setting, the alignment is perfect. We may never have another chance. Harry struggled to his feet, the coin burning hot in his palm. To his horror, he saw that despite Luna's actions, the disrupted network was still active, weakened but not destroyed. Worse, a tier was beginning to form directly above the altar, larger and more unstable than any they had yet encountered. Luna, he called, fighting his way toward her through the melee of spells and combatants. The tear is forming anyway. Luna had taken cover behind a section of the tower wall, the 2 coins she'd seized clutched against her chest. The network is too far advanced, she called back. Even disrupted, it's generating enough resonance to begin the process. The tear expanded rapidly, its edges jagged and pulsing with erratic energy. Unlike the previous anomalies, this one emitted a low, mournful sound, like distant voices wailing in anguish. The sky above darkened unnaturally as the sun dipped toward the horizon, casting the summit in an eerie twilight. Crouch's supporters had fallen back in alarm, many disapparating despite the anti-apparition jinxes that should have prevented it. The tier's presence was disrupting all magic in the vicinity. Only Crouch himself remained steadfast, standing before the growing anomaly with his arms outstretched in welcome. Come through, he called into the tear. The way is open. Return to us. To Harry's horror, shapes began to emerge from the tear, not the guardian creatures they had encountered before, but humanoid figures, wispy and indistinct, yet recognizable as people. They drifted down toward the summit like smoke given form, dozens of them, then hundreds, pouring through the widening rift. They're coming, Crouch exulted. Just as Black theorized. The resonance field allows them to manifest. Luna had made her way to Harry's side, her expression grave. These aren't people, Harry. They're echoes, impressions left on the boundary between worlds. Like magical photographs, they contain a semblance of those who passed, but not their souls, not their true essence. One of the smoky figures drifted closer to Harry, its features resolving into an uncanny resemblance to Sirius Black. The apparition opened its mouth as if to speak, but only that same mournful wailing emerged. Behind it, more figures took shape. Harry recognized Remus Lupin, Tonks, Fred Weasley, faces from the Battle of Hogwarts, and more distant conflicts. Make it stop, Harry whispered, the coin still burning in his hand. This is wrong. The Sirius echo reached toward him, its fingers elongating unnaturally as they stretched through the air. Other figures were doing the same, extending toward the living with grasping, hungry movements that belied Crouch's benevolent vision. They're not what he expected, Luna said urgently. The echoes are drawn to the living, but not out of love or reunion, they're drawn to life itself, to what they no longer possess. Crouch was beginning to realize the same thing. His expression of triumph had given way to confusion and mounting horror as the echoes surrounded him, their reaching limbs elongating around his body like binding tendrils. No, he protested, trying to back away. This isn't right. You're supposed to be restored, whole. They can't be, Harry said, understanding dawning through his revulsion. Death isn't something you can undo or rewrite. Everyone who's passed beyond the veil has moved on to whatever comes next. These are just impressions they left behind. Footprints, not the people themselves. Luna nodded, her silver eyes reflecting the unearthly light of the tear. And like footprints, they seek to reconnect with what made them, with life. But they can never be truly alive again, only draw life from others. As if confirming her words, the echo Sirius had reached Harry now, its smoky fingers brushing against his cheek. The touch was ice-cold, sending a shudder of wrongness through him. Where it touched, Harry felt a draining sensation, as if something essential was being pulled from him. The coins, Luna said suddenly. Harry, give me the 7th coin. I have an idea. Harry handed it over without hesitation, trusting her implicitly. Luna quickly arranged the 3 coins they had captured in a triangular pattern on the ground before them. This won't close the tear completely, she explained, but it might reverse the flow, send the echoes back through. She removed her mother's silver device from her bag and placed it in the center of the triangle. I need your help again, she said, holding out her hand to Harry. Our combined magical resonance. Harry took her hand without hesitation, feeling the immediate connection as their magic recognized each other, stronger now than ever before, as if their recent experiences had deepened the harmonic resonance between their magical cores. Luna began the now familiar chant, words in that ancient language that seemed to bypass normal understanding and speak directly to the fabric of reality. The 3 coins began to glow, responding to her incantation, and the device at their center spun faster and faster, emitting pulses of silver light. Harry focused his magic through their joined hands, visualizing not just power but intent, the reversal of the unnatural flow, the restoration of the boundary. As he did so, he became aware of something new in their magical connection, an emotional component, a depth of feeling that transcended the merely arcane. It was Luna, her compassion, her insight, her unique way of seeing beyond conventional understanding. And it was himself, his determination, his capacity for love, his unwavering stand against darkness in all its forms. Together, they formed something greater than either could achieve alone. The echoes sensed the change in magical current. The serious impression pulled back from Harry, its featureless face tilting as if in confusion. Around them, the other apparitions began to drift upward, drawn back toward the tear by the reversed flow Luna was creating. Crouch, however, fought against the current. No, he screamed, clinging to several of the echoes that had enveloped him. Stay with me. I've worked so long for this moment. The echoes were impassive, simply following the magical tide as they were drawn back toward the rift. Crouch's resistance grew more desperate, his wand flashing as he tried to counter Luna's spell. But in his frenzy, he made a fatal error, casting directly at the unstable tear itself. The result was catastrophic. The tear convulsed, its edges rippling outward in a shockwave of magical energy that knocked everyone on the summit off their feet. Harry maintained his grip on Luna's hand as they fell, their magical connection unbroken despite the physical tumult. When Harry could see again, he found that the tear had changed, contracted into a perfect circle, its edges smooth and controlled. The echoes were streaming back through it in a reversed procession, their wailing fading as they returned to the spaces between realities. And in the center of the summit stood Crouch, but he was changing. The echoes that had enveloped him hadn't fully released their hold. As they were drawn back through the tear, they pulled parts of Crouch with them, not physically, but magically, stripping away layers of his essence. Help me, the unspeakable gasped, his body flickering between solidity and transparency as the echoes continued to drain him. Please, I didn't know, Harry started forward instinctively, but Luna held him back. We can't, she said, her voice filled with genuine regret. The process has gone too far. He's become part of the resonance field itself. Crouch seemed to understand. His expression shifted from panic to resignation, then to a strange, peaceful acceptance. I only wanted to see them again, he whispered, becoming more transparent by the second. My wife, my daughter, taken by dragon pox while I was away on ministry business. 26 years ago, but it feels like yesterday. For the first time, Harry felt a stab of pity for the man. Behind Crouch's dangerous obsession lay a grief so profound it had consumed decades of his life. I understand, Harry said quietly. But this isn't the way to heal that wound. Crouch nodded, his form now barely visible. Perhaps, beyond the veil. I'll find them for real. With those words, the last of his physical presence dissolved, drawn into the tear along with the final echoes. The circular opening hung in the air for a moment longer, then began to contract. Luna's spell, channeled through the 3 coins and her mother's device, guided the closure, not forcing it shut as they had done with previous tears, but allowing it to heal naturally, the boundaries of reality knitting back together. With a soft sigh, like a final breath, the tear closed completely. The unnatural darkness lifted, revealing a sky painted with the fiery colors of sunset. The summit of Glastonbury Tor was quiet once more, the only signs of the confrontation being the scattered coins and the abandoned altar. Luna slowly lowered her hand, her device spinning to a stop within the triangle of coins. "It's done," she said softly. "The resonance field has collapsed. The other tiers should be stabilizing now too." Harry looked around, noticing for the first time that they were alone on the summit. Crouch's supporters had fled during the chaos, leaving only the two of them to witness the unspeakable's fate. "He became what he sought," Luna observed, her voice gentle despite the horror they had witnessed. "Neither truly living nor properly dead, but caught between, an echo himself now." Harry nodded, feeling a profound weariness settle over him. "Do you think he found peace? Found his family?" Luna considered this, her gaze turned toward the darkening sky. "I think he found truth," she said finally. "Whether that brings peace depends on what lies beyond the veil." She turned to Harry, her silver eyes searching his. "Are you all right? You were tempted, I know. The echoes of your parents would have come through too." Harry took a deep breath, examining his own heart. For a moment, he admitted. "When Crouch first mentioned the possibility. But when I saw what was actually coming through, I knew it wasn't them." "Not really." He met Luna's gaze. "My parents are gone. I've accepted that. I have to live my life, not chase echoes of theirs." Luna's smile was gentle, understanding. "That's why the echoes couldn't hold you as they did Crouch. You faced death and made your peace with it. He never did." She reached up, her cool fingers tracing the lightning scar on his forehead with unexpected tenderness. "You walked willingly to your death once. You've stood on the threshold and chosen to return. The echoes have no power over someone who has made that journey." Her touch sent a different kind of shiver through Harry, one that had nothing to do with magical echoes and everything to do with the connection that had been deepening between them through this extraordinary week. Without conscious thought, he leaned forward, closing the distance between them. This kiss was different from their first at Stonehenge, deeper, more certain, a confirmation rather than an exploration. Luna's arms wound around his neck as she responded with surprising passion, her body fitting perfectly against his. The magical resonance between them hummed just beneath their skin, enhancing every point of contact. When they finally broke apart, both slightly breathless, the last rays of sunset were gilding Luna's hair, transforming it from silver blonde to molten gold. Harry had never seen anything more beautiful. "I should have seen you years ago," he murmured, echoing his words from Stonehenge but with new meaning. "Really seen you. You weren't ready then," Luna replied with her characteristic directness. "Neither was I. Our paths had to converge at exactly the right moment." She smiled, that radiant expression that transformed her entire face. "Besides, you're seeing me now. That's what matters." A silver Patronus, Kingsley's Lynx, materialized beside them, interrupting the moment. "Situation contained at all locations," the minister's deep voice reported. "Return to ministry when able. Full debrief required." The Patronus dissolved, leaving them alone in the gathering twilight atop Glastonbury Tor. Harry sighed, reluctant to leave this moment of peace and connection. "Duty calls," he said with a rueful smile. Luna nodded, already gathering the coins and her mother's device. "The boundary between worlds needs time to heal properly. We should monitor the convergence points for at least a few weeks." "Together?" Harry asked, the question encompassing far more than just their professional collaboration. Luna looked up at him, her silver eyes reflecting the first stars appearing in the eastern sky. "I'd like that," she said simply. "Very much." Harry helped her collect the remaining magical artifacts from the summit, including the 4 coins still on Crouch's altar. As they prepared to descend the hill, Harry paused for one last look at the spot where the tier had formed, where a man's obsession with conquering death had ultimately consumed him. "Do you think we'll ever fully understand what's beyond the veil?" he asked Luna, who had stopped beside him. She tilted her head thoughtfully, her expression serene in the fading light. "Understanding isn't always necessary," she said after a moment. "Some mysteries are meant to be respected rather than solved. The boundary between life and death is one of them." Harry nodded, finding unexpected comfort in her words. After years of fighting, of mysteries that demanded solutions, of prophecies that shaped his destiny, there was wisdom in accepting that some questions had no answers, or at least, no answers for the living. As they descended Glastonbury Tor together, the first stars brightening above them, Harry felt a sense of rightness he hadn't experienced in years. Whatever came next, ministry debriefings, monitoring the healing boundaries between worlds, exploring this new relationship with Luna, they would face it together, their paths now firmly intertwined. Behind them, atop the ancient hill, the natural magic of the place was already beginning to reassert itself, the ley lines flowing in their eternal patterns, undisturbed once more by human interference. The boundary between worlds would heal, as all wounds do with time. And life would continue, precious in its impermanence, meaningful precisely because it wasn't endless. Harry reached for Luna's hand as they walked, their fingers intertwining naturally. Her touch grounded him in the present moment, not in regrets for the past or anxieties about the future, but in the simple joy of walking side by side under a sky full of stars, alive and whole and moving forward together. Chapter 4. Beyond the veil's edge, the Ministry of Magic's largest conference room hummed with tense conversation. 3 days had passed since the confrontation at Glastonbury Tor, and the magical community was still reeling from the implications of Crouch's experiments. At the head of the long table sat Kingsley Shacklebolt, his usually composed features showing the strain of 72 hours with minimal sleep. Around him gathered department heads, senior aurors, and experts hastily assembled from across Europe. Harry sat halfway down the table, uncomfortably aware of the occasional glances directed his way. Beside him, Luna appeared remarkably serene despite the gravity of the situation, her silver eyes tracking the magical diagrams floating above the table's center, representations of the 7 tiers, now stabilized but not completely healed. "The immediate crisis has passed," Gawain Robards was saying, "but we're still detecting fluctuations at all 7 convergence points. Our containment teams report unusual magical phenomena continuing in each location." "Define unusual," requested Minerva McGonagall, who had been called in from Hogwarts to consult. The headmistress's presence lent additional weight to the proceedings. Robards gestured to a junior unspeakable, who rose nervously. "Time distortions, primarily. Objects appearing and disappearing. And reports of apparitions. Not ghosts as we understand them, but something similar." "Echoes," Luna said, her dreamy voice carrying clearly through the room. All heads turned toward her. Residual impressions left behind when the tiers began to close. Like footprints in wet sand that remain after the tide recedes. The junior unspeakable nodded, looking relieved that someone understood. "Yes, exactly. They appear to be harmless, merely observing." Harry wasn't so sure about the harmless assessment. He remembered all too vividly how the echoes had drained Crouch, transforming him into something neither living nor dead. "What about the 7 coins?" asked Percy Weasley, representing international magical cooperation. "Have all of them been recovered?" "We have 6 in secure storage," Kingsley confirmed. "The 7th disappeared with Crouch." A murmur ran through the assembled officials. The missing coin represented an ongoing risk, especially if any of Crouch's supporters remained at large. "And the Russian researchers?" Percy continued. "The ones apprehended at Stonehenge?" "Being held pending diplomatic negotiations," Kingsley replied. "They maintain they were attempting to contain the tiers, not exploit them." Harry had his doubts about that claim, remembering Petrov's admission about artifacts they sought to recover. But before he could voice his concern, the doors to the conference room burst open, admitting a harried-looking ministry witch. "Minister," she gasped. "Forgive the interruption, but you're needed urgently in the atrium." "They're here." "Who's here?" Kingsley asked, already rising. "The delegation from the beyond," the witch replied, her voice trembling slightly. "At least, that's what they're calling themselves." A profound silence fell over the room. Then everyone began speaking at once, questions overlapping as officials half rose from their seats. Kingsley raised a hand for silence. "Auror Potter and Robards with me," he commanded. "The rest of you remain here until we assess the situation." Luna stood as well. "I should come too," she said quietly to Harry. "If they're what I think they are." Harry nodded, knowing better than to argue. Whatever these delegates might be, Luna's unique understanding of the tiers would be invaluable. Together, they followed Kingsley and Robards from the conference room, tension evident in every line of the minister's body. The atrium had been cleared of regular ministry traffic, the usual bustle of employees replaced by a ring of alert Auror surrounding three figures standing before the fountain of magical brethren. As Harry approached, he felt an unnerving prickling sensation along his spine, the same feeling he'd experienced near the tiers. The three visitors appeared human at first glance, 2 men and a woman, dressed in flowing robes of an unusual iridescent material that seemed to shift colors as they moved. But as Harry drew closer, he noticed subtle wrongness, their movements too fluid, their features too perfect, their eyes reflecting light at impossible angles. "Minister Shacklebolt," the central figure said, his voice resonating strangely as if coming from multiple throats at once. "We appreciate your reception under these unprecedented circumstances." Kingsley stepped forward, his wand not drawn but clearly accessible. "You have us at a disadvantage. Who exactly are you, and what do you mean by delegation from the beyond?" The speaker inclined his head in acknowledgement. "I am Evren. My companions are Terrell and Nicey." He gestured to the male and female figures beside him. "We come as representatives of the Guardians of the Threshold, those you may have encountered emerging from what you call tiers in your reality." Harry tensed, remembering the many-limbed creatures that had attacked them at Godric's Hollow and Stonehenge. These beings looked nothing like those Guardians. "You've adopted forms we would find familiar," Luna observed, stepping forward to stand beside Kingsley. "Your natural appearance would be quite different." Evren's gaze shifted to Luna, an expression of interest crossing his too perfect features. "Perceptive. Yes, we have temporarily shaped ourselves to facilitate communication. Our true nature would be disruptive to your sensory systems." "What is your purpose here?" Kingsley asked directly. "To address the damage done to the threshold," Evren replied. "What you call tiers are wounds in the membrane separating different states of existence. These wounds were created deliberately by one of your kind, disrupting the natural order and allowing inappropriate transfer between realms." "Damien Crouch," Harry said. "He's gone now, absorbed into the tear at Glastonbury Tor." All three delegates turned their unsettling gaze toward Harry. "Yes," Evren acknowledged. "He exists now in the in-between spaces. Neither here nor there. A most uncomfortable state." Luna stepped closer to Harry, her shoulder brushing his in a gesture that felt both protective and seeking reassurance. "You said you're representatives of the Guardians, the creatures that emerged from the tiers. But you're not Guardians yourselves." "We are administrators," the female delegate, Nicey, explained, her voice melodic but alien. "The Guardians are more instinctual. They respond to breaches without diplomacy or explanation. We serve to communicate between realms when necessary." "And you feel communication is necessary now," Kingsley noted. "Why?" "Because the damage persists," the third delegate, Terrell, answered. "The wounds are stabilized but not healed. The boundary grows increasingly permeable. Without intervention, more transference will occur, echoes leaking through, Guardians responding, the natural order further disrupted." Harry exchanged a glance with Luna, whose expression had grown grave despite her usual dreamy demeanor. "What kind of intervention?" he asked. Evren gestured, and a glowing representation of Britain appeared in the air between them, 7 points of light marking the convergence sites. "The network your unspeakable created must be properly dismantled. Each convergence point must be individually cleansed of residual resonance. Only then can the threshold heal completely." "We've secured the sites," Robards began. "Our teams are monitoring." "Monitoring is insufficient," Terrell interrupted. "Active intervention is required. Specific rituals at each convergence point, performed by those with the necessary affinity." "Affinity?" Kingsley asked. Evren's gaze fixed on Harry and Luna. "Those who have already demonstrated compatibility with threshold energies. Those whose magic resonates harmoniously across the boundary." Harry felt a sinking sensation in his stomach. "You mean us?" "Primarily her," Nicey clarified, indicating Luna with a too graceful gesture. "You possess strong potential, Harry Potter, but she carries natural affinity. Her magical signature already echoes across the threshold. She is recognized." Luna showed no surprise at this assessment. "Because of my mother's research," she said quietly. "Her experiments with observing beyond the veil altered our family's magical signature." Evren inclined his head. "Precisely. You are uniquely suited to perform the necessary cleansing rituals. We can provide instruction." Kingsley looked deeply troubled. "This is an unprecedented situation. I'll need to consult with—" "Time grows short, Minister," Evren interrupted, his multiple voice effect becoming more pronounced. "Already, echoes seek anchor points in your world. Already, the Guardians grow restless with the continued disruption. 7 days, that is all we can grant before more direct measures become necessary." The threat was subtle but unmistakable. Harry stepped forward. "I've seen what happens when people meddle with the boundary between worlds. How can we trust that these rituals won't cause more damage?" For the first time, Evren's perfect features showed a flicker of something like annoyance. "You mistake our intent, Harry Potter. We do not seek to meddle but to restore. The natural order has served both our realms for millennia. We have no desire for change, quite the opposite." "I'll do it," Luna said suddenly, her voice serene but determined. "The cleansing rituals. I've studied similar magical processes through my mother's work. And if my affinity makes me suitable, I have a responsibility to help." "Luna," Harry began, concern evident in his voice. She turned to him, her silver eyes meeting his green ones directly. "It's the right path, Harry. I can feel it." She looked back at the delegates. "But I won't work alone. Harry's resonance complements mine. We've proven that repeatedly when dealing with the tiers." The 3 delegates conferred silently, a subtle shimmer passing between them. Finally, Evren nodded. "Acceptable. The harmonization of compatible magical signatures may indeed strengthen the process." Kingsley still looked hesitant. "I want full details of these rituals before I authorize anything. And ministry support teams at each location." "Of course," Evren agreed smoothly. "We seek cooperation, not conflict. The first convergence point should be cleansed tomorrow at dawn. Godric's Hollow, where the first tier appeared. We will provide the necessary instructions tonight." With that, the 3 delegates seemed to shimmer and fade slightly, becoming less substantial. "Until tomorrow," Evren said, his voice already distant. In another moment, all 3 had vanished, leaving only a faint opalescent mist that quickly dispersed. For several seconds, no one spoke. Then Kingsley turned to Harry and Luna, his expression grave. "My office. Now." "I don't trust them," Kingsley stated flatly once they were sealed in his office, privacy charms ensuring their conversation remained private. "We know nothing about these administrators or their true intentions." Harry shared the minister's skepticism. "They appeared conveniently right after we stopped Crouch's ritual. And their interest in Luna seems specific. Luna sat calmly in one of the visitor chairs, apparently untroubled by being the center of discussion. They're not telling us everything, she agreed. But that doesn't mean they're lying about the tiers needing to be properly closed. I've been monitoring the convergence points myself, and the magical instability is increasing, not decreasing. Kingsley sighed, rubbing his temples. What exactly did they mean about your affinity with the threshold? Luna considered this, her head tilting slightly in that characteristic way. I've always been sensitive to boundaries, between seen and unseen, between what is and what might be. My mother's experiments likely enhanced that natural tendency. She paused, choosing her words carefully. During our confrontations with the tiers, I felt a recognition. As if the space beyond was familiar somehow. Harry recalled how naturally Luna had adapted to the strange magic of the tiers, how quickly she had devised methods to close them when conventional spells failed. There had always been something different about her perception of the world, her ability to see thestrals, to sense creatures others dismissed as imaginary. What if those weren't eccentricities but genuine sensitivity to realities others couldn't perceive? It's too risky, Harry said finally. These rituals could be designed to pull you further across the threshold, not heal it. Luna reached over and took his hand, her cool fingers entwining with his. That's why I need you with me, she said simply. Our magical resonance creates balance. Together, we're anchored in a way neither of us would be alone. The gesture and her words sent warmth spreading through Harry's chest, despite his concern. In just a week, Luna had become essential to him in ways he was still discovering, her quiet strength, her unconventional wisdom, her ability to face the extraordinary with calm acceptance. Kingsley observed their joined hands with a raised eyebrow but made no comment. I want full Auror teams at each location, he decided. And emergency port keys directly to St. Mungo's in case anything goes wrong. We'll accept their instructions for the rituals but implement our own safety protocols. And we'll need research support, Luna added. There are texts in the Department of Mysteries that might help us understand what we're doing more fully. My great-grandmother's journals too. Kingsley nodded. I'll authorize whatever resources you need. But, he added, his gaze intense, at the first sign that these rituals are causing harm rather than healing, we abort the entire process. Is that clear? Perfectly, Harry agreed. Luna nodded her assent as well. Get some rest tonight, Kingsley advised, standing to indicate the meeting was concluded. Dawn comes early, and Godric's Hollow is just the beginning. You have 6 more sites to address after that. As they left the minister's office, Harry kept hold of Luna's hand, reluctant to break the connection. The ministry corridors were quieter than usual, many employees having been sent home while the security situation was assessed. Come home with me, Luna said suddenly as they reached the atrium. To the cottage. I need to review my mother's notes on boundary magic, and... She hesitated, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. I'd rather not be alone tonight. The simple honesty of her request touched Harry deeply. Of course, he replied. I should get some things from my flat first. Luna nodded. I'll go ahead and start organizing the research materials. Come when you're ready. Before she could step toward the fireplaces, Harry pulled her gently into a quiet alcove off the main atrium. Luna, he said softly, his free hand coming up to touch her cheek. Are you sure about this? These rituals, this affinity, they claim you have, it all feels like you're being drawn into something dangerous. Luna leaned slightly into his touch, her silver eyes meeting his without hesitation. I'm sure about doing what's right, she answered. The tears need to be healed, and if I can help, I should. Her lips curved into a small smile. Besides, I've always known my path would be unusual. Following it with you makes it less daunting. Harry couldn't help but smile back. Even in the midst of interdimensional crises and mysterious delegates from beyond reality, Luna remained essentially herself, straightforward, perceptive, and unexpectedly anchoring. Before he could overthink it, Harry leaned down and kissed her. Unlike their first tentative kiss at Stonehenge or their more passionate embrace at Glastonbury Tor, this was gentle and reassuring, a promise. Luna responded in kind, her hand coming up to rest lightly on his chest, just over his heart. When they parted, something had settled between them, an understanding deeper than words. Whatever came next, they would face it together. "I'll see you soon," Harry said, reluctantly stepping back. Luna nodded, her expression serene but her eyes betraying a depth of feeling that made Harry's heart beat faster. "I'll have tea waiting." Harry's flat in London felt strangely unfamiliar as he gathered what he needed for the days ahead: clothes, his emergency Auror kit, the few personal items he considered essential. Had it really been only a week since he'd woken here, alone and restless, before being assigned to investigate the first tear with Luna? It felt like months had passed, his life shifting on its axis in ways he was still processing. As he packed, his thoughts kept returning to the three delegates and their uncanny presence. There had been something fundamentally alien about them, despite their humanoid appearance, a sense that they operated according to rules and understandings entirely different from human perception. A soft hoot interrupted his reflections. Alcina, his tawny owl, had returned from hunting and was watching him pack with intelligent amber eyes. "I'll be gone for a while," Harry told her, reaching out to stroke her feathers. "You should head to the burrow. Molly will look after you." Alcina hooted again, nipping his finger affectionately before taking wing through the open window, apparently understanding his instructions. Harry watched her disappear into the evening sky, then returned to his packing with renewed focus. Just as he was about to leave, a silver terrier Patronus bounded through his wall, Ron's voice emerging from the glowing form: "Harry, mate, Hermione and I just heard about the situation at the Ministry. Are you all right? We're worried. Come to the burrow if you can." Harry sighed, knowing his friends deserved more than a hasty Patronus in response. But there wasn't time for a full explanation, not with dawn approaching and the first ritual scheduled for Godric's Hollow. He cast his own Patronus, the silver stag emerging from his wand. "I'm fine," he told it. "Working with Luna on closing the tiers. We'll explain everything when I can. Don't worry." The stag bounded away, carrying his message to Ron and Hermione. With a last look around his flat, Harry shouldered his pack and apparat to the coordinates Luna had given him for her cottage. He arrived on a starlit hill, the cottage nestled below him in a small, sheltered valley. Warm light spilled from its windows, creating an inviting glow against the deepening twilight. As he approached, Harry felt the subtle tingle of protective enchantments recognizing and admitting him. Luna must have adjusted her wards to include him. The thought gave him an unexpected sense of belonging. Luna opened the door before he could knock, greeting him with a warm smile. "Right on time," she said, stepping back to let him enter. "The kettle's just boiled." Inside, the cottage had been transformed from its earlier cluttered state into a focused research center. The kitchen table now held stacks of organized notes and open reference books. Magical diagrams floated above them, rotating slowly to display different perspectives on the 7 convergence points. "I've been reviewing the delegate's instructions," Luna explained, leading him to the table where a roll of shimmering parchment lay open. "They left this before departing. It details the cleansing ritual for Godric's Hollow." Harry set down his pack and examined the parchment. The writing shifted as he watched, symbols rearranging themselves into more recognizable script. "Impressive enchantment," he noted. "It adapts to the reader's magical signature," Luna confirmed, pouring tea into 2 mismatched mugs adorned with painted constellations. "The ritual itself is complex but not unfamiliar. It incorporates elements from ancient Celtic purification ceremonies and astronomical alignments similar to those my great-grandmother documented." Harry accepted the offered tea, letting its warmth seep into his hands. "That's somewhat reassuring. Does it mention anything about potential risks?" Luna's expression grew more serious. "Not explicitly. But boundary magic always carries inherent dangers. The closer one approaches the threshold, the more, permeable one becomes to influences from beyond. She took a sip of her tea before adding, that's likely why they specified my affinity makes me suitable. I'm already somewhat attuned to those energies. The implication troubled Harry. Meaning you'll be more vulnerable to whatever is on the other side. Luna nodded, acknowledging his concern. Yes, but also more capable of directing and controlling the necessary magical currents. It's a double-edged sword. She gestured to one of the floating diagrams. That's where your role becomes crucial. Your magic is firmly anchored in this reality, powerful and stable. Together, we create balance. Harry studied the diagram, which showed two intertwined magical signatures, one glowing with steady, consistent light, the other shimmering with more variable intensity. Like complementary wavelengths, he observed. Exactly. Luna looked pleased at his understanding. Harmonic resonance between different magical frequencies. It's what made our combined spell work so effective against the tears. They spent the next few hours reviewing the ritual requirements for Godric's Hollow. According to the delegates' instructions, they would need to establish a ceremonial circle at the exact spot where the first tear had appeared, aligning specific runic patterns with the rising sun. Luna would channel threshold energies while Harry maintained the stabilizing counterbalance, together creating a purification wave that would cleanse the lingering resonance from the site. As midnight approached, Harry felt his eyes growing heavy. The events of the past week, multiple magical confrontations, emotional revelations, minimal rest, were catching up with him. Luna noticed his fatigue and gently closed the book he'd been studying. "We should sleep," she said practically. Dawn is only a few hours away, and the ritual requires clear minds and focused magic. Harry nodded, suddenly aware of the awkwardness of their situation. He hadn't considered the sleeping arrangements when accepting Luna's invitation to her cottage. As if reading his thoughts, Luna said matter-of-factly, "You can take my bed. I'll use the sofa." "I couldn't put you out of your own bed," Harry protested. "The sofa is fine for me." Luna considered this, her head tilting slightly. "We could share," she suggested, her tone practical rather than suggestive. "The bed is quite large, and after Stonehenge." She trailed off, a faint blush coloring her cheeks at the memory of sleeping beside each other under the stars. Harry felt his own face warming. "I'd like that," he admitted. "Just to sleep," he added hastily. "We both need rest before tomorrow." Luna's smile was understanding. "Of course. Though I should warn you, the blibbering humdingers tend to be active around 3 in the morning. They're harmless but can cause unusual dreams." The comment was so perfectly Luna that Harry couldn't help but laugh, tension dissolving in the face of her characteristic blend of the practical and the fantastical. "I'll risk it," he assured her. Luna's bedroom reflected her unique sensibilities, the ceiling enchanted to show the night sky as it currently appeared outside, the walls painted with delicate murals of magical creatures and plants. The bed was indeed large, draped with a handmade quilt patterned with moons and stars. They prepared for sleep with the slightly awkward choreography of two people still learning each other's habits and boundaries. Luna disappeared briefly to change, returning in a nightdress of soft blue fabric that reached her ankles. Harry, having transfigured his clothes into something suitable for sleeping, tried not to stare at how the moonlight from the enchanted ceiling caught in her silvery blonde hair. They slipped under the quilt from opposite sides, maintaining a respectful distance between them. Harry lay on his back, acutely aware of Luna's presence beside him, the subtle lavender scent that seemed to cling to her hair, the soft sound of her breathing. "Harry," Luna's voice came softly through the darkness. "Are you afraid?" The question caught him off guard. "Of the ritual tomorrow?" "Of all of it," she clarified. "The tears, the delegates, what might come through from beyond the threshold. The possibility of failure." Harry considered his answer carefully. "Yes," he admitted finally. "But not paralyzed by it. I've been afraid before and still done what needed doing." He felt rather than saw Luna nod beside him. "I'm afraid too," she confessed, her usual dreamy tone replaced by something more vulnerable. Not of what might happen to me, but of making a mistake that hurts others. Of not being able to control the energies we're working with. Harry turned on his side to face her, though he could only make out her silhouette in the dim light. Luna Lovegood, worried about not being in control. That doesn't sound like you. She laughed softly. I know. I usually trust that things unfold as they should. But this feels bigger than me. Than us, even. She paused, then added, my mother trusted too completely in her own abilities. That's why her final experiment went wrong. Understanding dawned on Harry. You're afraid of repeating her mistake. Yes. The single word contained volumes of emotion Luna rarely displayed. Without hesitation, Harry reached across the space between them, finding her hand in the darkness. You're not alone in this, he reminded her. We balance each other, remember? And we'll have backup, aurors, healers, the full support of the ministry. Luna's fingers intertwined with his. Thank you, she whispered. For understanding. For not dismissing my concerns. I would never dismiss anything you say, Harry replied seriously. You see things others miss. It's one of the things I. He hesitated, the word love suddenly too close to his lips for comfort. Admire most about you, he finished, though it felt inadequate. Luna seemed to hear what he hadn't quite said. She shifted closer, eliminating the careful distance between them. We should sleep, she murmured, her head coming to rest against his shoulder in a position reminiscent of their night at Stonehenge. Harry wrapped an arm around her, her warmth and nearness both comforting and exhilarating. The steady rhythm of her breathing gradually slowed as she drifted towards sleep. Good night, Luna, he whispered into her hair. Good night, Harry, she replied, already half dreaming. Mind the humdingers. Despite the enormity of what awaited them at dawn, Harry felt himself relaxing into sleep as well, Luna's presence keeping his usual nightmares at bay. His last conscious thought was wonder at how quickly she had become essential to his sense of peace. Harry dreamed of stars, not as distant pinpoints of light but as beings with awareness and intent, watching the earth with ancient patience. He floated among them, neither fully present nor absent, aware of currents of energy flowing through the vast darkness between worlds. They observe but rarely intervene, said a voice beside him. Luna floated there, her hair streaming around her like pale fire, her silver eyes reflecting starlight. The pattern must maintain itself. What pattern? Harry asked, his voice seeming to echo strangely in the void. Life, death, the spaces between, Dream Luna replied, gesturing to the flowing currents. All connected, all in balance. Until someone tries to change the rules. The stars began to dim, darkness deepening around them. Harry felt a sudden urgency. Luna, we need to go back. But she was drifting away from him, following one of the energy currents into deeper darkness. I need to see first, she called, her voice growing fainter. Need to understand what lies beyond. Luna. Harry tried to follow but found himself unable to move, anchored in place while she floated further from reach. Luna, come back. He woke with a start, heart pounding, to find early dawn light filtering through Luna's bedroom window. The space beside him was empty, the quilt neatly folded back. For a disorienting moment, the dream seemed to blur with reality, Luna gone, drifted beyond reach. Luna, he called, sitting up quickly. In the kitchen, her voice replied, instantly dispelling his momentary panic. Making breakfast. We need proper nourishment before the ritual. Harry exhaled slowly, running a hand through his perpetually messy hair. Just a dream, not a premonition. Yet it had felt unusually vivid, significant in ways he couldn't quite articulate. He found Luna in the kitchen, already dressed in robes of pale blue that seemed to shimmer slightly as she moved. Her hair was braided away from her face, revealing the delicate curve of her neck and the radish earrings she'd chosen for the day. Good morning, she greeted him, sliding a plate of eggs and toast across the small table. "Did you sleep well?" The humdingers were particularly active around 3:15. Harry smiled despite his lingering unease from the dream. "I had some unusual dreams," he admitted, sitting down at the table. "You were in them." "Was I?" Luna looked intrigued rather than surprised. "That's interesting. The boundaries between consciousnesses often thin during sleep, especially when there's magical resonance between individuals." She sat opposite him with her own plate. "What happened in the dream?" Harry described floating among stars, the currents of energy, and Luna drifting away from him. As he spoke, her expression grew thoughtful. "That's not just a humdinger dream," she said when he finished. "It sounds like your subconscious processing aspects of threshold magic. The currents you described are similar to what I've sensed near the tiers, pathways between states of being." "And you drifting away?" Harry asked, unable to keep the concern from his voice. Luna reached across the table, her fingers briefly touching his. "A natural anxiety, I imagine. You're worried about my affinity with the threshold making me vulnerable." Her smile was reassuring. "But remember, that's why we're working together. You keep me anchored here." Her confidence eased his worry somewhat. They finished breakfast quickly, aware of time passing and the need to reach Godric's Hollow before sunrise. As they prepared to depart, Harry checked that the emergency port keys Kingsley had provided were secure in his pocket. Luna gathered a small bag containing ritual materials, specially prepared salt, purified water from a natural spring, and candles made from beeswax and herbs she had grown herself. According to the delegate's instructions, these physical components would help focus and direct the magical energies. "Ready?" Harry asked, offering his arm for side-along apparition to the specific coordinates in Godric's Hollow. Luna nodded, slipping her arm through his. Her eyes met his, silver in the early morning light. "Together," she said simply. Harry turned on the spot, and they disappeared with a soft crack, reappearing moments later at the edge of Godric's Hollow where they had encountered the first tear nearly a week ago. The air was cool and misty, dawn just beginning to lighten the eastern horizon. As promised, a team of Aurors was already in position, maintaining a perimeter around the site. Gawain Robards approached as they arrived. "Potter, Lovegood. The area is secured. No civilian presence within half a mile, and we've established anti-muggle wards as a precaution." "Any sign of our delegates?" Harry asked, scanning the misty field. "Nothing yet," Robards confirmed. "Though there's definitely something off about this place. My senior Aurors have been reporting unusual sensations, cold spots, whispers, that sort of thing." Luna was already moving toward the center of the field where the tier had first appeared. "The resonance is still active," she called back to them. "I can feel it, like vibrations in the air." Harry thanked Robards and joined Luna, feeling a slight resistance as he approached the spot, as if walking through invisible cobwebs. "I feel it too," he confirmed. "Not as strongly as at Glastonbury Tor, but definitely present." Luna knelt and began unpacking her ritual materials, arranging them in a precise pattern according to the delegate's instructions. The sun was just beginning to crest the horizon, golden light spearing through the morning mist. "We need to begin," she said, looking up at Harry. "The alignment is nearly perfect." Harry nodded, taking his position opposite her in the ritual circle she had created. The Aurors maintained their distance, watching with professional vigilance. Luna began by pouring the purified water into a small silver bowl, then adding 7 drops of her own blood, a personal connection to anchor the magic. She lit the candles with a whispered incantation, their flames burning with unusual steadiness despite the light breeze crossing the field. "Join hands with me," she instructed, reaching across the circle. Harry took her hands, immediately feeling the now familiar resonance between their magical cores, a harmonic vibration that seemed to strengthen with each encounter. Luna began to chant softly, words in the same ancient language she had used when closing previous tiers. As she spoke, the air around them began to shimmer subtly, reality seeming to thin. A ripple of awareness passed through Harry, they were being observed. He glanced up to see the 3 delegates standing at the edge of the ritual circle, their iridescent robes catching the early sunlight in impossible ways. They had appeared without sound or magical disturbance, simply there where before there had been empty air. Luna's chanting continued, her voice growing stronger as the sun cleared the horizon fully, sending golden light streaming across the field. The candle flames shot higher, changing color from yellow to blue to violet. "Now, Harry," Luna said, her voice oddly distant despite her physical proximity. "Focus your magic through our connection. Visualize stability, wholeness, boundaries restored." Harry concentrated, channeling his magical energy through their joined hands as he had done before. But this time felt different. Instead of the straightforward power transfer of their previous magical workings, he sensed something reaching back through the connection, tendrils of alien awareness brushing against his consciousness. Luna's eyes had changed, her usual silver irises now glowing with an internal light that reminded Harry uncomfortably of the tears themselves. Her chanting shifted into a higher register, words flowing more rapidly. "Luna?" he asked, concern mounting. She didn't seem to hear him. The ritual circle between them had begun to glow, lines of power tracing patterns in the earth that matched the diagrams they had studied the night before. The delegates watched impassively, making no move to intervene. Harry maintained the flow of magic, trusting Luna's expertise with boundary work, but his unease grew as her appearance continued to change subtly, her skin taking on an opalescent quality, her outline blurring slightly as if she existed simultaneously in multiple places. The ritual reached its climax as the sun cleared the distant trees completely, bathing the entire field in golden light. Luna raised their joined hands higher, her chanting reaching a crescendo, and then, silence. A pulse of pure magic radiated outward from the circle, sweeping across the field in an expanding wave. Harry felt it pass through him, a sensation of cleansing and restoration that left him momentarily breathless. Luna's eyes returned to normal, the glow fading as she exhaled slowly. "It's done," she whispered, her voice hoarse from the extended chanting. "The resonance is neutralized." Harry could feel the difference immediately, the invisible resistance had disappeared, the air feeling lighter and more natural. The lingering wrongness that had permeated the site since the tear first appeared had been cleansed away. "You performed admirably," Everin said, stepping forward. The delegate's perfect features showed what might have been approval, though the expression seemed practiced rather than genuine. "The first convergence point is healed. 6 remain." Luna released Harry's hands, looking exhausted but satisfied. "The process worked exactly as described in your instructions," she acknowledged. "Though the energy draw was more significant than anticipated. Each site will require greater investment," Nicey warned, her melodic voice carrying across the ritual circle. "The accumulated resonance is stronger at the later convergence points." Harry helped Luna to her feet, concerned by how heavily she leaned against him. "She needs rest before we attempt the next site," he said firmly. "Of course," Terrell agreed. "The Forest of Dean ritual must be performed at noon, when the sun reaches its zenith. There is time for recovery." Luna straightened slightly, though she remained close to Harry's side. "I'll be fine," she assured him. "The first transition is always the most disorienting." "Transition?" Harry repeated, not liking the implication. "From fully here to partially there," Luna explained with her characteristic directness. "During the ritual, my consciousness extended slightly across the threshold. It's necessary for the cleansing to work." The delegates exchanged what appeared to be significant glances. "Your affinity serves you well," Everin observed. "Few could maintain awareness in both states simultaneously." Harry's dream from the previous night suddenly seemed more ominous, Luna drifting away from him, following currents into darkness. "Is there risk of being pulled too far across?" he asked directly. "There is always risk in boundary work," Everin acknowledged. "But your presence provides necessary anchoring. The harmonic resonance between your magical signatures creates stability." It wasn't exactly the reassurance Harry had hoped for. He looked at Luna, searching her face for signs of lasting effects from the ritual. Her eyes seemed normal now, though perhaps a shade more silver than before, and her skin still held a subtle luminescence that hadn't been present yesterday. "We will meet you at the Forest of Dean," Terrell announced. "Prepare accordingly." With that, all three delegates shimmered and faded from view, leaving no trace of their presence. Robards approached cautiously once they had gone. "Did it work?" "The area feels different, calmer somehow." "It worked," Luna confirmed. "The residual resonance has been neutralized. This convergence point should no longer attract tears or echoes." "Good," Robard said, though he looked troubled. "Lovegood, you should know, during the ritual, you started to flicker. Like you weren't entirely solid. Some of my aurors were ready to intervene." Harry's concern deepened. He had been so focused on maintaining the magical connection that he hadn't fully registered the physical changes in Luna beyond her glowing eyes. Luna, however, seemed unsurprised. "A natural effect of working with threshold energies," she explained calmly. "My consciousness was partially extended across the boundary. My physical form reflected that state." Robards didn't look reassured. "I'll include it in my report to the minister. In the meantime, you both should rest before the next ritual." He gestured to a young Auror nearby. "Chambers will escort you to the safe house we've established in the village. It's warded and provisioned for your needs." Harry nodded gratefully, still supporting Luna who, despite her assurances, seemed more drained than she was admitting. They followed the young Auror through the misty fields toward Godric's Hollow proper, the sun now fully risen in a clear blue sky that promised a beautiful spring day. The safe house turned out to be a small cottage on the outskirts of the village, its exterior charmed to appear uninteresting to passing muggles. Inside, it was comfortably furnished with a small sitting room, kitchen, and 2 bedrooms. "I'll be stationed outside," Auror Chambers informed them. "The house is connected to the ministry's secure FLU network if you need anything. Otherwise, you won't be disturbed." As soon as they were alone, Luna sank onto the sofa, her composed facade giving way to evident exhaustion. "That was more intense than I expected," she admitted, her voice slightly shaky. Harry sat beside her, taking her hands in his. "What really happened during the ritual, Luna? And don't say it was a natural effect or necessary transition. I want the full truth." Luna met his gaze directly, no hint of evasion in her silver eyes. "The cleansing requires someone who can perceive both sides of the threshold simultaneously," she explained. "My affinity allows me to extend my consciousness across the boundary without fully crossing over. But it's disorienting. Like trying to exist in 2 places at once." "And dangerous?" Harry pressed. "Potentially," she acknowledged. "If I extended too far, or stayed too long, I might lose the connection to my physical form here." She squeezed his hands. "That's why your role is so crucial. Your magic keeps me anchored, gives me a path to follow back." The admission confirmed Harry's worst fears. "Luna, this is exactly what happened to Crouch in the end. He was pulled across the threshold and couldn't return." "Crouch was trying to manipulate the boundary for his own purposes," Luna countered. "We're restoring its natural state. The intent makes a difference in boundary magic." She paused, then added softly, "Besides, I trust you to hold on to me." The simple faith in her voice touched something deep in Harry's heart. He reached up to cup her cheek, his thumb tracing the delicate curve of her cheekbone. "I won't let you drift away," he promised. Luna leaned into his touch, her eyes closing briefly. "I know," she whispered. The moment stretched between them, intimate and charged with unspoken emotion. Then Luna swayed slightly, fatigue clearly overwhelming her. "You need to rest," Harry said, reluctantly lowering his hand. "The next ritual is in less than 5 hours." Luna nodded, allowing him to help her to one of the bedrooms. "Just a short sleep," she agreed. Wake me in 3 hours so we can prepare. Harry watched with concern as she curled onto the bed, not even bothering to remove her shoes. Within moments, her breathing had deepened into sleep, her features relaxing into peaceful repose. He gently removed her shoes and covered her with a light blanket before quietly leaving the room. In the small sitting room, Harry paced restlessly. Something about this entire situation felt wrong. The delegates had appeared too conveniently, their solutions too readily available. And their interest in Luna's affinity seemed excessive for being supposedly concerned only with restoring boundaries. Unable to settle his thoughts, Harry sent his Patronus to Kingsley with a detailed report of the morning's ritual and his concerns about Luna's safety. Then he stationed himself in a chair outside her bedroom door, determined to stand guard while she rested. Despite his intention to remain vigilant, the magical exertion of the ritual and the emotional strain of the past days soon caught up with him. His eyes grew heavy, his head nodding forward as exhaustion claimed him. He dreamed again, this time of standing in a vast, gray space without features or boundaries. Before him stretched an infinite series of veils, diaphanous and shifting, each concealing something just beyond sight. "You can't follow where I need to go," Luna's voice came from everywhere and nowhere. "Not yet. I won't let you go alone," Harry called back, moving toward the nearest veil. "Some journeys must be made solo," she replied, her voice fading. "But I'll leave you a thread to follow." Harry woke abruptly to the sound of breaking glass. He was on his feet instantly, wand in hand, disoriented by the sudden transition from dream to waking. The cottage was silent except for the ticking of a clock on the mantel, showing just past 10 in the morning. He had been asleep for nearly 2 hours. "Luna," he called, pushing open the bedroom door. The room was empty, the bed neatly made as if no one had slept there. On the pillow lay a single radish earring, the pair to the ones Luna had been wearing that morning. Harry's blood ran cold. He rushed through the small cottage, checking every room, but found no sign of Luna. The broken glass he had heard came from the kitchen window, now shattered inward as if something had been thrown through it. Outside, he found Auror Chambers unconscious on the ground, a large bruise forming on his temple. A quick diagnostic spell confirmed the man was stunned but not seriously injured. Harry revived him with a quick renervate. Chambers sat up groggily, his hand going to his head. "What happened?" "That's what I was going to ask you," Harry replied tensely. "Luna's gone." The Auror's eyes widened. "I was patrolling the perimeter when I heard a sound from the back of the cottage. When I went to investigate, someone hit me from behind. I never saw who it was." Harry's mind was already racing ahead. Luna wouldn't have left voluntarily, not without telling him, not with 5 more rituals to perform. Someone had taken her, someone who had managed to bypass ministry wards and neutralize an Auror. He ran back into the cottage, searching for any clue to Luna's whereabouts. In the bedroom, he examined the earring she had left behind. It appeared ordinary except for a faint glow visible only when he held it at a certain angle to the light. A message? A clue? Luna was resourceful and quick-thinking. If she had anticipated being taken, she might have left something to help him find her. Harry focused on the earring, casting a series of revealing charms. Nothing happened until he tried Specialis Revelio, while channeling his magic in the same way he had during the ritual, focusing on his connection to Luna. The earring began to spin on his palm, emitting a soft silver light that coalesced into a floating image, a ruined stone building on a windswept headland, waves crashing against cliffs below. Harry recognized it immediately, the ruins of Lindisfarne Priory, one of the 7 convergence points. His Patronus to Kingsley was concise: "Luna taken. Heading to Lindisfarne Priory. Send backup." Without waiting for a response, Harry apparat directly to the coordinates he remembered from the ministry briefing. He reappeared on a grassy headland, the ancient ruins of the priory stark against the blue sky. The North Sea stretched to the horizon, waves pounding the rocks below with rhythmic force. Harry approached cautiously, wand at the ready. The site appeared deserted, but his instincts told him otherwise. As he neared the main ruins, he felt the now familiar resistance in the air, the sign of active threshold resonance. A flicker of movement caught his eye. Between two fallen columns, a figure in ministry robes was working over what appeared to be an altar stone. Harry crept closer, using the ruins for cover, until he could make out the figure's identity. It wasn't Luna. Mikhail Petrov, the Russian researcher they had apprehended at Stonehenge, was carefully arranging objects on the altar stone. Surrounding him were three crimson-robed wizards, their wands trained on a figure kneeling before the altar. Luna. Her hands were bound with glowing magical restraints, her face pale but composed as she watched Petrov's preparations. Harry's first instinct was to attack immediately, but experience had taught him the value of assessment before action. He needed to understand what Petrov was attempting before he intervened. Casting a disillusionment charm on himself, Harry circled the ruins until he was close enough to hear their conversation. "Waste of time," one of the crimson-robed wizards was saying. "We should use the Imperious Curse and be done with it." "Lovegood's cooperation must be willing for this to work," Petrov replied, his accented voice carrying on the sea breeze. "Her natural affinity with the threshold is useless if forced." Luna's voice was calm despite her captivity. "Whatever you're attempting won't succeed, Professor Petrov. The delegate's cleansing rituals are specifically designed for the resonance pattern created by Crouch. Your alternative approach will only destabilize the boundary further." Petrov turned to her, his expression hard to read from Harry's position. "The delegates, as you call them, have their own agenda, Miss Lovegood. One that does not necessarily align with humanity's best interests." "And your agenda does?" Luna asked, her tone genuinely curious rather than confrontational. "My agenda is simple," Petrov replied. "To recover what was stolen from my country by Arcturus Black during his experiments. Items of immense magical significance that rightfully belong in our archives." "The seventh coin," Luna deduced. "The one that disappeared with Crouch." Petrov nodded. "Among other artifacts. Black crossed the threshold 7 times before his final, failed attempt. Each time, he returned with objects from beyond, knowledge, power, tools for manipulating reality itself." He gestured to the altar where Harry could now see he had arranged 6 of the 7 coins in a pattern different from the one Crouch had used at Glastonbury tour. "You can't possibly hope to reopen a controlled tier," Luna said. "Not without the 7th coin, not without proper understanding of the resonance patterns." Petrov smiled thinly. "That, Miss Lovegood, is where you are mistaken. We don't need to reopen a tear. We simply need to locate one specific echo, Crouch himself, who now exists in the in-between spaces, still possessing the 7th coin." Harry's blood ran cold at the implications. Petrov wasn't trying to heal the threshold but to exploit the existing damage for his own purposes. And he planned to use Luna's affinity to locate and somehow retrieve Crouch, or at least, the artifact he carried. Luna seemed to reach the same conclusion. "You want me to extend my consciousness across the threshold and find Crouch," she said slowly. "But that would require, precisely what you did this morning at Godric's Hollow," Petrov interrupted. "But with a different intent. Instead of cleansing the resonance, you will use it to create a tethered path to Crouch's echo. Without Harry's anchoring, I could be pulled completely across," Luna pointed out. "Is that your intention? To sacrifice me?" Petrov looked genuinely offended. "Certainly not. We are scholars, not murderers. We've prepared an alternative anchoring method." He gestured, and one of the crimson-robed wizards brought forward a device that looked disturbingly similar to Luna's mother's silver instrument. "A replica of Pandora Lovegood's design," Petrov explained. "Recreated from Ministry archives. Not as elegant as the original, but functional for our purposes." Harry had heard enough. Petrov's plan was too dangerous, the risk to Luna too great. He needed to act now, before the ritual began, but taking on 4 wizards alone would be challenging even for a senior Auror. A soft hooting sound made him look up. Circling above the ruins was a familiar tawny owl, Alcina, who should have been heading to the burrow. Instead, she had somehow tracked him to Lindisfarne. And she wasn't alone. Behind her flew at least a dozen more owls of various sizes and colors, forming an unusual formation against the blue sky. "Harry Potter," called a dreamy voice from behind him. "I thought you might need assistance." Harry turned, maintaining his disillusionment charm, to find himself face to face with Xenophilius Lovegood. Luna's father looked much as Harry remembered him, slightly disheveled, with the same protuberant eyes as his daughter, though his were blue rather than silver. He was wearing expedition robes covered in numerous pockets and what appeared to be a necklace made of butterbeer corks identical to the one Luna had given Harry at Godric's Hollow. "Mr. Lovegood?" Harry whispered, astonished. "How did you find me?" "Luna and I have had a contingency plan since she was 9, Xenophilius explained calmly, apparently able to see through Harry's disillusionment charm without difficulty. "If either of us is in danger, our earrings act as homing beacons for the other. I was in Sweden when mine activated this morning." Harry glanced at the circling owls. "And them?" "Friends," Xenophilius said simply. "Creatures often help those who believe in them. Now, shall we retrieve my daughter?" Before Harry could formulate a response, Xenophilius raised a peculiar silver whistle to his lips and blew. No sound emerged that Harry could hear, but the effect was immediate and dramatic. The owls dove toward the ruins in perfect formation, descending upon the startled wizards with talons extended and wings beating fiercely. Simultaneously, from the tall grass surrounding the ruins emerged at least 20 small, furry creatures Harry had never seen before, something like a cross between rabbits and squirrels, but with distinctive spiral patterns on their fur. "Crumplehorn snorkax," Xenophilius explained proudly as the creatures swarmed toward Petrov and his companions. "Swedish subspecies. Quite territorial and surprisingly effective in groups." Harry didn't waste time questioning this unexpected development. He cancelled his disillusionment charm and sprinted toward Luna, casting shield charms to deflect the spells now flying from the crimson-robed wizards as they battled the aerial and ground assault. "Luna," he called as he reached her, quickly dispelling the magical restraints binding her wrists. "Harry," she replied, looking relieved but not surprised. "You found my message. And you brought father." "He found me, actually," Harry corrected, helping her to her feet. "We need to get you out of here now." But Luna shook her head, her expression determined. "Not yet. Petrov was right about one thing, the threshold disturbance here is growing critical. If we leave it unaddressed, a tear will form naturally within hours, potentially larger than any we've seen. So we perform the delegate's cleansing ritual," Harry suggested, keeping his shield charm active as spells continued to fly around them. "We can't," Luna said. "The disruption pattern is different now, Petrov's arrangement of the coins has altered the resonance. We need to adapt." Harry looked at the chaos around them, Petrov and his companions fighting off the strange creatures and owls, Xenophilius advancing with remarkable confidence, his wand producing spells Harry had never seen before. They had minutes at most before the situation escalated further. "What do we need to do?" he asked, trusting Luna's judgment implicitly. "A modified version of this morning's ritual," she replied, already moving toward the altar where the 6 coins lay arranged in Petrov's pattern. "But with a crucial difference, instead of extending my consciousness across the threshold, we both need to partially cross over." Harry's dream flashed through his mind, veils stretching into infinity, Luna saying he couldn't follow where she needed to go. "Is that even possible?" "You said my magic was too firmly anchored in this reality." "It is," she confirmed. "But our resonance has been strengthening with each interaction. I believe we can achieve a synchronized partial crossing, enough to neutralize the disruption without either of us being pulled completely through." It was risky, perhaps the most dangerous magical working they had attempted yet. But Harry could feel the wrongness in the air around them growing stronger, reality thinning dangerously as Petrov's misguided efforts destabilized the convergence point further. "Tell me what to do," he said, making his decision. Luna quickly rearranged the coins into a new pattern, not the circle Crouch had used, nor the formation from the delegate's instructions, but a figure-8 pattern that somehow felt right to Harry's magical senses. "We need to establish a continuous loop of energy," Luna explained. "A balanced circuit that neither pushes nor pulls but simply flows, allowing the boundary to resettle naturally." A spell impacted near their feet, sending stone fragments flying. Harry reinforced his shield charm, watching as Xenophilius engaged Petrov directly, the two older wizards trading complex spells that collided in bursts of magical energy. "Whatever we're doing, we need to do it now," Harry urged. Luna nodded, taking her position on one side of the figure-8 pattern. Harry stood opposite her, the coins glowing between them as they activated in response to the magical tension. "Take my hands," Luna instructed, extending both arms across the altar stone. Harry clasped her hands firmly, immediately feeling the resonance between their magical cores surge to new intensity. Luna began to chant, but this time, instead of the ancient language she had used in previous rituals, she spoke in clear English. "Threshold between worlds, hear our intent. We seek not to cross, nor to block, but to restore. What was torn, let it mend. What was disrupted, let it settle. As we stand balanced between, so shall you." The simplicity of the words belied their power. As Luna spoke, Harry felt a shift in the resonance between them, no longer just a harmonic vibration but a perfect synchronization, as if their separate magical signatures were aligning into a single pattern. "Now, Harry," Luna said, her silver eyes meeting his. "Visualize us both stepping partially through a veil, but remaining connected to each other and to this world. Like wading into water without fully submerging." Harry concentrated on the image, feeling the boundary between realities thin around them. It was different from their previous magical workings. Instead of Luna extending across while he anchored her, they were moving together, maintaining perfect balance through their connection. The sensation was extraordinary, a gradual awareness of another reality overlapping with the physical world. The ruins around them remained visible, but now Harry could also perceive currents of energy flowing through and around them, connecting the convergence point to a vast network that extended beyond normal perception. And there were presences, not the echoes they had encountered at Glastonbury Tor, but something more fundamental. Observers. Watchers. Ancient awarenesses that had existed in the spaces between worlds since time immemorial. "They're the true guardians," Luna's voice came to him, though her lips hadn't moved. They were communicating directly through their magical connection. "Not the creatures we encountered, but these. The ones who maintain the boundaries." Harry could feel them now, vast, patient intelligences so different from human consciousness that they could barely be comprehended. They weren't hostile, merely concerned. The disruptions in the natural order had drawn their attention. Through their joined magical awareness, Harry and Luna projected their intent, not to alter the boundary but to heal it, to restore the natural separation between worlds while honoring the necessary connections that had always existed. The Watchers seemed to consider this, their attention focusing on the unique resonance pattern created by Harry and Luna's synchronized consciousness. Then, slowly, Harry felt them respond, not with words or actions but with a subtle shift in the energies surrounding the convergence point. The disrupted patterns began to realign, the frayed edges of reality knitting back together. The 6 coins between them pulsed in rhythm with this healing, their light synchronizing with the natural flow rather than imposing an artificial pattern. Harry was so focused on maintaining the delicate balance of their partial crossing that he almost missed what was happening in the physical world around them. The fighting had ceased, all participants seemingly frozen in place by the waves of magical energy radiating from the altar. Even Petrov stood motionless, his wand half-raised, his eyes wide as he witnessed something few living wizards had ever seen, the conscious restoration of a fundamental magical boundary. The process reached its natural conclusion, the energies settling into their proper patterns, the thinness in reality resolving itself. Harry felt a gentle tug pulling him and Luna back toward full physical presence, their partial crossing reversing as the boundary stabilized. With a soft exhalation that seemed to come from the site itself, they returned completely to the physical world. The coins stopped glowing, their power temporarily exhausted by the working. Luna's hands were warm in Harry's, her eyes slowly returning to their normal silver from the luminous glow they had taken on during the ritual. She smiled at him, a smile of such joy and wonder that Harry felt his heart expand in response. "We did it," she whispered. "A true healing, not just a suppression." Harry nodded, unable to find words adequate to describe what they had just experienced together. The intimate connection of their shared consciousness, the glimpse of realities beyond normal perception, it had changed something fundamental between them, deepened their bond in ways that transcended ordinary relationship. Before either could say more, reality reasserted itself in the form of Xenophilius Lovegood approaching the altar, the crumplehorned Snorkax gathered around his feet like loyal pets. "Magnificent work, you two," he beamed, apparently unsurprised by the extraordinary magical working he had just witnessed. "A perfect harmonic stabilization. Your mother would have been so proud, Luna." Luna released Harry's hands to embrace her father. "Thank you for coming," she said softly. "How did you get here so quickly from Sweden?" "Thestrals," Xenophilius replied simply. "Most accommodating creatures when properly asked. They dropped me near Durham, and then the owls helped me locate you precisely." Harry turned his attention to Petrov and his companions, who were now being restrained by a team of Aurors that had apparently arrived during the ritual. Kingsley Shacklebolt himself was supervising, his expression grave as he approached Harry. "Potter," the minister acknowledged. "Your Patronus was rather lacking in detail, but it seems you handled the situation effectively." "It was a team effort," Harry replied, gesturing to Luna and her father. "Petrov kidnapped Luna to use her affinity with the threshold. He was trying to locate Crouch, or rather, what Crouch carried with him when he was pulled across." Kingsley nodded grimly. "The seventh coin. We suspected as much when we identified his accomplice in the ministry, the same person who helped Crouch escape custody. A junior unspeakable who's been feeding information to Petrov's group for months." Luna joined them, looking tired but composed. "The convergence point is properly healed now," she reported. "Not just temporarily stabilized like at Godric's Hollow, but fundamentally restored to its natural state." "How?" Kingsley asked. "The delegates said it would take 7 specific rituals to heal all the convergence points." "The delegates weren't entirely forthcoming," Luna replied, a hint of her usual dreaminess returning to her voice. "Their prescribed method would have suppressed the symptoms but not addressed the underlying imbalance. What Harry and I did was more direct." Harry felt a sudden wariness. "Could we have done this at Godric's Hollow? Without following their instructions?" "No," Luna said thoughtfully. "I needed to experience their method first to understand its limitations. And our magical resonance needed to develop to its current strength. Everything happened in the necessary sequence." Kingsley looked troubled. "These delegates, do you believe they were deliberately misleading us?" Luna considered this question carefully. "Not lying, exactly. But operating according to their own priorities, which don't perfectly align with ours. They want the boundaries restored, certainly, but on their terms, maintaining certain asymmetries that benefit their side." "Their side?" Harry repeated. "The spaces beyond the threshold aren't uniform," Luna explained. "There are factions, for lack of a better term. Different types of consciousness with different approaches to interacting with our reality. The delegates represent one perspective. The watchers we glimpsed during our ritual represent another, older one." Kingsley absorbed this information with the practiced calm of someone accustomed to dealing with extraordinary situations. "And which faction should we trust?" "Neither, entirely," Luna said simply. "And both, to an extent. But mostly, we should trust ourselves to find the balance that's right for our world." She turned to Harry, her silver eyes meeting his with quiet certainty. "We can heal the remaining convergence points ourselves now. The proper way, not the delegates' compromise version." Harry nodded, trusting her judgment completely after what they had just shared. We should start with the Forest of Dean, since it was scheduled next. Actually, Luna countered, we should go to Stonehenge immediately. It's the most powerful convergence point after Glastonbury Tor, and its disruption is affecting the others. With it properly healed, the rest will be easier. Kingsley gave them both an appraising look. You've changed, he observed. Both of you. Something in that ritual. Synchronized consciousness, Xenophilius supplied helpfully, rejoining the conversation. Quite rare, even among magical twins. Happens when two compatible magical cores achieve perfect harmonic alignment during a boundary working. Creates a permanent resonance link. Permanent? Harry asked, surprised. Luna smiled at him, a private smile that made his heart race. It just means we'll always be able to sense each other's magical presence, she explained. And work together more effectively with threshold magic. It's not invasive, more like having perfect pitch when playing music together. Harry found he didn't mind the idea at all. In fact, it felt right, a formalization of the connection that had been building between them since they first encountered the tear at Godric's Hollow. I'll have teams ready at Stonehenge within the hour, Kingsley decided. In the meantime, both of you should rest. That was clearly intensive magic. As the Aurors began processing the scene, securing Petrov and his companions for transport back to the Ministry, Harry found himself standing with Luna at the edge of the headland, looking out over the North Sea. The wind had calmed, the waves below more rhythmic and peaceful now that the convergence point was healed. Thank you, Luna said softly. For finding me. For trusting me. Harry turned to face her, taking both her hands in his. I'll always find you, he promised. Wherever you go. The depth of feeling behind his words surprised even him. A week ago, Luna had been a friend he valued but rarely saw, her eccentric perspectives appreciated but distant from his daily life. Now she was essential, the other half of a magical partnership unlike anything he had experienced before, and the woman he was falling in love with a little more each day. Luna seemed to read his thoughts in his expression. Rising onto her tiptoes, she kissed him, not the gentle, exploratory kisses they had shared before, but something deeper and more certain. Harry responded in kind, his arms encircling her waist, drawing her closer as the synchronized resonance between their magical cores hummed in harmony with their physical connection. When they finally separated, both slightly breathless, Luna's smile held the radiance of stars. I've always known we'd find our way to each other eventually, she said. Some paths are written in the spaces between worlds. Harry laughed softly, resting his forehead against hers. Only you could make that sound romantic rather than fatalistic. It's not fate, Luna clarified. Just recognition. Like finding a constellation you've always known was there, even when clouds obscured it. As they stood together on the windswept headland, the healed convergence point peaceful beneath their feet, Harry felt a certainty settle in his heart. Whatever challenges remained, healing the other convergence points, dealing with the delegates' true agenda, integrating this new magical connection into their lives, they would face them together, balanced perfectly between worlds. Stonehenge next, then, he said, offering his arm to Luna as they turned to rejoin the others. She nodded, slipping her arm through his with natural ease. And then wherever the path leads. Together, Harry agreed, the word a promise and a future all at once. Chapter 5, Where Magic Meets Truth. Stonehenge stood in silent majesty against the twilight sky, its ancient stones silhouetted by the setting sun. The tourist crowds had long since been cleared, ministry officials establishing a half-mile exclusion zone under the pretense of an archaeological survey. As Harry and Luna approached the stone circle, the air around them felt heavy with anticipation, like the moment before a thunderstorm. It's worse than I expected, Luna murmured, her silver eyes tracking invisible currents that Harry could only faintly perceive. The delegates' containment after our last encounter here merely suppressed the symptoms rather than addressing the cause. Harry nodded, feeling the wrongness in the air, a subtle vibration that set his teeth on edge. After their experience at Lindisfarne Priory just hours ago, his sensitivity to threshold disturbances had increased dramatically. The synchronized consciousness he and Luna had achieved had left him changed, his magical perception expanded in ways he was still discovering. "How do we approach this?" he asked, surveying the stone circle. Unlike at Lindisfarne, where they had improvised under pressure, they now had time to plan their healing ritual properly. Luna removed her mother's silver device from her bag, its delicate components spinning gently in response to the magical disturbance. The tear here was one of the largest, and it formed directly above the center stone. That's where the boundary is thinnest. They had discussed strategy during their brief return to the ministry, where Luna had gathered additional materials and Harry had briefed Kingsley on their new approach. The minister had been skeptical but supportive, trusting their judgment after their success at Lindisfarne. Now, as twilight deepened around Stonehenge, the Auror teams were establishing a secure perimeter at a distance that would allow Harry and Luna to work undisturbed. Hermione and Ron had insisted on being present as well, stationed with the support team despite Harry's concerns for their safety. "The delegates won't like our deviation from their prescribed rituals," Harry observed, scanning the darkening horizon. "They've been conspicuously absent since Lindisfarne." "They're watching," Luna replied with certainty. "They've been watching all along." She paused, her head tilting in that characteristic way that suggested she was perceiving something beyond ordinary senses. "They're waiting to see what we do next." Harry trusted Luna's intuition implicitly, especially now that their magical bond had deepened. He could feel her presence in his magical awareness like a compass point, steady, reliable, a constant orientation no matter how strange their surroundings became. Together, they entered the stone circle, passing between two of the massive sarsen stones that had stood guard for millennia. The magical resonance increased immediately, humming through Harry's body like the lowest note of a great organ. "It's not just Crouch's tears that make this place special," Luna explained, her voice taking on the quality it did when she shared particularly meaningful insights. "Stonehenge was built on a natural convergence of ley lines. The ancient builders sensed the thinness between worlds and constructed this monument to harness it." "For what purpose?" Harry asked, helping Luna unpack the ritual materials they had brought, not the prescribed items from the delegates' instructions, but components Luna had selected based on their shared understanding of boundary magic. "Communication, primarily," she replied, arranging crystals in a pattern that mirrored the constellation visible overhead. "A way to send messages across the threshold and receive wisdom in return. Not unlike what my mother was attempting with her experiments." The mention of Pandora Lovegood reminded Harry of how personal this mission was for Luna, not just about healing magical breaches, but continuing her mother's legacy with a wisdom the elder Lovegood might not have possessed. Luna placed her mother's device at the center of their arrangement, directly atop the altar stone. Unlike at previous sites, they had brought none of the coins recovered from Crouch's network. Instead, Luna had theorized that the coins themselves were part of the problem, artificial foci that disrupted natural energy flows rather than working with them. "Ready?" she asked, looking up at Harry with quiet confidence. He nodded, taking his position opposite her across the altar stone. The sun had fully set now, the stone circle illuminated only by the rising moon and the soft glow of magical monitoring equipment at the perimeter. They joined hands across the altar, the now familiar resonance between their magical cores activating instantly. But before they could begin their chant, a shimmering disturbance in the air announced the arrival of the delegates. Everin, Terrell, and Nicey materialized at the edge of their ritual space, their iridescent robes catching the moonlight in impossible ways. Their two perfect features showed what might have been concern, though the expression seemed practiced rather than genuine. "You deviate from the prescribed method," Everin observed, his multiple voice effect more pronounced than before. "The cleansing ritual for this convergence point requires specific components we provided." Luna didn't release Harry's hands or turn from her position. "Your method was incomplete," she replied calmly. "A suppression rather than a true healing." "You presume much, Luna Lovegood," Nicey said, her melodic voice carrying an edge of warning. "Your understanding of threshold mechanics is limited by your human perspective. Perhaps, Luna acknowledged. But our synchronization at Lindisfarne allowed us to perceive what you've been concealing. The Watchers showed us the true nature of the boundaries, and your interest in maintaining certain asymmetries. For the first time, the delegates' perfect composure slipped. A ripple passed between them, a silent communication that carried undercurrents of alarm. The Watchers do not involve themselves in such matters, Terrell asserted, though his tone lacked conviction. They don't usually, Harry confirmed, finding his voice. But Crouch's experiments and your subsequent interventions forced their attention. They showed us how the boundary should be balanced, permeable in specific ways, but not artificially structured to favor one side over another. Evren took a step forward, his form seeming to elongate slightly, becoming less convincingly human. You cannot comprehend the complexities of interdimensional relationships. The structure we maintain has existed for millennia, allowing controlled interaction without chaotic bleed-through. Controlled by you, Luna pointed out. To your benefit. The Watchers showed us a different possibility, a natural balance that respects both sides equally. Attention filled the air, magic gathering around the delegates in subtle waves. Harry felt his own power responding instinctively, rising to protect Luna and himself from potential threat. We cannot permit this alteration, Evren stated finally, his voice resonating with authority. The consequences of disrupting established protocols would cascade across multiple realities. You mean it would disrupt your influence, Harry countered, understanding dawning as he recalled the glimpses of greater reality he'd experienced during their synchronized consciousness. You're not guardians or administrators. You're more like border patrol. Controlling what and who crosses the threshold. Someone must maintain order, Nicey insisted. Would you prefer chaos? Unregulated passage between life and death. Between realities that were never meant to fully touch. Luna's hands tightened around Harry's, their magical connection pulsing with shared insight. Not chaos, she said softly. Balance. The Watchers showed us how it should be, not your imposed structure, nor complete dissolution, but a living boundary that responds to the needs of both sides. The delegates conferred silently, another ripple of communication passing between them. When Evren spoke again, his voice had lost its diplomatic veneer, revealing something ancient and cold beneath. Your perspective is irrelevant. We have maintained the structure for thousands of your years, long before humans understood the concept of magic itself. You will not undo our work on the basis of a momentary glimpse beyond your comprehension. With those words, all three delegates raised their arms in perfect synchronization. The air around Stonehenge twisted, reality bending as they exerted their influence directly on the convergence point. Harry felt it immediately, a tightening of the magical field, as if invisible constraints were being applied to the natural flow of energy through the stone circle. The delegates were attempting to reassert their control, to lock the boundary back into the asymmetrical pattern they had maintained for millennia. Now, Harry. Luna called, activating her mother's device with a pulse of magic. Harry channeled his power through their joined hands, falling instantly into the synchronized consciousness they had discovered at Lindisfarne. Their awareness expanded beyond physical limitations, perceiving the multilayered reality of Stonehenge, not just the stone circle visible to ordinary eyes, but the complex energetic architecture that existed in multiple dimensions simultaneously. The delegates' manipulation became visible as artificial constructs, like crystalline lattices imposed on the natural flow of interdimensional energies, creating preferred pathways for certain types of influence while blocking others. It was an elegant system in its way, but fundamentally unbalanced, privileging the delegates' realm over the human world. Together, Harry and Luna extended their synchronized consciousness into this energetic architecture, not attacking it directly but offering an alternative, a natural pattern that honored the inherent properties of both realms equally. Like water finding its true course after being artificially dammed, the energies began to respond, resonating with the harmonic pattern Harry and Luna projected. Stop this immediately, Evren commanded, his form fluctuating as he poured more power into maintaining control. The other delegates joined him, their combined influence manifesting as intensifying pressure against Harry and Luna's consciousness. For a moment, it seemed as if they might be overwhelmed by the delegate's superior experience and power. But then, from the spaces between realities, came a response, a subtle support, an affirmation of the balanced pattern Harry and Luna were offering. The Watchers, those ancient presences they had glimpsed at Lindisfarne, were lending their silent approval. "They're afraid," Luna's voice came through their mental connection. "The delegates have maintained their preferential access for so long, they fear losing their influence." Harry understood. Power structures, whether human or interdimensional, rarely surrendered control willingly. "We're not trying to cut them off," he replied through their link. "Just rebalance the relationship." With that shared intent clarified, they refined their approach, showing through their synchronized consciousness that the natural balance they proposed would still allow communication and controlled passage, just not the one-sided dominance the delegates had established. The pressure from the delegates intensified, their forms becoming less human as they drew more fully on their native power. Streaks of impossible color flashed through the air around Stonehenge, the physical world struggling to represent energies it was never designed to contain. "The boundary is destabilizing," Luna warned, her consciousness still intertwined with Harry's despite the strain. "They're making it worse by fighting us." She was right. The delegates' resistance was creating exactly the kind of disruption they claimed to prevent, the barrier between worlds growing thin and erratic as opposing forces pulled it in different directions. Through their connection, Harry and Luna simultaneously reached the same conclusion: they needed to provide a stable template, a harmonious pattern strong enough to override both the delegates' artificial structure and the growing chaos of the destabilized boundary. Drawing on the deepest levels of their magical cores, they projected the pattern they had glimpsed through the Watchers, an intricate, living architecture that resembled nothing so much as music made visible, with resonant frequencies that accommodated both realms while preventing inappropriate bleed-through. The effect was immediate and dramatic. The energies of the convergence point responded, recognizing a more natural configuration than the one that had been imposed upon them. Like a dislocated joint snapping back into place, the boundary realigned itself according to this harmonic pattern, the artificial constructs dissolving as the inherent intelligence of the interdimensional threshold asserted itself. A pulse of pure magical energy radiated outward from Stonehenge, so powerful that it temporarily disrupted all active spells within a mile radius. The delegates' forms flickered like faulty projections, their influence on the physical world weakened by the realignment of the boundary they had so long controlled. "This is not the end," Evren's voice came, now sounding distant and strained. "The structure exists at all 7 convergence points. You cannot hope to realign them all." But Harry and Luna, still operating in synchronized consciousness, could already see that wasn't true. The pulse from Stonehenge had traveled along the ley lines connecting the 7 sites, carrying the harmonic pattern with it. Like dominoes falling in sequence, the other convergence points were already beginning to respond, the natural balance reasserting itself across the network. The delegates seemed to realize this too. With what looked like genuine alarm, they began to fade from view, their connection to the human realm weakening as the boundary rebalanced itself. "You don't understand what you've done," Nicey's voice echoed as she faded. "The consequences will be monitored and addressed," Luna replied serenely, her consciousness still linked with Harry's. "By both sides, in balance, as it should be." With a final ripple of frustrated energy, the delegates vanished completely, leaving Harry and Luna alone in the stone circle beneath the moonlit sky. Slowly, carefully, they withdrew from the synchronized state, their expanded consciousness contracting back into normal human awareness. The transition was gentler than at Lindisfarne, their growing experience making the process more controlled. As Harry's perception returned to normal, he became aware of physical sensations again, the cool night air on his skin, the solid stone beneath his hands, the slight trembling in his muscles from magical exertion. Luna was looking at him from across the altar stone, her silver eyes reflecting the moonlight, a small smile playing on her lips. "We did it," she said simply. Harry nodded, feeling both exhausted and exhilarated. Not just here, he confirmed. I felt the others responding too. All 7 convergence points. Luna's smile widened. The natural pattern is self-sustaining once established. The Watchers will ensure it remains balanced. She gently disengaged her hands from Harry's, though their magical connection remained a warm presence in his awareness. The delegates won't be happy, but they'll adapt. They've existed too long not to be pragmatic. Before Harry could respond, hurried footsteps approached from outside the stone circle. Ron and Hermione rushed in, followed more cautiously by several Aurors, all of them looking slightly disoriented. Harry! Hermione called. Are you both all right? There was a massive magical surge, all our monitoring equipment overloaded at once. We're fine, Harry assured her, finding his voice slightly hoarse. Better than fine, actually. The convergence points are stabilized, properly, this time. Ron looked around at the stone circle, which appeared unchanged to ordinary perception despite the momentous shift that had occurred in its magical architecture. So it's over. No more tears, no more echoes, no more creepy delegates. Luna gathered her mother's device, which had stopped spinning and now rested peacefully on the altar stone. The tears are healed, she confirmed. The echoes will gradually dissipate as the boundary stabilizes. As for the delegates. She glanced at Harry, sharing a private understanding. They'll be more diplomatic in their future interactions. Hermione was studying them both with the keen perception that had always characterized her. Something's different about you two, she observed. There's a resonance pattern in your magical signatures that I've never seen before. Harry wasn't surprised by Hermione's insight. She had always been sensitive to magical theory in ways that matched or exceeded most trained researchers. It's called synchronized consciousness, he explained, simplifying a concept that felt too intimate, too profound to fully articulate. Luna can explain the technical aspects better than I can. Later, Luna suggested, noting Harry's fatigue. After we've all rested and processed. It's been a significant magical undertaking. The Aurors were already establishing a monitoring perimeter around Stonehenge, though Harry suspected they would find nothing unusual to report. The convergence point was now functioning exactly as it should, a natural thin spot between realities, but one that operated according to innate harmonic principles rather than imposed controls. As they prepared to leave the stone circle, Harry felt a subtle shift in the atmosphere, not a disruption, but a gentle acknowledgement. The Watchers, those ancient presences from the spaces between worlds, were offering what felt like approval. Not in words or even thoughts, but in a momentary deepening of the connection between all things. Luna felt it too, her eyes widening slightly as she looked up at the star-filled sky. They're saying thank you, she whispered. For restoring the balance. Harry slipped his arm around her waist, drawing her close against the night's chill. Will they stay involved now? The Watchers. They always were, Luna replied. Just, more subtly than the delegates. They don't seek to control, only to witness and occasionally guide when natural patterns are disrupted. She leaned into his embrace, her body fitting perfectly against his side. They've been watching humanity since our beginning, interested in how we perceive and interact with reality. The profound implications of that statement would require time to fully process. For now, Harry was content to hold Luna close as they walked out of Stonehenge, leaving the ancient stones to stand guard over a boundary now restored to its proper balance. The debriefing at the ministry lasted well into the night. Kingsley Shacklebolt listened with remarkable equanimity as Harry and Luna described their confrontation with the delegates and the subsequent realignment of the interdimensional boundary. The implications were staggering, not just the healing of the immediate crisis, but a fundamental shift in the relationship between human reality and whatever lay beyond the threshold. So these delegates have been essentially controlling access between worlds for millennia? Kingsley clarified, his deep voice betraying just a hint of his astonishment. And now you've democratized the process. Naturalized would be more accurate, Luna corrected gently. We didn't remove the boundary or eliminate its protective functions. We simply restored it to its inherent pattern rather than the artificial structure the delegates had imposed. And these Watchers, they approved of this change? Harry nodded. They seem to prefer non-intervention as a general principle, but Crouch's experiments and the delegates' response created a situation that required more direct involvement. Kingsley leaned back in his chair, processing the implications. Will there be repercussions? From either side? There already have been, Luna replied. Positive ones. The magical disruptions at all 7 convergence points have subsided completely. The echoes are dissipating naturally. And the boundary is functioning as it should, permeable in specific, balanced ways that benefit both sides without allowing inappropriate bleed-through. The minister studied them both for a long moment, his expression unreadable. You realize, he said finally, that you've essentially rewritten our understanding of death, reality, and the fundamental structure of magic itself. Harry hadn't quite thought of it in those terms, but Kingsley wasn't wrong. The experiences of the past week, particularly the synchronized consciousness he and Luna had achieved, had transformed his perception of reality in ways he was still integrating. It's less a rewriting than a remembering, Luna suggested. This knowledge has always existed in magical traditions, just fragmented and misunderstood over time. What we've done is reconnect with an older, more fundamental understanding. Kingsley shook his head, not in disagreement but in wonder. The Department of Mysteries will want to document everything, of course. And there will need to be protocols established for monitoring the convergence points, ensuring the new balance maintains itself. We can help with that, Harry offered, though the thought of extensive debriefings and documentation made him inwardly groan. After the intensity of the past week, all he wanted was quiet time to process what had happened, preferably with Luna. As if sensing his thoughts, Luna gently intervened. Perhaps after we've had some rest. The synchronization process is magically and mentally demanding. We both need time to recover before attempting detailed explanations. Kingsley studied them again, his perceptiveness evident in his gaze. Something had clearly shifted between Harry and Luna, a connection that went beyond professional collaboration or even ordinary romantic attachment. Take 3 days, he decided. Both of you. Recover, process, write preliminary reports at your own pace. The monitoring teams can handle the convergence points for now, and the Department of Mysteries can begin theoretical analysis of the data we've already collected. Harry felt a wave of gratitude toward the minister. Thank you, sir. Kingsley stood, signaling the end of their debriefing. I should be thanking you both. Once again, the magical world owes you a debt we can scarcely calculate. His expression softened slightly. Though I suspect the rewards this time might be more personal than professional. Luna's hand found Harry's, their fingers intertwining naturally. The most valuable discoveries often are, she agreed with characteristic directness. As they left Kingsley's office, Harry felt the accumulated exhaustion of the past week settling into his bones. The magical exertion, emotional intensity, and profound revelations had taken a toll that even his considerable stamina couldn't indefinitely withstand. Come home with me? Luna asked softly as they reached the atrium, now mostly deserted in the early morning hours. I think we both need somewhere quiet to decompress. Harry nodded gratefully. The thought of returning to his empty London flat held no appeal, especially when compared to Luna's cottage with its warmth and character, and most importantly, her presence. They took the fleur directly to Luna's cottage, emerging into the familiar cluttered comfort of her living room. The magical diagrams and research materials from their previous visit had been tidied away, leaving the space feeling peaceful and welcoming. Tea. Luna offered, though she looked as exhausted as Harry felt. Later, he suggested, taking her hand and guiding her to the sofa. Right now, I think we both need to just be still for a while. Luna nodded, understanding perfectly. They settled onto the sofa together, her head resting on his shoulder, his arm around her. Their magical resonance hummed contentedly between them, no longer requiring conscious attention to maintain but simply existing as a new aspect of their connection. For a long while, they sat in comfortable silence, processing the events that had transformed them individually and as a pair. The synchronized consciousness they had achieved had created a bond unlike anything described in modern magical theory, something ancient and profound that even Luna, with her extensive knowledge of boundary magic, was still coming to understand. "Do you regret it?" Luna asked eventually, her voice soft in the quiet room. "Taking on this investigation, getting involved in interdimensional politics, forming this connection with me?" Harry considered the question seriously, knowing Luna deserved nothing less than his complete honesty. "I regret that people were hurt, the muggles killed by the guardian creatures," Crouch losing himself to obsession. "But no, I don't regret any of the choices we made. Especially not this." He tightened his arm around her slightly, emphasizing the last word. Luna tilted her head up to look at him, her silver eyes searching his. "It's an unusual bond, you know. Not documented in any recent magical texts. The synchronized consciousness creates a permanent magical resonance that will likely grow stronger over time, not weaker." "I know," Harry said simply. "It feels right." A smile bloomed across Luna's face, that radiant expression that transformed her entire countenance. "Yes," she agreed. "It does." The kiss that followed was gentle, a soft affirmation of everything that had developed between them. Unlike their earlier kisses, which had carried the urgency of attraction or the intensity of shared danger, this held the quiet certainty of something built to last. When they parted, Luna's eyes remained closed for a moment, as if savoring the sensation. When she opened them again, Harry saw a depth of feeling that made his heart expand in response. "We should sleep," she murmured, though neither made any move to rise from the sofa. Magical exhaustion requires proper rest to recover. Harry agreed, unwilling to disrupt their comfortable position. "In a minute." The minutes stretched into many, their conversation drifting to quieter topics, memories from Hogwarts seen through new perspectives, gentle teasing about their respective quirks, plans for the coming days of rest Kingsley had granted them. Eventually, Luna's responses grew shorter, her body relaxing more heavily against Harry's as sleep began to claim her. With careful movements, Harry adjusted their position so they could both lie comfortably on the sofa, Luna nestled against his chest, his arms secure around her. He summoned a blanket from the nearby armchair, draping it over them both against the pre-dawn chill. As sleep approached, Harry found himself reflecting on the extraordinary journey that had led them here. A week ago, Luna had been a valued friend he saw only occasionally, her unique perspective appreciated but distant from his daily life. Now she was essential, the other half of a magical bond unprecedented in modern wizardry, and the woman he was falling in love with more deeply each day. His last conscious thought before drifting off was wonder at how perfectly they fit together, not just physically as they lay entwined on the sofa, but magically, intellectually, emotionally. As if they had always been meant to find this connection, once they were ready to recognize it. Harry woke to the smell of freshly brewed tea and the sound of quiet humming. Sunlight streamed through Luna's cottage windows, suggesting he had slept well past his usual waking time. The sofa beside him was empty, though the blanket had been carefully tucked around him. Following the humming, he found Luna in her small kitchen garden, barefoot among the herbs and flowers despite the morning dew. She was gathering sprigs of something with purple blossoms, adding them to a basket already half filled with various plants. The morning light caught in her silvery blonde hair, creating a halo effect that made her appear almost ethereal. Harry paused in the doorway, content to simply watch her for a moment. Through their magical bond, he could sense her peaceful state, a quiet joy and contentment that mirrored his own. "Good morning," he said finally, stepping out into the garden. "Or is it afternoon?" Luna turned, her smile immediate and warming. "Just past 11, she replied. "You needed the sleep. Your magical core was quite depleted after Stonehenge." "Yours too," Harry pointed out, moving to join her among the herb beds. "How are you feeling?" "Renewed," Luna said simply. "Sleep always restores magical energy, but I think our connection accelerated the process." She touched a finger to the lavender plant beside them, adding a sprig to her basket. I'm gathering ingredients for a restorative tea. It helps integrate magical experiences on multiple levels of consciousness. Harry smiled, struck again by how naturally Luna blended the practical and the mystical. Sounds perfect. They prepared breakfast together in Luna's small kitchen, moving around each other with an ease that suggested much longer familiarity than their week together. Their magical bond manifested physically as well, an awareness of each other's movements, an instinctive coordination that made even simple tasks feel like a carefully choreographed dance. As they ate, Luna shared news she had received via Owl while Harry slept. The magical monitoring teams report all convergence points have stabilized completely. No unusual activity, no echoes, no disturbances in the boundary. And the delegates? Harry asked, curious about the beings who had so long controlled access between worlds. No sign of them yet, Luna replied thoughtfully. But they'll adapt, I think. They've existed too long not to be pragmatic about changing circumstances. She stirred her tea, the special blend she had created from her garden herbs. They might even come to appreciate the new balance, once they realize it doesn't eliminate their role entirely, just requires them to work with the natural pattern rather than imposing their own. Harry nodded, taking a sip of his own tea. It tasted of lavender and something else he couldn't name, warming him from within in a way that felt subtly magical. And the Watchers? Will we see them again? Luna's expression turned contemplative. Not see, exactly. They don't manifest in our reality the way the delegates do. But I think we'll sense them occasionally, especially near the convergence points. She met Harry's gaze across the table. They're curious about us, particularly about our capacity for synchronized consciousness. It's rare, apparently, even among species with natural magical abilities. The implications of beings that had observed humanity since its beginnings finding them noteworthy was both flattering and slightly unnerving. Do you think they'll try to communicate again? Perhaps, Luna said. But in their own way and time. They operate on a different scale than we do, or even than the delegates. What feels urgent to us might be a momentary ripple in their perception. They spent the day in quiet recovery, alternating between discussing the profound implications of what they'd experienced and simply enjoying each other's company. Luna showed Harry her workshop, where she conducted experiments in magical creature habitation and developed the theoretical frameworks that had made her a valued consultant to the Department of Mysteries. Harry, in turn, shared stories from his Auror work that he rarely discussed with others, the emotional toll of confronting dark magic, the bureaucratic frustrations, the occasional moments of profound satisfaction when justice was properly served. Luna listened with genuine interest, offering insights that often shifted his perspective in unexpected ways. As evening approached, they received a joint message from Kingsley, a formal acknowledgement of their service to the magical community, along with news that the Russian researchers, including Petrov, had been returned to their own country with diplomatic warnings rather than criminal charges. Probably for the best, Harry observed as they sat together in Luna's garden, watching the sunset paint the sky in vivid oranges and pinks. Their intentions weren't entirely misguided, just misinformed. Luna nodded, her head resting comfortably against his shoulder. They sought knowledge, not destruction. Like my mother, like many who explore the boundaries of magic. Her voice held no bitterness, only a thoughtful acceptance that Harry had come to cherish. Speaking of knowledge, he said, a question forming that had been in the back of his mind since their first experience with synchronized consciousness. What happens now? With us, with this connection we've formed? Luna was quiet for a moment, considering his question with her characteristic thoroughness. Magically, the resonance will continue to develop naturally. We'll become more attuned to each other, more effective when working together, especially with boundary magic or other forms that require harmonic balance. And personally? Harry asked, the more important question implicit in his tone. Luna shifted to face him directly, her silver eyes meeting his green ones with characteristic directness. That depends on what we both want. The magical bond doesn't dictate emotional attachment, it simply creates a foundation that can support whatever we choose to build. Harry reached out, brushing a strand of hair from her face with gentle fingers. And what do you want, Luna Lovegood? A smile touched her lips, both serene and slightly mischievous. I want what I've always wanted, to explore the extraordinary mysteries of existence, to seek truth beyond conventional understanding. Her hand came up to cover his against her cheek. But I've discovered I want to do that with you beside me, Harry Potter. Your perspective balances mine, your questions open new pathways of thought, your presence makes even the ordinary feel magical. The simple honesty of her declaration touched Harry deeply. I want that too, he said softly. You see the world in ways I never would alone, Luna. You find wonder where I might see only obstacles. You believe in possibilities when others insist on limitations. He leaned forward until their foreheads touched. I think I've been looking for your perspective all my life without knowing it. Their kiss was both gentle and profound, a commitment, a promise, a beginning. Through their magical bond, Harry could feel Luna's joy resonating with his own, creating harmonics that seemed to extend beyond themselves and into the fabric of reality around them. When they finally parted, twilight had deepened around them, the first stars appearing in the eastern sky. Luna pointed to a constellation just becoming visible above the horizon. That's Cetus, she said. The sea monster from Perseus's tale. Most people see only its fearsome aspect, but the ancient astronomers knew it was also a gateway constellation, a marker for passages between worlds when properly understood. Harry followed her gesture, seeing the pattern of stars with new appreciation. A monster to some, a doorway to others. It's all about perspective, isn't it? Luna's smile was radiant in the gathering darkness. Exactly. And now you understand why the Rotfong conspiracy focused their efforts on controlling dental education. Harry blinked, momentarily thrown by the conversational shift, then burst out laughing, a genuine, unrestrained laugh that felt like release after the intensity of the past week. This was Luna too, the unexpected connections, the leaps of logic that defied conventional thinking, the ability to shift perspective in an instant. I've missed something crucial about teeth, haven't I? He asked, still chuckling. Obviously, Luna replied with perfect seriousness, though her eyes danced with amusement. Their boundary structures, existing in both visible and hidden states simultaneously. Like miniature thresholds in every mouth. Harry shook his head, marveling at her unique way of seeing connections where others saw only separate phenomena. Tell me more, he said, genuinely interested despite the apparent absurdity. I have a feeling I've been underestimating the magical significance of dentistry. As Luna launched into an explanation involving vibrational frequencies, interdimensional resonance, and the historical significance of tooth-based divination practices, Harry felt a profound contentment settle over him. This was Luna, brilliant, eccentric, insightful, occasionally baffling, and absolutely essential to his life from this point forward. Whatever adventures awaited them, whether investigating magical phenomena, exploring the boundaries between realities, or simply building a life together that honored both their perspectives, they would face them as they had faced the tears in reality, together, balanced, each making the other more complete. 3 years later the Department of Mysteries had changed significantly since the boundary realignment, as the events at Stonehenge had come to be called in official documentation. The circular room that had once disoriented visitors now featured clear designations above each door, and the overall atmosphere had shifted from secretive isolation to cautious collaboration with other magical research institutions worldwide. Harry walked the familiar corridor toward what was now called the Threshold Chamber, nodding to unspeakables who had once regarded his Auror badge with suspicion but now recognized him as a valued consultant. His official title remained Senior Auror, but his specialization in boundary phenomena had created a unique position that bridged multiple departments. He reached the chamber to find Luna already there, her silver blonde hair now styled in a practical braid as she directed a complex magical recording apparatus. 3 unspeakable apprentices watched attentively as she calibrated instruments designed to monitor the subtle fluctuations in the boundary between worlds, technology developed from her mother's original device but significantly enhanced through Luna's theoretical innovations. The harmonic resonance shifts approximately every 42 days, she was explaining, corresponding to certain astronomical alignments. Not problematic, but worth documenting to establish baseline patterns. She looked up as Harry entered, her face brightening with the same smile that never failed to warm him from within. Their magical bond hummed contentedly as he approached, the resonance between their cores now so natural that it required no conscious thought to maintain. Right on time, Luna observed. The fluctuation should begin in approximately 7 minutes. Harry joined her at the monitoring station, automatically adjusting one of the calibration dials that was slightly off alignment. Their ability to work in seamless coordination had become legendary among the department's staff, a practical demonstration of magical theory that had spawned dozens of research projects and academic papers. How was the conference? Luna asked as they worked, referring to the International Auror Symposium Harry had attended in Prague the previous day. Productive, he replied. They've officially adopted our protocols for identifying and responding to boundary phenomena. Kingsley's presentation was particularly well received. Luna nodded approvingly. Excellent. Standardized response procedures should reduce incidents of inappropriate intervention. She glanced at the apprentices, who were carefully noting the instrument readings. That's enough for today. Please compile your observations and leave them on my desk. The young unspeakables departed, their expressions reflecting the mixture of awe and affection Luna tended to inspire in her students. Though she had refused all offers of official ministry positions, preferring to maintain her independence as a researcher and consultant, her influence on the department's approach to theoretical magic was undeniable. As the chamber emptied, Harry slipped an arm around Luna's waist, drawing her closer for a proper greeting. I missed you, he murmured against her hair. I missed you too, she replied, turning in his embrace to face him. The cottage felt empty without you. Even the blibbering humdingers noticed your absence. Harry smiled, long past questioning the existence of creatures only Luna could perceive. Their reality was simply different from the consensus understanding, a perspective he had come to not just accept but value during their years together. Did you tell them I'd be home tonight? He asked, referring to both the humdingers and their plans to return to the cottage they now shared. Luna nodded. They're quite excited. I think they've planned some sort of welcome home disturbance around 3 in the morning. Her eyes sparkled with the quiet humor that still caught him by surprise sometimes. Harry laughed, the sound echoing slightly in the chamber's perfect acoustics. I'll look forward to it. They turned their attention back to the monitoring equipment, which had begun registering the expected fluctuation in the boundary. Since the realignment, these periodic shifts had become predictable and benign, natural cycles in the interdimensional membrane rather than dangerous disruptions. Right on schedule, Luna noted with satisfaction. The pattern is holding beautifully. Harry observed the readings with the practiced eye of someone who had spent 3 years studying such phenomena. The amplitude is slightly higher than last month. Seasonal variation. Most likely, Luna agreed. The approaching summer solstice tends to enhance all magical currents. She made a few adjustments to the recording instruments. Nothing concerning. Well within normal parameters. As they worked, Harry reflected on how much had changed since those intense days of hunting tears and confronting delegates. The realigned boundary had proven remarkably stable, requiring only monitoring rather than intervention. The delegates had eventually returned, as Luna had predicted, now operating as liaisons rather than controllers, representatives of one realm among equals rather than self-appointed administrators. The Watchers remained a more distant presence, occasionally acknowledged through subtle fluctuations in the boundary that felt like gentle greetings. Luna had developed a theoretical framework for understanding their communications, though even she admitted it was more art than science at this stage. There's something else, Luna said as the fluctuation peaked and began to subside. Hermione sent an owl this morning. She's made a breakthrough in the research we discussed last month. Harry raised an eyebrow with interest. Hermione, now a senior researcher in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, had been collaborating with Luna on a project involving beings that existed partially in multiple realities simultaneously. She's confirmed that Thestrals exist in at least 3 overlapping dimensional states, Luna continued, her excitement evident in her voice. Their physical form here, an energetic presence in what we're calling the interim realm, and a third manifestation in a dimension we've barely begun to characterize. That explains their unique magical properties, Harry observed. And probably why so few wizards can perceive them properly. Luna nodded enthusiastically. Exactly. Perception requires resonance with all 3 states simultaneously. That's why trauma involving death often triggers the ability, it temporarily attunes a person's consciousness to multiple dimensional frequencies. The theory elegantly explained phenomena that had been dismissed as mere curiosities for centuries. It was characteristic of Luna's work, finding coherent explanations for magical anomalies without reducing them to the mundane. We should celebrate, Harry suggested as they completed the monitoring session and began shutting down the equipment. Dinner at that new place in Diagon Alley? Ron mentioned the chef is experimenting with cuisine inspired by magical creature habitats. Luna's eyes lit up at the suggestion. Perfect. And perhaps afterward we could visit the convergence point at Glastonbury Tor. The Perseid meteor shower peaks tonight, and the boundary harmonics during astronomical events are always fascinating. Harry smiled, never surprised anymore by Luna's idea of a romantic evening. Their dates often combined research, adventure, and moments of quiet intimacy in ways that perfectly reflected their shared interests and complementary perspectives. It's a date, he agreed, offering his arm as they prepared to leave the chamber. Luna took it with a smile that still made his heart skip. As they walked through the Department of Mysteries, now familiar territory to them both, Harry felt the quiet contentment that had become the foundation of his life since their paths had properly converged. The world was still full of mysteries to explore, boundaries to understand, and phenomena that defied conventional explanation. But now he faced them with Luna beside him, her unique vision balancing his practical approach, their magical resonance creating possibilities neither could achieve alone. Outside, London basked in early summer sunshine, the mundane and magical worlds coexisting in their ancient dance. As Harry and Luna emerged from the ministry into the busy street, they looked like any other couple enjoying the beautiful day, perhaps a bit more attuned to things others couldn't perceive, their hands clasped with a connection that ran deeper than physical touch. I was thinking, Luna said as they walked, her tone casual but with an undercurrent Harry had learned to recognize as significant. About the cottage. What about it? He asked, curious where this was leading. It might need an extension soon. Luna's silver eyes met his, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Perhaps in about 7 months or so. Harry stopped walking, his mind processing her words and their implication. Luna, are you saying? She nodded, her expression blending joy and serenity in that uniquely Luna way. Our magical resonance is creating something new, she confirmed. I've suspected for about 3 weeks but wanted to be certain before telling you. A wave of emotion swept through Harry, wonder, joy, and a touch of the familiar protectiveness that Luna simultaneously appreciated and gently deflected as unnecessary. Through their bond, he could feel her own complex emotions, excitement, curiosity about how their unique magical connection might manifest in a child, and the deep contentment that had characterized their life together. That's... Words failed him momentarily, so he simply pulled her into an embrace, pouring his feelings into their connection where language was inadequate. Luna received them all, returning her own through the resonance they shared. When they finally separated, both had tears of joy in their eyes, though Luna was already shifting to practical considerations with her characteristic blend of mysticism and pragmatism. I've been researching potential implications of children born to parents with synchronized consciousness, she was saying as they resumed walking. It's unprecedented in recorded magical history, but there are intriguing theories about enhanced perception of interdimensional phenomena and natural facility with harmonic magic. Harry listened, fascinated as always by Luna's ability to approach even the most personal experiences with both scientific curiosity and profound wonder. Their child would have an extraordinary perspective on the world, Luna's ability to see beyond conventional understanding balanced by Harry's grounded compassion and determination. Whatever abilities they develop, he said when she paused for breath, they'll be loved and supported in exploring them fully. Luna's smile was radiant. Yes, she agreed simply. They will. As they continued toward Diagon Alley, making plans for the evening in the future beyond, Harry reflected on the extraordinary journey that had led them here. From investigating mysterious tiers in reality to creating a new life together, their path had been anything but conventional. Yet it felt right, as perfectly balanced as the boundary between worlds they had helped restore. Their magical resonance had created harmony not just between themselves but in their approach to all of existence, finding the balance between seen and unseen, known and mystery, practical and magical. Luna squeezed his hand, sensing his thoughts through their connection. Every ending is just a different kind of beginning, she observed, her gaze taking in both the ordinary street around them and whatever additional layers of reality she perceived beyond ordinary sight. Harry nodded, understanding completely. And this is a particularly wonderful beginning. Together, they walked toward their future, balanced perfectly between the worlds they bridged, a harmony of perspectives creating possibilities neither could have imagined alone. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.